Okay, broadcasting, thank you. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Education and Employment References Committee into the national trend of school refusal and related matters. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. For reference, Senator Payman will be participating today via video conference. Before committee starts taking evidence, I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action will be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also contempt to give false, misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in private. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in private. I remind witnesses that mobile phones should be switched off or turned to silent, and committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and are not speaking should mute their microphones. I now welcome representatives for Independent Schools Australia. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Thank you. So if you could all just state your names.
I'm Carolyn Grant-Scarns. I'm the Chief Executive at the Independent Schools Australia.
I'm Tracy Taylor, Director of Education Policy at Independent Schools Australia.
And I'm David Smart, and I'm here representing just invited guest of Independent Schools Australia.
Thank you very much. Do you have an opening statement?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
School refusal is a key issue for all school sectors, and Independent Schools Australia appreciates this opportunity to give evidence before the Senate Education and Employment References Committee on this very important matter. As school refusal can have a negative impact on social, learning and academic outcomes, it's important to understand the reasons for disengagement from school and school refusal. Independent Schools Australia recommends that further research into school refusal is undertaken to enable better understanding of the causes of such refusal and in order to develop effective targeted strategies. Students experience school refusal for a range of reasons, and research commissioned by Independent Schools Australia in 2022 highlighted that poor student wellbeing affects school attendance. School refusal can also affect parents and carers' employment relationships and the mental health and wellbeing of not only the student but also their family or carer. Sound policy and ongoing research sourcing to support schools across all sectors to respond to the increasing challenge of school refusal is an important matter of national priority. We recommend that consideration be given to additional community and school-based mental health services for young children and adolescents. Independent schools promote regular school attendance and support families and carers to re-engage students back in school. School leaders and staff understand that collaborative planning between parents and carers, students and their school is essential for success in young people returning to school. Many independent schools have developed proactive programs for parents and carers to understand and support school refusers. However, while teachers are trained professionals, they are not mental health experts, and school refusal places additional burdens on school staff. Seeking timely support from external services is problematic with current very long wait times. It would be of benefit to all young people, their families and schools if an ongoing focus on collaboration between state, territory and federal departments and schools could be established to address school refusal issues.
Thank you. On behalf of the committee, I thank you very much for your presence today and also for your submission. As I remarked before we commenced, I really found it useful, but I'll go to Senator Allman-Payne first.
Oh, good morning. Look, and thank you so much for being here. This is certainly an issue that's really close to my heart as a teacher of nearly 30 years. And I'm really keen for us to get as much information as we can to see how we can actually better support schools, students, parents with this issue. And I know from personal experience that it's something that is on the rise. Thank you very much too for your comprehensive submission. That was really helpful and I got a lot out of reading it. I'm just looking at the key points that you made in that submission. And I note one of your recommendations was that school re-engagement following school refusal requires strong relationships and specialised support between schools and families. I'm wondering if you could flesh out for us who you think is best placed to provide that support and the type of resourcing that's required to do that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question, Senator. Lovely to meet you. I think many schools have specialised support in-house, so they might have school counsellors, wellbeing officers, school chaplains, but for some chronic school refusers, their anxiety or depression, or it can almost become a clinical state, they do need that extra support from professionals outside the school, and that has been problematic because of the long wait time. So if a child isn't coming to school and they haven't been to school for a couple of months and the parents tearing their hair out and it's really worried what can they do for that child, they can't access immediate services, so that puts a lot more strain on the school, who are doing the best they can but may not be able to get to the bottom of the matter for that particular child.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Mr. Smart, did you want to add to that?
Yes, look, if you're happy for me to add something. My experience comes from working in an independent school and particularly in a wellbeing space. And I think very much there's not one simple answer to dealing with these situations, but where we've had success in my school, it has been where we've had very, linking a student with someone who they trust and then giving the time to ensure that they have an ability to regain their confidence, to come back to the school, maybe part-time to start with, those sorts of things. But it's that strong relationship that gives them the strength, I believe, and how we make time for that in schools is a really crucial thing from my perspective. I've had the privilege of working with students where they'd come and see me every day before they'd come to school, just to get that confidence to get over the barrier. We've had some success at my particular school because we've got a boarding option. We've actually brought students into boarding to try and support them, and often the parents, because it's the parents who need that support as well. Once some good processes are in place, they then have been able to go home, or parents have decided that boarding is a great option and have kept them there. So, that's been a really interesting situation. We've set up a room at our school that we call the R3 room, which is respite, reset, re-engage. And we've employed a staff member full-time to operate and run that room that enables students who've had difficulty with school refusal and other mental health issues a particular place where they've got a great relationship with that staff member and have been able to continue coming. So, look, they're just some practical things that I think we've found as helpful.
I'm interested, I guess, in understanding better too sort of the ratio of support staff to students. One of the things that I've certainly experienced in my time as a secondary school teacher in the public sector is that, one guidance officer per 800 or 900 students trying to do the sort of one-on-one support that you're talking about, or a dedicated role to that, is really difficult to provide. And so I'm keen to understand in circumstances where it's working and we're seeing good outcomes for young people and their families, what do those sort of ratios look like? What sorts of staff have we got in those settings so that we can make recommendations to government to expand that across both private and public sector schools?
We don't actually have sector-wide data around that, and the sector's enormously diverse. So we do have tiny primary schools where the principal is a teacher. They would have no specialised counselling support available to them. They might have a chaplain under the chaplaincy program, but some schools would have nothing outside classroom teachers.
Yep.
Others would have much bigger schools would have more resources, so they might have a counsellor, they might have a psychologist, they might have a career counsellor, because seeing a way forward can be a reason to come back. So some would be very well resourced, but we don't have data that would say this is the optimal kind of package. If you've got this many students, you need this many kinds of supports.
Yep. It's definitely not going to be one size fits all,
No.
right? It's about making sure we've got a range of options.
Because
for
school
students.
refusal comes from a whole range of different causes, and so you need to work, as always, with each child to find out what is going on for them, to work with their families, to enable everyone to move forward.
I guess one of the things that comes out in a range of submissions is the notion that teachers, for example, don't necessarily have the skill set that's required to deal with some of the issues that students are presenting with. And I think COVID showed us, we shut schools down and everybody said, well, who's going to look after the children? And I feel like that highlighted the fact that there's a whole range of service provision that schools are providing that's potentially beyond the remit of just educating young people. And COVID laid that bare and showed us where the gaps are. Are you able to expand upon your thoughts around the sorts of additional training that might be useful for teachers, and where you see the line, I guess, between what should be a teacher's role in this versus what other supports we require, beyond teachers being expected to be the ones who deal with these issues?
I think it's true that all teachers care about the students they teach.
Yep.
We already know that teacher workload is a huge issue, and so an expectation that they should become better trained at dealing with individual mental health concerns seems to me to be a step that wouldn't be a reasonable ask.
Yeah.
So while their job is to teach and inevitably to build a close relationship with their students, because we know that that fosters effective learning, to then ask them to step outside that role to become the counsellor or the psychologist, even with some training, I think is an unreasonable ask. What is needed is people with specialised skills who can support the classroom teacher, rather than expecting that the classroom teacher will take on that additional role.
Yeah. Can I say how relieved I am to hear you say that, because I think for a long time the expectation has been that teachers will solve these problems, and I think a recognition that actually teachers can't do it on their own, and we really need allied health professionals to be supporting and working jointly with teachers is a really welcome step, and thank you for putting it on the record.
And we also need to work with parents. I think one of the issues is that parents and schools don't always recognise the early signs of school refusal, and therefore it becomes an embedded behaviour and is harder to address because it's embedded.
Yes, I would love to talk about that part. It's something that I'm really passionate about, is that often school refusal is detected too late, because the admin staff have been marking a child as absent, because the parent rings up, says they're not coming to school today, they're marked as absent. And so it might be a few weeks before it's actually picked up that actually they've missed quite a bit of school, or they've come late because they may not have been able to get out of the car. So I think what could be really helpful is education programs for parents to really detect what are those signs and what they can do to really support parents, because it has a huge impact on them. And I was recently a school principal, and where the parents come crying to my office and say, can you please come and help them get out of the car? And sometimes you can get them out of the car, but if they're that broken and sobbing, then it's no point them coming into class. They actually need extra support. So I think early detection is important, and maybe teachers could also have some education about what are those signs, or at what point do they report that the child's been coming in late every day. because sometimes in a busy school you can miss that because it can come to an administrative level, but if we can pick those things up easier or quicker, that could nip it in the bud, because from my experience, the longer a child is experiencing school refusal, the harder it is to get them back, and then you need to have those part-time programs or return to school programs that take a lot of resourcing actually.
Could you maybe elaborate a little bit more on the sorts of programs that you're aware are being run in some of your schools, in your sector that your school has run? I'm keen to unpack a little bit more, Mr. Smart, as well, the sorts of things that you're saying are working, because I think a really key thing for this process is for us to come out the other end with a series of recommendations about what is working, so that we can look at how we can ensure that happens across the sector.
I think one thing is for it to be consistently put out there in the school community that school attendance is important, so consistent reminders in newsletters, and for staff to know that they should be keeping an eye on any attendance matters and reporting that to whoever they need to report to in the school as quickly as possible if they've got any concerns. So I think bringing that open in the community is important, and I also know that some of the associations of independent schools, so AIS New South Wales, has put together, I did bring it actually, a document on guide to school attendance and attendance improvement planning. And in that, they highlight what are some of the signs of school refusal, what to do. So really having a whole school approach could be of benefit. But David might have
Could I maybe just ask you a question around that? Because certainly I know, having worked in a few contexts, school attendance has been, there have been, efforts and drives to educate parents in the community about how important attendance is. Is there any concern in doing so that a potential negative effect of that is actually placing an increased pressure? Because one of the things that I've read from the submissions too is there's a lot of embarrassment and stress for parents who are trying to get their child to school. They know attendance is important and they're really struggling to do that. And I guess there's a balancing act, isn't there, between stressing how important attendance is, but also making sure that parents and carers are aware of where they can get help if their child's not. Because I kind of feel like if we're just saying you have to be here, it's really important, we run the risk of further entrenching that feeling amongst some parents.
I don't think anyone would want to get into blaming parents for the school refusal of their child.
Yeah.
If we're talking about sometimes children aren't at school because their parents would like them to be home with them. That's different from school refusal. The child would be very happy to go to school. So that's a whole different situation. But on the whole, I think it's really important to recognise that school refusal is not going to be helped by blaming anyone. It is where the child is, and you always have to start where the child is and try and figure out what's going on and how do we support them. And how do we have a team of people supporting them and working with their parents to support them to come back to school once you understand what it is that is preventing them from feeling comfortable. And I think one of the reasons we've seen it grow is because over the last 3 years, all of those things that bind you to school, bind you as a community, have not been able to occur in the normal way. So you haven't had normal assembly, chapel, year level groups, all of those things that enable you to say, I am a student at this school, I belong to this community. School is more than just learning, and the sense of belonging comes from more than doing schoolwork. It comes from all of those rituals and so on. And that's what was lost, amongst everything else that was lost. And so I think that's one of the reasons we've seen an increase. If you don't feel you belong, then you have less of an urge to attend. So we have to rebuild those close connections between school communities, and that takes careful whole school effort.
Do you
But
think-
that's different from addressing school refusal. It's part of why things might be worse than they were, but we still need to work child by child and in particular processes. So you might like David to talk about some of the things that are happening.
Just before you add to that, David, I guess one of the things that I've sort of been thinking about a lot as someone who's been a teacher for quite a long time is, you know, there's often that conversation around, you know, children very rarely remember, you know, that fantastic maths lesson that they had in grade 9, but they definitely remember the camp they went on or the sporting things that they were involved in or the musical that they did with their peers. And my sense is certainly that we seem to be getting further and further down the road of where the curriculum is so crowded. You know, there's pressure around NAPLAN results and data gathering and all those things, which means that the time available or even the priority that's placed on those other things that make school a community and a place that kids want to be is in some instances becoming more difficult. And I'm just wondering if that's something that you're finding in your system or sectors?
I wouldn't have said so. I think in our sector, those rituals like assemblies and chapel and year level groups and house and
Camps
and all of those
festivals.
things are so innately part of who we are and how we do things that they have continued, or they will ignite, as it were.
Yeah.
I think schools are looking at ways to do what can be done differently without loss, differently. But they're equally committed to enlivening those things that are part of giving a student and the staff and the parents a sense of this is us, this is our community, this is who we are, and this is how we do things.
Yeah, thanks. And I
Ready
think
to follow up, and then we'll
Yeah.
just share the call and we'll come back if we've got time. Yeah.
no, that's okay. I'm happy to leave that there. I'll hear from Mr. Smart and then I'll
Okay.
go to you, Mr.
We'll go to Senator
O'Sullivan.
Payman.
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Well, thank you for your submission, and I thank Senator Allman-Payne for asking most of my questions. But I just wanted to reiterate that, you know, the government acknowledges that school refusal is a real issue, and it's something that we're aware of, and we appreciate this engagement and your input today. Can you just outline how the schools you represent become aware of instances of school refusal?
It would vary, but perhaps you might talk
Yes.
about what happens in your particular context, and
Yeah. So
we'll
look,
go from there.
there's a wide range of ways in which we become aware. Largely speaking, we have very strong and positive relationships with our parent community, and so our parents are keen to work with us, and so they will often be reporting problems that they're having and seeking the help of the school to overcome that. In other circumstances, we've worked hard at implementing just basic roll marking procedures and checking of rolls carefully and having automatic alerts in place when a student has missed a certain number of days, so that highlights some of their key pastoral care staff to get in touch with the family and to make sure that we're aware that there isn't a major issue of school refusal starting to develop and that sort of thing. So they are key aspects, and largely I think we would find that our parents are wanting to come to the school and seek support from the school to overcome any problems in relation to school refusal that are arising.
Yes, I would agree with David, and I think coming back a little bit to Senator Allman-Payne's comment about if you're educating the community through newsletters or communication channels about the importance of school attendance, it has to be, I think, a two-pronged approach where you're also saying these are the signs of school refusal and actually educating parents what to look for and how the school can help. And as Carolyn said before, it really does depend on the amount of extra support and personnel that a school may have. So the school I was at, we didn't have an automated attendance system, so it really was relying on the admin staff to keep their eye on the data on the admin attendance. But really for the teachers themselves, they know the children in their class, and so if someone's been away for more than 2 days to actually, or continually late. Sometimes school refusal isn't just the whole day. Sometimes it's that they're arriving and it's 10 o'clock because it's taken that long for their parent or carer to get them ready for school, out of bed, and have that struggle. So I think even monitoring lateness is something that is a really important sign.
Thank you. And just to I'm sorry if you've already answered this question, but in the current age of social media, is there any approach to peer-based assistance or encouragement? Because I understand you guys have education programs for parents, but are there, groups of friends that can watch out for one another or encourage one another to come to school, or is that an avenue that you've explored?
That's a really good question. I think often friends know what's going on in their peer group, but they don't like to tell an adult because it's seen as dobbing. But I think the issue of social media can have a contributing factor to school refusal. If there's been an online bullying or social issues happening, the school often doesn't know about it. You might see friends all happy together at 3 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. They're not speaking to each other. So there is so much going on behind the scenes that often, yes, social cyberbullying can also have an effect of children not wanting to come to school. But to put that pressure on peers, I think, again, it's about educating the students maybe, but there's so much that we have to educate them with. It can't just be another add-on, and to me it's a little bit the school and the parents working together, having those strong relationships is probably more important. I think it is the parental responsibility to work with the school and not the students' responsibility to support their friends, because they might have their own anxiety or issues themselves. So we don't want to put more pressure on students either. But
in an ideal world, one of the group would go to a staff member they trusted and say, we're worried about X. And that does happen. But often school refusers are also socially isolated from their peers, which is one of the reasons they're not going to school. And so they don't have friends to tell anyone how they're feeling. Every child is different, as we've said, but social isolation is one of the causes of school refusal. So in that case, they wouldn't have any friends to be sending them messages to say, looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
One of the things I would say with that is that often it's very difficult to intervene if you can't get a student to school. Once we can get them to school, there are so many wonderful things that the school can do to help support them. And I think whether it is having peers who are able to look out for them and help them when they're at school, but particularly I think there's a role to be played by older students helping younger students, and that sort of mentoring and role modelling, that's a really valuable thing in many schools. We have lots of situations where we appoint older students as mentors of younger students, or they have mentor groups, and I think that helps with connection and a sense of belonging that's so important in this area too.
Yeah, growing up, I had a mentor, so that's why I was asking, just because that helped me a lot, and I saw the benefits sort of ripple through many grades. But yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, I'd I've got some specific questions, but I just wonder if you could just help me and start by just put us into the world of the parent that, you know, struggling with a child here. You know, there'll be some in society that would just say, oh, the kids just need a kick in the pants to get to school, or, you know, like what, you know, whereas obviously it's a much, much more complex issue than that. Can you just take us into their world?
The world of the parent?
Yeah.
Well, I imagine that I have full-time work. I need to be at work at 9 o'clock. And what I have at home is a sobbing, hysterical child who's saying, I can't go, I can't. And that is school refusal. It isn't that they
Don't want to.
They won't. They can't. They, for whatever reason, cannot get out of the car to go to school, or can't even get dressed to go to school. And all the kicking in the pants isn't going to make any difference to that, because the behaviour is out of their conscious control, the child's conscious control. So it's not about being tough and being in charge and making your child do what they should do, because they won't, even if you pick them up and drop them on the door, they're not going to be able to learn, because their brain is not in a fit state for learning. They are traumatised by having to go to school in many cases, which is why they're refusing. So it's not poor discipline.
Yeah.
It is a mental illness, really, or at least a poor
Thank
mental
you.
well-being.
And look, I think it absolutely creates enormous stress and difficulty in the life of many parents who are experiencing this, who have perhaps never had that situation themselves, so they find it very hard to understand. And so I largely think people are crying out for help of what can we do here to solve this situation, is my sense. And I think that, you know, that question, put yourself in the position and paint the picture. I can vividly now see several parents who have driven their son or daughter into our school in the car park, and then they're ringing up for help to get them out of the car, and they can't actually physically get them. And then, you know, I think it is enormously disruptive to family life and our normal operation. Yeah, it's really hard.
And can I add something?
Yeah, please.
Just from the parents that I've observed, I think it's a bit of a slow burn. At first, they might be the angry parent saying, come on, get up, you've got to go to school. And then they might be angry at the school to say, well, it must be boring because they don't want to go. Or they might blame the teacher, or, you know, because they're trying to find answers, so it's easy to put the blame somewhere else. Or then they might blame themselves because, oh, well, maybe I should have spent more time, or maybe I should have helped them with their homework, or maybe I shouldn't have a job where I have to drop them before school care because I have to be at work at 7:30. So I think there's anger, blame can come into it, and then there's a slow realisation that actually this is something bigger and I don't know what to do. And so that's why I'm just keep saying the more we can nip it in the bud early, and get that child back on track and find out what's happening for them, the better it is for everyone concerned, especially that child's learning, but also their family life. And I think every parent will deal with it in a different way. So raising awareness of school refusal and what to look for, so that parents don't blame themselves and don't blame the school and don't blame their child, but to say, well, how can we work together in partnership to help this child, because there's something going on for them, and it's a bit of a puzzle. What is it? And it would be different for every child.
And that early intervention is a key theme that we've seen across a lot of the submissions that have come through, and I want to ask about that. But before we do, just you spoke about the impact of COVID. You've got member schools across the country. So is there a higher prevalence of this in states that had more lockdowns than others, or is it just like?
We don't have that data,
Right.
but anecdotally, I'm from South Australia. We had very little lockdown, but we had a lot of social distancing. You couldn't gather in year level groups. You
Yeah.
couldn't gather as a whole school at the beginning of term. You couldn't do any of those things.
School
that-
camps and all those things.
You couldn't go on
excursions,
camp.
yeah.
You couldn't do those things that are what bind you as a community. You couldn't, you know, we always sing this song at the beginning of each term. You couldn't sing the song together. You do it in your own classroom virtually, and so you just don't get that sense of being part of the whole school. And it is about whole school approaches and whole school community building.
Okay.
So we don't have the data, but I suspect that wherever you were, it's had some impact.
So one of your recommendations on page 9, it calls for further research into school refusal to enable better understanding to develop targeted strategies. Are you aware of any such strategies that independent schools are currently implementing?
There are a few that are being rolled out across schools, but they're often created by the school themselves.
Yeah.
And this way AIS New South Wales created a document that could support all schools. So I think having resources for schools that are easy to implement. So this one, and I'm not saying this is the only way, but they've got a matrix of, you know, different phases of school refusal. So it's sort of all
Yeah.
blocked out. So it gives you some sort of understanding about what to look for and then what to do. And then there's, you know, templates for attendance plans and you know, slow attendance back to school and looking at a variety of approaches. So I think schools at the moment, because there is no sort of jurisdictional level approach or sector approach, they are struggling to find their own way. And so that's why some of our sectors are in different states and territories are trying to put together some resources for schools as they navigate their way through this. And each school leader, because independent schools are fairly autonomous with their leadership, they can see, well, what is the trend? There might not be an issue in some schools, but if there is a trend, then that's something that the leadership would be focusing on and trying to find solutions. Is that what you'd say, David?
Absolutely. Look, I think we're trying whatever we can and seeing if it works. It would be great to have an organisation who's done some research that said, well, this is the major causes and this is what can work to support schools to know what they're trying to do actually is on the right track and helping. I think that would be beneficial.
Well, our time's almost up. I just wanted to see if Senator Norman Payne had a follow-up question. Give you the last chance to ask a question and then we'll move on.
No, I guess my final question was, do you think there's, like you talked about the fact that it would be good to have a sector-wide approach. I guess the flip side of that is because your schools are independent, it gives you the flexibility to try more options and maybe a system that's constrained with a sector-wide. So, yeah, I'm just wondering if you see any value in that level of flexibility as well as the sector-wide approach.
I think that even within a systemic school, they will develop their own approaches based on their context. So I'm not sure that it's particularly a sector issue. I do think that all schools need more support in this, and truancy officers who deal with school refusal as well as all the other issues of school attendance are on the whole stretch very thin. So I think all schools need more external support, particularly those that don't have the resources within that some schools are able to bring to work on the issue. But the more that we can cooperate across sectors, the better, because school refusal matters in every school, no matter which school it is, and it matters for every child and every family.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your contribution today.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed for your evidence today. The committee has set the 8th of March as the due date for any answers that you may have taken on notice, which I don't think there was any, but that's the... I will thank you very much indeed for your time, and we'll go
Thank
to our
you.
next witness.
We
Thank
wish you all the best
Thank
in
you.
finding some ways to address this.
Yeah, thank you for your
Thank you.
interest in trying to help.
No, thank you. So I now welcome a representative from the Catholic Education Diocese of Parramatta. Dr. Elliott, thank you. We'll give you a moment to come up. Thank you, Dr. Elliott. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
I'm Greg Elliott and I am Director Wellbeing for Catholic Schools in the Diocese of Parramatta.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for the opportunity to present evidence this morning. It's an honour for me and our sector, the Catholic sector, and the Diocese of Parramatta in particular, is keen to be part of this conversation. Our system of schools serves a culturally and economically diverse community in Western Sydney. We serve 80 primary and high schools, or 83, including some high support schools. And we recognise the importance of attendance as an indicator of system wellbeing and community wellbeing. Evidence of this is our unique interdisciplinary approach to school attendance. A school attendance team made up of teachers, social workers, psychologists, cultural officers and counsellors. We are the only Catholic diocese in New South Wales that provides intensive support for students experiencing school refusals and their families. Our team is resourced to support attendance in schools and also provides therapeutic case management approach for young people who present with school attendance problems. Our team members work intensively with families, young people and schools to understand and support them in getting the young person back to school and removing obstacles to good attendance. One of the important points we'd like to note this morning is that school refusal sits at one end of a continuum of problematic attendance behaviours, and attention paid at any point in that continuum will have an impact on the level of school refusal. There's currently no way of consistently identifying and quantifying the level of school refusal in any school system in Australia. However, since the pandemic, there's been a dangerous decline in good attendance in all schools. Good attendance is defined as having fewer than 10% of school days away from school for any reason over a year. So this is called the school attendance level. It's one of the statutory reporting requirements of all school systems that ACARA collects. And it's a reasonable indicator of the emergence of problematic attendance at both an individual and a system level. And Senators, I'm hoping that you received a copy of the statement with a table appended to it that has some simple trend data there that I'd like to refer to in response perhaps to some of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We did receive that. And I'll go to Senator Fatima Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Dr. Elliott. Thank you for your submission and appearing before the committee. I would like to ask, or start my line of questioning by, how do schools in your diocese? I can't pronounce that word. Diocese become aware of instances of school refusal?
Thank you, Senator. We have a system-wide role marking and attendance platform that allows us to collect live data and to give that information directly to teachers and administrators in schools on a day-by-day basis. Families, for example, are automatically notified of attendance every day by text message when a student is not there. The parents can engage with our schools via that text message to give a reason for absence. The data is then aggregated into data dashboards that are used regularly to interrogate why a student is not at school, as well as triggering some responses from the school that are in the initial stages just communication, but then as things become more complex, they become triggers for intervention.
Thank you. And it does seem like, based on all the submissions we've received, that a collaboration between parents and carers and the school can have quite a large impact when it comes to school refusals. Now, what do you see as the role of the school or system in addressing this growing issue, as you indicated?
It's definitely a shared responsibility, and I would go as far as to say it's a community-wide responsibility. It certainly doesn't sit with the classroom teacher, although the classroom teacher is a key person, one of the key relationships with the child or young person. The approach that we take in the Parramatta Catholic system is a team approach. So having a range of expertise available to the student and their family, and as early as possible to use those resources to reconnect young people with their learning. We have what's called a multi-tiered system of supports, which means that we try to match the right resource to the right student at the right time. We have 3 categories of problematic attendance. It's emerging, chronic and complex. Emerging patterns are when young people fall out of that category of good attendance. So if their average absence rate looks like they're going to fall below 90%, that's when we would have a school-based response, which would be conversations with parents and students. Even at that early stage, we'd be trying to identify obstacles to good attendance and work with the family at a school level to challenge those obstacles, remove them, mitigate for them if possible, as well as focusing on strengths. So that's at the school level. When things become more chronic, then we bring in additional resources to the school to support them to do that. And when the issue becomes complex, then the attendance team will move into a higher gear, I suppose, and work really directly with the family, including interventions such as family conferencing. And when things get tough, we send Sister Brenda out in the bus to your house. And if Sister Brenda knocks on your door and you're not ready for school, you're still going to school. And that's our up-and-go bus service.
Thank you very much. Now, you mentioned that we're unable to quantify the level of school refusal, and you've mentioned your multi-tiered approach, but to your knowledge, do your schools have like specific school refusal mitigation processes in place? And if not, why not?
It fits within the multi-tiered system of support. So our approach to school refusal is a student and family-centred approach, which involves bringing the young person and their family to case conferencing if it's gotten to the point of school refusal. That case conferencing doesn't happen at the school because sometimes the school triggers some of those very, very strong feelings of anxiety about attending school. So we have another facility where we would meet with the family. Sometimes those case conferences can happen at a coffee shop near the family's home, and there have been occasions where the case conferences have happened around the kitchen table, where our attendance team and case managers regularly go into the homes of our students to work with them in their home to really get a deep understanding of the circumstances preventing attendance. It's an interdisciplinary approach, so depending on the presentation, because not all students are refusing school for the same reasons. It may be that there is a social worker there, it may be that there's an Aboriginal cultural officer there, or a psychologist, depending on the presentation.
Thank you. And just one final follow-up, and then I'll share the call. Is there any specific sort of, you mentioned multidisciplinary approach where you look at the student situation and you have the relevant expert to tend to the student. Is there anything around multicultural or culturally and linguistically diverse students?
Yes, absolutely. And some of our diverse communities in Western Sydney have particular needs. We have a trauma-informed approach, particularly with some of our communities that are recently arrived migrants and refugees. And so we have cultural officers from those communities who are able to assist us to make the process of managing attendance more culturally safe. Those resources are stretched very thin. As I mentioned in my introduction, there are 80 plus schools, 45,000 students, and our cultural communities, we don't have cultural officers for every single community that we serve. But those that are presenting with the greatest need is where we've put the resources.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Elliott. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. I was just looking at the table in that opening statement. It really does show a decline, doesn't it?
It's a very serious decline, and it's a nationwide concern. It's also a data point that really hasn't been part of the conversation up to this point. Between our pre-COVID life as usual and today, there's been a 25% decline in good attendance in Australian schools. That, to my judgment, sounds like a crisis of attendance. And I understand that the terms of reference for this inquiry are around school refusal, but again, that sits at one end of a spectrum of behaviours that are I suppose, the consequence of a pattern of habit-forming poor attendance that leads to that. So having fewer than 10% attendance at school or absence from school, that means you're having more than 20 days away from school. And so for the Australian student population, 50% of them are having more than 20 days away a year. And when you look at the figures for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students, it's half that again.
So there's a real need for early intervention, even if it's not for school refusal, to prevent it from becoming a school refusal problem, which becomes very acute.
Yes, that's right, Senator. I would say that school attendance or school absence, let's say, is a proxy for other wellbeing markers, whether it be community disadvantage, trauma or intergenerational trauma, the impacts of poverty, and of course the crisis in mental health for young people and for their parents. Quite often school refusal is an outcome of a family dynamic that's very unhealthy as well. And I've often seen in my own management, I was previously a principal, that quite often the experience of the young person, particularly if it's an anxiety issue, is amplified by the mental health of the parents, and they can very often enable each other's thinking around not going to school.
In recommendation 1 of your submission, you note that training is required for schools to understand a bioecological approach to school refusal. Can you just provide some detail on what a bioecological approach is?
What it really means is that when we're presented with these complex needs, even though it's not the school teacher's job to be an expert in psychiatry and psychology, we need to bring curiosity into what the experience of the young person is like, both inside school and outside of school. And that curiosity will lead to a deeper understanding about the factors that are impacting on good attendance. Some examples from my communities, some of our students are the only person in their family who leave home during the day. So the young person gets up in the morning, no other child or adult in the house is going anywhere that day, and they have to self-manage to get to school. So a bioecological approach to that case study would be to understand what's that like for the young person, to work out what the obstacles are there to getting out of the house, to work with the family around building some routines, to perhaps connecting the family to social support services through our social workers, to create an easier way for that young person to be the exception in the family to get themselves out the door in the morning. So that would be a bioecological approach. There may be other layers there of perhaps drug and alcohol abuse, or a history of trauma, or language barriers for culturally diverse communities. But if a school teacher or a school administrator just takes the attendance as the behaviour without having curiosity about the environment within which that behaviour has developed, then we're missing the iceberg for the tip.
Thank you. In recommendation 4 of your submission, you discuss the use of an attendance team. I think you referred to the sister who drives around in a bus. So can you just help us to understand that? Can you provide further detail on how this team works from a day-to-day?
I'll take a step back from that, Senator, and describe that we have a wellbeing team across our systems of schools, of which the attendance team is a part.
Right.
So for our 80 schools, we have about 115 people in the wellbeing team that are made up of counsellors, psychologists, social workers and specialist educators. This is funded internally, so there's not additional funding that allows us to be able to create such a strong team. However, because many of these students present with disabilities, we're grateful for the disability funding that comes from the Commonwealth Government through the Nationally Consistent Collection of Data program. We use some of that to be able to create these services. One of the services that we have created is the attendance team. It's made up of social workers and psychologists, cultural officers and specialist educators, and they have a case management and therapeutic approach on a case-by-case basis. We, at any one time, are supporting 150 families with that team, and there are about 9 people in the team supporting 150 families.
And are they working across multiple schools?
Yes.
Yeah.
All of the schools, yeah.
Yeah.
So the team has 2 roles. It has the case management, which is the real pointy end for when things are really falling apart for families and kids can't get themselves to school. But they also work to build the capacity of schools to deliver those lower order interventions. So helping school administrators and leaders and even classroom teachers and diversity teams, disability educators, to really understand the forces at work that are getting in the way of good attendance and delivering that professional development into the schools to develop their capacity. So it's that two-ended approach. And the third part of the plan is that we have a very small site that caters for 20 students who are most at risk of disengaging from education altogether, which I know that this inquiry would be very concerned for, because there is a cohort of students who just disappear, who leave school. We report them to the New South Wales NESA as destination unknown, where we no longer have a way of contacting the family, we no longer have a way of engaging.
Is there an age demographic where that's prevalent?
Usually high school
Yeah.
is when this is likely to appear. We have compulsory education in New South Wales until 17, and so we will quite often be reporting to NESA destination unknown. So we have a small facility called the Marist Learning Zone, which is conducted in partnership with the Marist Schools Australia, to provide a really intensive support for 20 of our most at-risk students. These are students who may otherwise just fall through the cracks. And so that is an intensively resourced place that the students come each day as a transition out of poor attendance and back into school.
And do you think what you're doing is translatable to the public system, where they could run a similar program across multiple schools and or areas of a city or a region?
I think what we're finding, Senator, that everything that we do in early intervention is really scalable. Everything that we do in data collection and analysis, in capacity building, in quality relationships with families and being able to support families with resources when problems are emerging, they're very scalable strategies. The more acute the intervention becomes, the less scalable it becomes, the more individualised, personalised and precise those interventions are, the more expensive it is to take it to scale. So the Marist Learning Zone, for example, we've got 6 staff there supporting 20 students, and that's expensive.
In your final recommendation, recommendation 5, you note that the success is highest when support from specialist teams is nuanced, multidimensional and evidence-based. So how does involving school staff and multidisciplinary teams contribute to the success of specialist support?
I think if you look at the data that I provided around the attendance levels in our system of schools, you'll see that it's significantly higher than the rest of the Catholic sector aggregated for Australia. So that's the evidence that what we're doing is having an impact, and something that we will continue to examine, and we have partnerships with universities to help us answer some of those.
Just for the Hansard, so what you're saying there is you're 61.4% in your table compared to 50.5 across the rest of the Catholic sector,
and 49.9 for the nationally aggregated data. So we're 11.5% above the nationally aggregated data.
Okay.
So that sort of data is useful to let us know that we are that we are having an impact.
Okay.
I think the recommendation also acknowledges that there is no single reason for school refusal. Even within the one individual person, there's no one reason generally for school refusal, that it's multi-layered, that it's family dynamics, that it's mental health, that it's perhaps a triggering experience at school, that it's academic underachievement, the need to go and get a job to support the family, or to be an assistant carer at home, or to care for a parent's own mental health. Even within one student, there are multi-layers, and therefore our response equally needs to be multi-layered and nuanced.
And that's where you're saying that, like, it can't just be a person that's there, because you need to have multiple skills, multiple experiences to be able to provide that support, not just to the student, but also the family.
To the family, that's right. And even at the very early stages, before the experts get involved, to begin to understand that story. So I was speaking to a principal just this morning on the way to this hearing, and she was explaining to me that the practices in her school are that her teachers begin to build that story from the moment that a problem emerges, and that may be 3 days away from school. It may be at that point that someone in the school who knows the student well wonders if there might be something else going on.
Okay, thank you. Senator Horn-Payne.
Thanks, Dr. Elliott. Was really interested to read your submission, and thank you for the time that you took to submit it.
Thank you.
And there's clearly some really interesting and good things going on in your diocese. I was interested, 115 people in a wellbeing team, that's a significant investment of resources and staff. And I note that you said that some of the funding came from the nationally consistent data collection money that comes through. Interested to, I guess, to understand whether that's the entirety of the funding, whether the system has had to put significant additional resourcing into that, whether, I mean, you also have mentioned that it's the only Catholic diocese at the moment that's doing it. So just interested, I guess, in understanding a bit about how it came about, how the decision-making was made, the investment that's actually required to do this, because obviously if we were going to scale it, then we'd need to have those kinds of resources available across a much broader area.
Yeah. To answer the money question first, we fund our team using the 20% of the budget comes from NCCD.
Yep.
The reason that only 20% of it comes from NCCD is that the grants around disability education need to be traced right through to a personal plan for a student with a disability or an imputed disability. And although disability plays a very big role in this conversation, I don't think we've spoken about it yet this morning, but I'd be happy to. A lot of the work that we do is preventative and at those early stages, and it's very hard to draw a line directly from the NCCD terms of the grant right through to the service. So we are very conservative in our approach, and 20% of the funds do come from that. The 80% of the funds, and we're talking about a fairly big budget for our diocese, is internally funded from our recurrent grants and from our parent contributions. That's a larger portion of budget than would be found in many other of the Catholic jurisdictions. We took the decision that by building the capacity within the diocese, we can be more effective and we can be more precise in the way that we deliver the services. And so that has developed started off really as a cottage type of industry within the diocese, and has grown. And it's grown alongside the growth in the serious mental health impacts of the recent years, as well as the trends in mental health for young people, the trends in poor wellbeing generally for young people. And although we are delivering, I think, a very professional and effective service, the need will always be greater.
Really happy for you to expand on the intersection between this and disability. I think that would be really helpful.
Thank you. So we have, as I said, we have 45,000 students. We have 10,000 of those with personal plans. So that's getting close to 25% of our students. I think the national average is around 16% of students with a disability. What we're seeing in Western Sydney, in particular in the communities that we serve, is that the social and emotional category of disability under the NCCD terms is our fastest growing area of disability, where students are bringing with them through the school gate each day more and more complex needs associated with social and emotional. I understand that the definitions in the NCCD will be expanded to include trauma as a new category, and I think there again we will see an increase in the identification of students who fall into that definition of students with a disability. Those areas of social and emotional disability and of social and emotional adjustments for disability and adjustments for trauma quite often play out in attendance. That attendance again is a proxy for something else, and it's often a proxy for students who aren't getting the adjustments they need at school. Working to deliver effective adjustments for students with a disability is something that the whole educational community is trying to do better all the time and not always getting right. And so even with the best of intentions and the best of training and so on, we still often miss the mark, and that results perhaps in students feeling less connected, less safe, less welcome, less successful at school, which feeds into poor attendance. So the better work we do around disability education and building the capacity of our schools to meet the needs of students with disability, to understand the functional impact of disability, the better impact we'll have on attendance and school refusal as well.
You've alluded to in some of your other answers around some of the impacts on students from externalities, I guess, that are contributing to the higher levels of mental health issues or attendance issues. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on some of those so that we can get an understanding of the picture of the impacts that are on students from outside that are contributing to the problem.
It's the bioecological approach, I suppose. There are the big ticket items, I would say, particularly the communities that we serve, the impacts of poverty on families and the subsequent impact on family dynamics, where if parents are employed, they're quite often absent because of their employment, and so family connections are affected as a result of that. Our migrant communities bring with them stories of trauma that plays out in the way that young people view the world and develop into presentations of PTSD and anxiety that presents an obstacle to the daily challenges of school sometimes, just the usual slings and arrows of being a school kid. The impact of social media on young people's ability to be resilient and the expectations that they put on themselves about their own social worth has a devastating impact on our young people, and all of the social dynamics that flow from that. And I don't really have a very clear idea about all of the aspects of the development of social emotional problems in young people, but they're some of the big ticket items. We know what the other side of the coin looks like, which is when we give students a voice, student voice, and we're really interested in their experience of school and of being a young Australian school student. That's a great start. When we invest in leadership, both student leadership and school leadership, to help them understand these issues more deeply. When we develop partnerships with communities and with families, they're some of the things that we know really work in developing communities that are healthy and safe and welcoming, to give young people and families the confidence to address the challenges.
Are you seeing, some of the submissions have indicated that bullying is a significant factor in a lot of cases of school refusal. Are you coming across that in the work that you're doing?
It is a factor, and again, we don't have a consistent definition of bullying. It has been tested in the courts, and it exists. It obviously exists. A person's experience, if they call it bullying, then that's a serious experience for them, and we have to appreciate that. It is one of the factors, and as we know, social rejection at a time when a young person is developing their sense of self as a young adult and trying to create an identity for themselves, social rejection is very, very damaging. I would say as an additional point to that, our parents need to be resourced to support their young people through some of these really difficult journeys, and the parents of students experiencing poor attendance and poor school refusal generally don't have the resources socially, culturally, intellectually to be able to help them navigate a path that is safe and healthy and rational, and very often amplify the anxieties that their children are experiencing. One of the things that we have done in our diocese is develop a series of resources for parents that literally script conversations with their children around some of these really important issues of attendance or bullying or some of those things that are really keeping parents awake at night. And that our wellbeing team, using these resources, when we can get to families, help to build their capacity to have these conversations with their children.
Is it this is probably a broad generalisation, but certainly I think, and I say this as a teacher who's taught for a really long time, I think the feeling has been that for a whole bunch of reasons, the number of students who we're seeing who are less resilient to some of those externalities seems to be on the rise, and I guess that's concurrent with this increase that we're seeing in mental health issues. Have we reached a point where we're seeing a generation of young people who are now the children of parents who were similarly in that boat, so that we're seeing more parents who are less resilient?
You are correct, Senator. It would be a generalisation to answer that holistically, I suppose. In my experience, I'm seeing over my career of more than 30 years, the parents that I'm dealing with at this fairly acute end do not have good resilience. And express that lack of resilience in really unhelpful ways sometimes, which makes the work of teachers and schools incredibly difficult. The demands that they make of schools when they're confronted with an uncomfortable situation for their child are often unreasonable and come from a place of fear. And that's a real challenge for schools. That flows then into community complaints and a breakdown in the relationship, the trusting relationship between schools and families. Without that trusting relationship, it's very hard to do the work that we've been describing this morning.
Thank you. And thanks very much for your time. It's been really
Thank you,
appreciated.
Thank you. Senator Ullman-Payne, do you have any follow-up questions?
I mean, Senator Payman?
Sorry, Senator Payman.
So that's me.
No, that's all from me, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you. If you've taken any questions on notice, the committee has set the Wednesday, 8th of March as the due date for answers for questions on notice. I thank you very much indeed. That was very insightful and informative and helpful to the committee in its deliberations. Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Dr. Elliott.
Thank you. Thank you, Senators. Thank you for the opportunity. I've really enjoyed the conversation.
Terrific. All right, we'll just suspend for a moment to allow our next witnesses to come. Thank you. Thank you, broadcasting. Now welcome representatives from the Australian Council of State School Organisations. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Sure. My name is Diane Giblin and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Council of State School Organisations.
My name is Veronica Elliott. I am the Executive Officer of the ACT Council of Parents and Citizens Associations, which is a member of ACSO.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement. I know that you have provided it to us, so you could just allow us to read it, or you're welcome to read it out.
Oh, that's good.
At the conclusion of remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Okay. Well, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to appear in response to our submission. The Australian Council of State School Organisations is the voice for families and communities of nearly 2.6 million young people attending our government schools. We greatly appreciate the attention to this area of student refusal or student school refusal, or what we would like to term avoidance or student can't, and that it's been given, and that we hope that the inquiry not only brings attention but recommendations and actions to support these young people, their families and their schools. We know that refusal or avoidance is a strong message from our young person that there is a disconnect. Behaviours are a young person's tool to communicate, and this disconnection that disconnection happens when something needs addressing. To date, these types of behaviours have been met with punitive responses and seen as a young person being deliberately obstructive. We know that this is not the case, and that there are multiple reasons for school avoidance, which can be complex and diverse. Simply, we can't meet their needs for support. Issues like bullying, safety, PTSD, ADHD, ASD are just some. The relevance of curriculum and the inability to meet the engagement of our 15 to 17-year-olds is of relevance, and the pressure to achieve, and we continue to put pressure on the ATAR. Exponential increase in the mental ill health has seen additional pressures on already limited services. COVID-19 has exacerbated the issue, especially for those who are transitioning into either high school or into primary school. Our surveys over the past 3 years cite as parents' major concern following the return to school was their mental health and anxiety. This puts a strain on the family and the school, and has been a major disruption for the young person's continuity of their school journey. We need to look at many different and individual approaches for solutions. Some suggestions that we have in our submissions are family engagement and building those relationships between home and school, wraparound and interagency services, ensuring that all players in the young person's journey are working together. Professional learning for school staff. There's so many wide and complex needs for our young people today that we can't put teachers across it quick enough. Resourcing of money for support services and time. Family engagement officers to facilitate interagency collaboration and support families, and to facilitate that family engagement between home and school. ACSO would be more than willing to support any of their webinars, distribution of material, or any professional learning, particularly family engagement. That's one that we specialise in, and we hope that we can be of assistance to you today.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I thank you for coming today, and also for your submission and your opening statement. I'll kick off with the questions first. Just on page 2 of your submission, you note that when determining the types of supports and services to put in place, it's important to keep in mind all people are unique. Mental health interventions that are chosen need to be based on the individual needs of each person. How do you propose that schools achieve this level of personalised care for individual students?
Well, that's an extremely complex response you want from that. As parents, obviously, you know, we get told that we give either get adequate support, or I forget what they use under disabilities, but it's sufficient support. As parents, we would ask for all the support that our young person needs, and that would be where we end there. But of course, to get that to happen is a more difficult one. Complexity for the young person to have, the young person's teachers to have the time to understand that need, the planning between the home and the school, and then the support services. And this is where we talk a lot about interagency support, where there needs to be an ability, and I have actually previously worked in an interagency where education was the lead. Education's not necessarily as friendly to receiving that support from external professionals. But I think we need to develop that trust and confidence in our educators to accept that support. And I think Veronica would probably have a much more personalised response to that.
Yeah, I think I would add to Di's response that an inclusive experience in education happens. It happens in some classrooms, in some schools throughout the ACT, and we know that it's very effective and that students respond really well to those practices when they are in place. So it does already happen. What we need to see is a workforce that has the investment in them to undertake professional learning, to identify student needs so that we're not reliant on parent advocacy to support students through school system. We need greater understanding of what it means to be a student with disabilities in schools, how we can support them to achieve and not place limits on them because of our understanding.
And for it not to be seen as a deficit, for it to be seen as a strength that needs to be strengthened in other ways.
Yeah. Just expand on that.
Well, some of particularly our ASD and our autistic kids are very creative. And I think we tend to sort of worry about their literacy and numeracy, but their cognitive or their ability to, I forget the word now, but the tessellation and all that sort of stuff where they can arrange and organise is phenomenal. They're also very artistic and very musical, but of course they're not the primary subject areas that we look at in schools. So we tend to say, well, if you don't, do this well in maths, then you won't be able to go to your music lesson, or you won't be able to come into the music room. So we need to find their strengths and build on them. So that builds their confidence and their trust in the system.
Yeah, I was about to say that. So the student would feel like they're not matching their peers and not matching the standards that are set, so therefore it's impacting upon their confidence and
their
self-esteem.
Trust. Yeah. And if they feel confident enough to express themselves in the subjects that they have the strengths, then they will eventually, maybe, hopefully, find the confidence to either tell someone they're struggling somewhere else rather than act out, or at least ask themselves.
Regarding the impact of COVID-19 and the impact that that's had on young people's ability to transition to new educational environments, has the lack of opportunity to cultivate social and navigational capital affected students' ability to navigate new school environments after COVID-19?
I think I would say that it's absolutely affected students' ability to navigate a transitional experience. We've seen in the ACT that the limited opportunities for students to go through what would normally be a supported transitional procedure has been highly limited. So for some students with disability, they would be lucky to have had one pre-transition visit to a setting. One is not enough for most of those students. And I can speak from personal experience that it's absolutely not enough for my young person. We forget, I think, how much of a change, particularly from primary to high school, going from one class with one teacher to 6, 7, 8 classes with 8 different teachers and lots of different staff is a very overwhelming environment. We're asking students to move around a school to navigate that, to navigate the traffic, and the number of people in high schools is very complex. So COVID has really highlighted that the essential elements of school and supporting students at school are really critical, and if we have to do without them, we will see an impact on the students' ability to attend and feel comfortable and safe in that environment.
The other super impact that COVID had was that there were many kids that did and many kids that didn't have the resources they needed. Again, from a personal experience, I had my Year 7 grandson in my office with me during COVID because he also has chronic lung disease, so he was off a little bit longer because they were keeping him out of the way. To navigate firstly from Year 6 to Year 7, and then to navigate 4 or 5 platforms. We had Central, we had Canva. Within the realms of 3 people in my office, there was 4 or 5 different platforms. There was pressure on families to buy support and get other equipment. There were families who were leaving younger children home with older children. So there was all these other complexities during the COVID time, which increased the anxiety in both the families and the children. And of course, when you come back to school, for some unknown reason, we worried about the academic and we didn't worry about the relationships. And, you know, if nothing else, I know, again, personal example, my grandson went back to his Year 8 English exam, was his first day back. Now, he'd spent 1.5 years out of school. He probably didn't even know what he was going to be tested on, and there was no pressure from us to make him know. But there's also the anxiety of never sitting a formal exam before, apart from that plan, which is quite different. So there was these additional pressures, which then, you know, you get a sense of failure, and then that just on goes. What we found from working with the Australian Primary Principals was that there's been a huge increase in anxiety in primary school children, and this was prior to COVID. So some of those kids would have transitioned, so some of those young people would have transitioned into high school during that time, and we also didn't take into effect the young people transitioning from prior to school services to school itself. There was no prior to school transition into school for these young people. Families were anxious. First-time mums or dads with kids going to school were anxious because they didn't even know, you know, some of the smaller things, and all that sort of thing. I don't know, builds, that's the word, builds and has lots of anxiety. There was anxiety from families, there was anxiety from children, and then there was the whole COVID anxiety of the safety of, you know, was I going to get sick? You know, was I going to get in trouble if I got sick and the teacher didn't know until the next day? There was lots of shutdowns happening all of a sudden. There was lots of increase in anxiety and that not wanting to go back to school because it wasn't a safe place anymore. Yet they tell us that the safest place for young people is school.
Across a lot of the submissions that we've had and even the discussions we've had today, there's been a strong emphasis on the need for early detection and intervention of the issue of school refusal, and off the back of COVID, and there does seem to sometimes be a bit of a lag in terms of when the prevalence of the issue becomes to kind of emergency type levels. Where do you see where we're at? Like, are we at a bit of a state of an emergency, or is that putting too strong a point on it off the back of COVID and just that need to be actually getting in and helping these students?
I think it's very clear to me from the responses that we've had from parents and carers in the ACT that we have an issue in terms of students who are unable to attend school for larger periods of time. And that's probably a higher figure than we expect, though we don't know. And that data isn't actually captured by attendance data. Because of the way attendance data is reported, you have an absence which is either explained or unexplained. So that's potentially something that needs some work going forward. We also have, at a different end of the spectrum, students who have a lot of difficulty in getting to school because they have those same concerns and worries and don't feel safe or comfortable in the environment, but may be getting to school late, may be missing more school than other students in their cohort, and really, really that is a problem because we don't know how big that is. And what I've heard from parents is that they're really concerned across all of that spectrum. And the level that that's come through to me at the ACT Council is surprising. So we do need to collect more data on this problem. We do need some early intervention. But from the parent perspective, it is very difficult to raise concerns with schools about students not feeling safe and comfortable in attendance. Often those concerns are dismissed or minimised. There might be an approach which suggests that students need to be more resilient, and that they might need to have a growth mindset and they might need to try more things. And whilst we all would probably want that for our young people, it's actually not helpful to hear that, and for them to hear that particularly. It would be more helpful for people to understand that before students can learn anything, they need to feel safe and secure in that environment. And once we have safety and comfort, then learning will take place naturally of itself. If we stop thinking about the outcome of the actual learning, we will have better results in looking after the well-being and the emotional security of our young people, irrespective of whether they have a disability or complex behavioural needs or are undiagnosed.
Thank you for that.
And I think that's one of the things we miss out too, is the not so much diagnosis, no attention to that child that's probably not obvious. We did some work last year with a group called Life Skills, and they looked at check-ins for young people to see if they were learning ready. And it was phenomenal what they found when young people were in a space where they could check in and say how they were feeling without anyone, without having to put their hand up and saying, oh, I feel lousy today, or by not actually coming into school, or by coming into school but then avoiding going to that particular class. That check-in was available for parents and for teachers to see. It was a place for a conversation to start, and it was an alarm bell to ring that if the child was saying that they weren't feeling comfortable or they were feeling sad or something, but not noticeable, that there was the ability to check that in. So the early intervention is imperative. We need to work on our kids' well-being first off. If they're not ready to learn, or they're not well enough to learn in their own body and mind, then nothing else is going to happen. So the ATAR won't happen, the NAPLAN scores won't happen. We need to look after them first, and the results will follow.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick ones from me left. On page 3, you discuss the importance of providing opportunity for neurodivergent young people to share their experiences in a comfortable and considerate environment. How do you suggest classrooms and schools more broadly provide these opportunities?
I think it's a great opportunity for schools and teachers to sit down with their students in an age-appropriate way and talk about what their needs are. Sometimes a reasonable adjustment is as simple as providing noise-cancelling headphones to a student. Sometimes it might be as simple as allowing them to have a 5-minute break in between for every session, to allow them to self-regulate, allow their sensory system to calm. Meeting the needs of individual students doesn't always have to be a complicated and expensive exercise. There are often some really practical, pragmatic solutions that can be easy to implement. At times there are those other resources that are required, an extra body in the classroom, for example.
Thank you.
And I think developing that understanding with their colleagues or with their peers is another way of supporting them. I know that many children, including my granddaughter, has great support from her friends. So is still mainstreamed with ASD level 2. And her friends are the ones who help her self-regulate, so to speak, and remind her. So yeah, it can be quite a growth in all of the young people with it, to understand that there is difference with the neurodiversity.
Thank you. Just final one for me. On page 4 of your submission, you recommend family engagement modules, that they be mandated in every teacher training course, as well as regular professional development sessions in family engagement strategies. It sounds really insightful to me. So can you please provide more detail on this and how you'd suggest that it would work?
Well, we started off at family engagement's one of our bents, I suppose, for want of a better word. We started off by interviewing and doing some work with beginning teachers, and we've found under the initial teacher education there's very limited family engagement. Yet as parents, we entrust our children across to these people with no questions asked. Yet if we take our child to a family doctor, we go in with them. If we go to any other professional, we go with our child, yet there's an expectation that we just send this child to school and no questions asked. The importance of family engagement is to be able to find out the understanding of what helps make that child tick. It also finds out the family, not so much the family situation, but anything that may be affecting that child at that particular time. It's really important for families to be able to express what their child's strengths are. The parent knows the child the best, knows what triggers them, knows if they are anxious, what would be ways to avoid further anxiety during the day. And so we've been firm believers in family engagement training. We've done a lot of training. I was fortunate to do some in Harvard a couple of years ago. And the importance of that teachers never get that professional learning. It seems to be that they're well versed in literacy, numeracy, their subject area, behaviour management, which we would suggest should be student engagement, because if you engage the child, the behaviour follows. The behaviour is much better managed. And engaging with the family is the most important thing. To understand the family setup can often, do a trigger of a sole parent family. If, the primary care is a dad, to suggest doing something for mum, the teacher needs to know that those sorts of things are sensitive. So there are lots of sensitive triggers for young people that family engagement needs to support. Knowing whether the child has access to resources, whether they're sharing a computer so they can't go home and do that homework, can build that anxiety in the child during the day and may cause them not to go to school the next day. I've done it myself. I remember I couldn't access the homework, and the next day I told my mum I was sick because I knew I was going to get asked. Yeah. So that that's the sort of things that you know yourself and kids will do to avoid. If they know that they're going, if they know that they're not quite ready to sit down and learn, and they're going to maybe feel a bit anxious, they're going to avoid going into the classroom, so they may, hide behind some place or wag that particular lesson. And rather than it be seen as a flag to say, well, why, it's usually seen as you're suspended or we're going to ring your parents, when in actual fact we need to find out why kids are doing this. And it could be the conversation with the parent to say, grandma died this morning or something along that happened, and that's why they're anxious and not feeling ready to learn. So that communication and that open conversation needs to happen, and family engagement is the only way that we can do that, because we, along with the teachers, are helping grow this child.
Thank you. Senator Payne.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Mrs Giblin and Miss Elliott, for coming today. I've been really interested in the responses and to the questions so far and the things that you have in your submission. For context, I've been a public education teacher for about 30 years before coming into the Senate. And I think a lot of the things that you raise are really important, but I guess I'm keen to unpack a little how we can actually make those things work. So, for example, I've been in the situation where I've had parent meetings and things, and out of 120 students, I've literally had no parent want to come and talk to me about their child's learning. And I know I've had lots of colleagues who are in similar situations at the moment where they're trying to engage with parents and we're not having a lot of success. It also seems to me that in order for us to do that, teachers need the time to engage with you. And I'm just wondering whether your experience is that teachers, engaging with one parent can take you half an hour after school. If you're teaching 120 students, that's a lot of parent engagement that needs to happen, and certainly I know teachers want to do it. So I'm just interested in your thoughts around that, maybe as a starting point.
I think one of the things that we say in the ACT is really about, it's not about doing a whole lot of parent engagement all of the time, because that's quite an unrealistic goal, but to look for ways to engage a little bit differently. We know that some demographics are harder to engage than others, and that might be for different reasons, such as a non-English speaking background or a different cultural view where a lot more trust is put into teaching and the teaching profession. So sometimes it's about taking a step back and sort of thinking about some of the softer engagement opportunities which support building a relationship. So not necessarily having a very detailed conversation, but just actually putting a face to a name and having that introductory setting. Our advice to our ACT Education Directorate has been to ask schools to please do one parent engagement activity per term. And that might be like a meet the teacher, it might be a welcome barbecue at the beginning of the year. But just noting that overall in the ACT, the engagement level is usually quite high. People are really keen to know how their children are doing. They really want to see personalised comments on reports. They love them. They're better than A to E grading. That's their bread and butter. For us, I think we also see successful family or parent engagement as actually making the teacher's job easier, giving the teacher those tips to successfully navigate their year and setting off in a good direction.
And we often recommend to take it off-site because families sometimes do have their own baggage about going on site and meeting them in their space, even something, it's very difficult because it is time consuming, but making that good phone call before you have to make that bad one. How you're coping after COVID, is there anything you want us to know? It's very difficult to do 120 in a high school, I totally understand that. I've seen some brilliant stuff done in high schools, but I've seen some, primary schools obviously you have a much better opportunity, but most families work, and even if it's just something as simple as and I know teachers are terrified of giving over their email address, but an email saying everybody's doing okay, please let me know if there's something going awry. I think what a parent needs to know is that you know their child, because there's nothing worse going to a parent-teacher interview and them going, oh, Daniel, which class is he in again? That's a really hard one when you've done that speed dating stuff. And the other is that you care about them learning. And I think once a family feels good about that, then the harder conversations, if they need to happen, can happen.
Maybe just for context, in Queensland, public education is pretty much a requirement that you email every parent at the start of the year. So every parent has your email address and they email you very regularly, which is not a bad thing.
Which is time consuming, I know.
Would it be fair to say though, because one of the things about Australian teachers is we have one of the highest contact times, face-to-face time in front of students in the OECD.
Absolutely.
Would it be fair to say that your association would think it was a good move, for example, if teachers were given more time to actually do that engagement work with families and parents?
Does it need to be a teacher? Sometimes I would ask. And that's one of the things. I think we can't replace the teacher as a point of contact, but I think we can support a teacher with a family engagement officer at the school who can help the teacher, who can potentially bring families into the school and help them feel comfortable in that space.
Yeah.
It makes the rest of it easier.
I think we sometimes ask a lot of our teachers, and we do need to be mindful of that, and perhaps think a bit more outside the box as to how we can go forward. The counter side of taking teachers away from class time potentially creates some other tricky areas for the students who are affected by being unable to attend school or unable to attend school regularly because they lose that contact, and we know that relational aspect is so important.
Yeah, I guess in a high school context, that is actually reasonably easy to achieve. You just take a teacher off a line, they have less classes all up, and then they're doing more work with families.
Yeah, and you're right. I've spoken to a few people that have moved to Australia from, say, the European countries, and they say, you make us go for 7 hours, like my kids are home at lunchtime and, and there's so much. We have a very crowded curriculum. We have an expectation for young people to stay until they're 17, which we support. What we're concerned about is, of course, though, and what disengages these young people, we have some come through our office under work experience, is that while we've done the successful thing and made it compulsory to leave at 17, we haven't catered for those children who would have normally left with subject area and curriculum, and we've still continued, and I don't say that there's anything wrong with the ATAR, but we've still continued to make all those kids look at ATAR as opposed to, but we're getting better with the diversity, but that is often why they disengage.
Yeah.
And I know the young people that come through our office, I often ask them, because they usually vet business studies, and I'd say, well, why are you doing that? Oh, well, because I had to have 10 units,
Yeah.
or because it was the one on the line that was good. And I know my husband's a science ag teacher, and he asked one girl in his class who would not typically choose agriculture, he thought, why you chose it, because it was the only thing that it saved me having to do maths.
Yeah.
So I think, even though we've looked at the year 11 and 12 curricula, or the year 10 to 12, both that middle school coming through to high school and that tail end where we're asking young people, let's give them something that makes it worthwhile for them to be there.
Yeah.
And keep them there rather than have them disengage.
Yeah,
them
thank you. I
achieve.
think that's...
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I was just going to say, let them achieve some success, because I think it's really important to note that school can be a very successful place for students who have academic tendencies, and for those who struggle or it's a little bit more difficult, it can actually be quite a challenging experience, and so that success factor is really important.
Yep. I certainly hear you. My husband teaches marine aquatic practices, and the level of practical stuff that they were doing that he's now had to take out because they've changed the curriculum and they can't do that is really having an impact on kids' level of
And they're
engagement.
so risk averse.
Yeah.
You can't do this because
Yeah.
you might hurt. You can't.
Yeah. I'm just interested in exploring one more thing, so I'll make this my last question because I know Senator Payman will have questions too. I noted that you talked about we've created a situation where there's a big focus on literacy and numeracy, and students' other strengths aren't valued. And I think today's an interesting day to make that observation, because we're seeing splashed right across the newspapers across the country how everyone's gone on NAPLAN and which schools are the best and which ones are the worst and whatnot. And I certainly know as a teacher there's a lot of pressure on teachers to get good NAPLAN results, potentially at the expense of those other things that would really make school an enjoyable place for some young people. So I'm just wondering if you could expand a little bit on your thoughts around that.
Well, from our perspective, I think it's important to acknowledge that NAPLAN sometimes gives parents a different perspective than regular school reporting. It's an independent assessment which sometimes manages to flag issues that are not otherwise raised. So I think that's really important to acknowledge. In the ACT, our work with parents suggests that not many parents use NAPLAN as a school selection tool. Most parents like to visit the school, they like to talk with the staff, the principal. They need to understand what the school's about, and they want to see what the school offers their young people. And of course, in public education in the ACT, most people are limited to their in-area school because of capacity pressures. So while teachers might feel some pressure around NAPLAN, I think it's also helpful to sort of understand that it's really difficult to compare one cohort with another. You don't know where one cohort started, and another cohort will have a completely different set of challenges. So we sort of talk to parents about comparing a year 3 to the year 5 for the same cohort and looking at that data. But really, if people sort of are looking at NAPLAN as a performance indicator of their school, schools sometimes need to provide some information around what's happening. They might identify, for example, that over the past 2 or 3 years, year 5 haven't done very well in their maths reporting, and that there may be a particular reason around that, and the school might be really disappointed with that result, but they might have invested really heavily to combat that, and be looking at why that's not successful. So I think it's important to have some really open conversations around those things. Our children are not robots, they are people, and they have good and bad days like the rest of us, and so do staff. So I think we need to sort of factor that in. Yeah.
I think the pressure comes from the system more than it comes from the families. The families just like to, they've just changed the standards with to the proficiency standards, and I think that gives, whilst for the next 2 or 3 years it won't give you a comparison for your child, it will at least give you an idea whether your child's struggling or whether your child's doing okay. And they're the same sort of standards they have in their reports.
Yeah.
For schools though, I find that they put a lot of pressure. I know that the pressure is external to them.
Yep.
I know that, if your NAPLAN results aren't blah, 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 your school's going to get looked at. And I think that's really unfortunate, and that's not what NAPLAN should be about. The breakfasts, the NAPLAN breakfasts drive me spare. The conversations on assembly where you won't be playing your PlayStation this week because we've got NAPLAN, that's got to all stop. It's just got to be that snapshot to give you an idea of whether, there needs to be a little bit more money put into integration, a little bit more money put into maths. It should be just totally diagnostic for the school and the parent. And the literacy and the numeracy, if they need some support with that, let's find new ways to do it. I mean, you can do literacy through music, you can do numeracy through construction, through artwork. Let's find those talents and those strengths and integrate. Primary schools, unfortunately, are a little bit more fortunate because they have to integrate everything. So it's very hard sometimes to integrate through a high school. But, even with the marine studies and stuff like that, you can do lots of integration and lots of artwork and lots of, So we still think that we need to look at that. Obviously, we need to look at, see how they're going literacy, numeracy-wise for them to function. But beyond that, let's build their strengths through those. And that will automatically, I think, build those other results.
Thank you. I've really appreciated your responses, and there's a few other things I'd like to unpack, but maybe we can do that at another time in another forum.
You've got
So,
our email address. By all means,
you.
give us a yell.
We do have a few more minutes. Senator Payman has indicated we've actually covered the question she was going to ask.
My apologies.
So, no.
Good on us.
We rotate the call around. It's the different ones start at different times.
ask another
Yeah,
question
so go
then?
for it. You've got a
Okay.
few more minutes.
I'm really interested in the comment that you made around student engagement. And I'd be interested to know whether you have a view around some of the things that we could change in what we're doing with students in relation to the curriculum. And you mentioned 16 to 17-year-olds as a particular group. Just really interested in your thoughts, I guess, as parents, on what parents, are expecting from that. Because again, there's a viewpoint that the system and teachers have and what we're supposed to be getting out of school, but I'm really keen to hear what parents would really like us to be getting out of school.
Oh, go on. You go first.
I think in terms of student engagement, there's a few things that come to mind, and particularly in the light of this topic today, looking at how we present school to young people. And often we hear about school that applies a compliance-based approach. I want you to do what I'm asking you to do. I want you to do it now, and I want you to do it to a certain standard. And that creates a lot of pressure for people, particularly for our young students who have difficulties or complex behavioural needs or might have a processing delay due to a disability. I think we need to think a little bit differently sometimes to work on the engagement first, to have that joy, to find that safe place, to understand that there's a professional, allied health professional, Dr. Ross Green, who talks about the fact that kids do well when they can. So sometimes when they're not doing well, they're actually not able to control that. They're not able to do any better. So putting more pressure on, demanding compliance, threatening consequences, all of those things are really not helpful. So if we sort of take it back a few steps and say, okay, what is their reason to be here today? What are they going to get out of it? And then look at how we can build in different elements and the learning. So understanding that somebody's inability to perform in a test or to sit still during class is not going to be the same, and that's going to look different for everybody. I think that's really important. Once we take the pressure off, I know from my own young person, it's a completely different experience. Once we provide more autonomy and choice to say, I'm able to participate in this today, we see a completely different outcome. So, and, you know, unfortunately, our system does not function on everybody having a high level of autonomy in a school. You know, we all need to kind of go along with the program and manage to the best of our abilities, but providing some key strategies around that for students that struggle is really important. Our approach to behaviour, particularly in terms of compliance, is very challenging for our young people. I think we need to acknowledge that suspensions and expulsions from school create often quite strong feelings of guilt and shame, and that can lead to young people not wanting to be within that school, not feeling safe, not feeling valued or seen, not being able to positively contribute to their community. So that's kind of, that's probably a bit of a different approach. I think what I'd like to see is a bit of an investment in teachers to build their understanding so that when students go to school and they can't do something, it's not please sit still, please do this, please do that, please do that. But it's actually, okay, well, let's take a break and try again later.
Yeah.
And even the stuff that the Big Picture School does and the project-based learning.
Oh, I love big picture schools.
Yeah, and the project-based learning and things like that, where you're still doing an integration of all those key things, but you're actually doing something that interests. I mean, I know my husband at the moment has got reptiles. So they're teaching reptiles, they're building a reptile cage, they're learning about habitat. So they're covering landforms, they're covering geography, they're covering maths, they're covering, you know, diversity, all those sorts of things. They're all coming through. But you've got a bunch of 16-year-old boys that are just wrapped and wanting to be at school. And that's what we need. We can give kids skills without sticking to the curriculum. No, you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean,
Yeah.
and I think it's a source of eternal frustration for large numbers of teachers, and that's probably why you're seeing a lot of them leaving the profession, because the sorts of things that we know are going to engage students, that we want to be doing with students, the system doesn't allow. And I guess I come back to your comments, Ms Elliott, around, you know, having the time to talk to a student who's not coping with that production line style classroom. The challenge is when you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 kids in your class who all need that from you, and there's 30 kids all together, and you've got, you know, 20 over here climbing the walls because you're trying to talk to and give the time to the student that you need over here. So I think it's arguable that this is also a resourcing issue, isn't it, to allow
Absolutely.
teachers to give the time to the students that need it, who have all these complexities.
And do we need, you know, do we need more resourcing to better cater for individualised needs? I think it's pretty clear that we do. Do we need somebody specific to sit in our schools to provide advice around inclusive education? Yes. You know, it's not enough to say class teachers can manage. I know one teacher who had a class of maybe 25, 30 kids and had 20 ILPs in individual learning plans in that class. I mean, that's enormous, and I'm not sure what they did to earn that.
Oh, look, I think the reality these days is, you know, significant numbers of students. I mean, we heard today that 1 in 4 students has some sort of mental health challenge. Right. You know, increasingly our classrooms are becoming more and more complex.
And the other thing would be, outside of education, we really need an investment in mental health and wellbeing supports. There are significant supports available. It is difficult for parents and young people to navigate those supports, and there's just not enough of them.
Yeah.
There's just not enough of them. Our schools in the ACT are actively supporting students with school psychologists and youth workers, and we just can't keep up with demand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for your time. It's very, very helpful to the committee's consideration of this matter, and we thank you. We'll let you go. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
All right, we'll just suspend for a quick break, and we'll be back in about 8 minutes. Thank you very much. I now welcome a representative from Missing School. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Megan Gilmore and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Missing School Inc.
Welcome. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. On behalf of my colleagues at Missing School, thank you for the opportunity to appear before this inquiry. And we acknowledge the traditional owners of country throughout Australia, paying our respects to elders of all generations. Now, I'd like to start by introducing Owen. Owen is a student in Year 9 with ASD3 and anxiety, who after COVID was too anxious to go to school, missing over a year. His self-esteem plummeted, his anxiety at missing classes grew. He stopped eating enough, lost muscle tone, and eventually could no longer leave home at all. Owen is now non-verbal. Owen's story is just one of the lived experiences of students in Australia who can't attend school regularly or consistently. We recognise these, along with the hard work and experiences of parents, carers, and education and health practitioners supporting them. It's complex. When we listen to this community, we hear that school can't is not a matter of choice or truancy or poor behaviour. This is not a question of good or bad children. And we strongly encourage this inquiry to avoid inadvertently siloing to a view of school can't that will exclude many tens of thousands of kids in wellbeing, medical or disability crises who want to be at school but can't. At Missing School, we meet kids from this growing cohort who become isolated from school but are overlooked for specialised support because they are invisible in absence. This is not a new issue, but variants of COVID-19 have increased chronic school absence. We see two sides of the coin. The student can't and the school can't. Whatever the cause, the evidence shows that school isolation results in a confluence of compounding negative physical, cognitive, social, emotional and/or mental health consequences for students, only one of which is anxiety and a deep reluctance to attend. While the road to recovery from causes of school can't may be a long one, we can do something now to ease the consequences of school isolation. We know it's possible because our schools took action for students at home in a health crisis during lockdowns. To add a glimmer of hope, I'm happy to report that, as a last resort, Owen started connecting to his school through a telepresence robot. His mum and teachers confirm it has changed him, he is engaging and he is very happy. So we don't need to wait years to address school can't. We can start right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now go to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your submission and your presence this morning. Can you please explain to the committee the difference between, or as you see it, between school refusal and school truancy?
So I'm not a specialist on school truancy, so I want to put that forward straight up. I think the key difference for me is where a student, for whatever cause, be it anxiety, be it a physical health condition or a medical crisis, be it bullying, be it a mental health issue, be it social anxiety, wishes they could be at school, wishes they could belong, wishes they could fit in, but can't be there physically. Truancy to me, without an expert opinion here, is more about students who are well, perhaps, physically, but for whatever circumstances don't want to go to school. So I think the wanting is perhaps the difference.
Okay. And what do you see as the root causes of school refusal?
So I would rather focus on school can't, if I may.
Sure.
In the work that we've been doing since 2012, that's come from a lived experience on my part. School can't initially presented to us as circumstances of critical or serious illness or medical conditions. Let's call that physical conditions. But what became apparent to us in our work over the last 10 years, and especially since 2017 when we've worked directly with schools and families, is that this is a really complex issue, because even a physical illness can create circumstances of mental health issues, and school isolation can create social isolation, which compounds all of those factors. We've also seen that students who present with physical issues often have come with mental health issues as well. And we've seen that students who present from a mental health perspective, which I should say, even from my studies in overseas countries on this issue through my Churchill Fellowship, was reported to me and has been reported to us that mental health, mental illness area is growing. So, yeah, and I'm prepared to expand on that if you have further questions.
Yes, I would love for you to step us through what you see that to be.
Could you elaborate on the question? Sorry.
Sorry. So in terms of like what I'm trying to get at is, what are the links that you've seen between success or otherwise at school and the occurrence of school can't? Because we've heard from other witnesses this morning that we're unable to quantify the level of school can't. And so I just want to sort of get your opinion on that.
Yeah. So from our experience and from our experience in involvement in research, as I said in my Churchill Fellowship, looking at this in other countries, and in our own data collection, up to 30%, or that translates into 1.2 million students across Australia, may be in a wellbeing, medical or disability crisis serious enough to affect their attendance and their educational outcomes. From Australian government reports, there's 14% reported to have a mental disorder, and that phrase comes from the report. Our pre-pandemic estimate was up to 70,000 students across Australia, which represents about 1.7% of the student population, miss non-negligible amounts of school. Non-negligible amounts of school, as quantified by research, is anything less than 90% of attendance. That translates into 10 school days per semester, or 5 in a term. So, but I'm confident in saying that in this country we don't know how many, and we don't know how much school they miss. So it's impossible to see them and quantify the educational impacts that that's having if the data isn't disaggregating those students from the fuller student population.
Thank you. And I guess in your opening statement, you mentioned Owen's case and how the telecommunication robot assisted him. What are some of the things that can be implemented to mitigate school can't, and things that parents can incorporate, teachers can incorporate, whether it's a peer mentoring program? What are some things that would assist?
Thank you. That's a great question, and it is a complex issue. So the first thing I want to say is that while we have promoted and run services on providing school telepresence to connect students who are absent in a health crisis to school, we don't want to leave the impression that we think that technology is the only solution here. We do take the view that while there may be many things that look like they're working or many things that may be implemented, including tutoring programs, our position is that to afford all students the best opportunity and to meet our regulatory requirements that we've all set and adhere to, that this is a systemic issue and therefore systemic responses should be applied. So what does that look like for us? Our recommendations through our policy paper developed in 2020, and that was also through the Churchill Foundation and released in 2021, made recommendations to government, the first of which was to see this cohort of students in school isolation, to become a priority equity cohort in the national school reforms. I want to put an asterisk on that. Could someone please remind me to come back on it? The second one is to enhance our national data on this issue because, as I said, I'm confident that no one really knows. The third thing is, and this is happening in overseas countries, especially in Europe, and has been for decades in some countries, the mandated offer of telepresence technology to connect a student who is at home in a health crisis or who can't attend for other reasons that are, other than truancy. And we would like to see that happen because we have strong evidence that that creates success, especially social connection, success in terms of social connection. The next one is standardised and operational procedures that links health and education together so that the student gets the support, the school support in all places of care, and there's continuity there. And finally, that we have appropriate absence codes that disaggregate this data at school level, at state level and at national levels. And we have a set of national absence codes and missing school through our recommendations and policy pathways, which is the disability standards for education. And I really want to emphasise the opportunity that sits in the disability standards for education, because our reading of it would give provisions to the students that we're talking about here. Missing school is able to rapidly trigger a policy pathway through the disability standards for the implementation of a national health condition absence code, because it's the disability standards that would apply to every school in Australia. And that was taken up by the Disability Implementation Reference Group in the Commonwealth Department of Education. So that, to me, provides a lot of hope.
Thank you, Ms. Gilmore. That's all from me, Chair. If we've got time, we'll come around for more questions, but that's all.
Thank you, Senator Payment. Yes, thank you very much indeed for your submission, and I'm actually quite interested reading about the robot and the impact that that's having. And I take your point that it can't be seen as a solve-all for all of the issues. Look, I just want to ask about COVID. Did COVID-19 exacerbate school refusal, but you refer to it as school can't, which is great. Did it further highlight a problem that was increasing prior to 2020, or is it kind of commenced there? What do you see?
Well, in the world we work in, the answer to that is yes and yes, if I've remembered the question properly. So this was not a new issue at all, but COVID-19 definitely exacerbated it based on anecdotal data, media articles, and when I say anecdotal data, I mean our day-to-day conversations with our referral networks in hospital schools, and also our work directly with schools and, of course, families. So, as I said, there was evidence for many years prior to COVID-19 and COVID-19 lockdowns, that mental illness was on the rise in student populations. That was internationally. What happened in COVID-19 was that we had increases in social anxiety across the board, including in adults, apparently. But we also saw that students with medical vulnerabilities couldn't return to the physical classroom when lockdowns lifted. We saw that students with families with medical vulnerabilities also couldn't attend school during, the height of COVID as well. We did see, obviously, that there was no doubt that it was a school responsibility to continue an education to students in a health crisis at home. So whilst we saw many negative effects from COVID and increasing numbers of students in this category, including also for potentially, reports of long COVID, that the pandemic provided us with an opportunity to see what was possible in our education systems for students in a personal health crisis at home or in medical settings.
Right, and on page 5 of your submission, you refer to incomplete governance in relation to supporting students beyond the school gates. Can you go into this, and specifically how can the governance model be improved to provide better support back into the homes and in the outside of school environment?
So the first thing is the data collection, because unless we can see these students, we can't provide the support that they need. That includes funding to schools through disability levies from the Commonwealth. So I'd like to expand on that a little bit, if I may.
Yeah, please.
The nationally consistent collection of data, that's a provision through the disability standards, would collect data on these students if they had individual education plans and adjustments provided through the disability standards. And if students don't have that, don't have those adjustments, then they won't be counted, and that data won't flow up to the Commonwealth level for funding back down to the school through levies. So we can really see here how the lack of data or the invisibility of these students is blocking capacity that we already have and funding pools that we can already mobilise to provide support to schools and also to individual students as well. At the policy level, we would like to have governments provide support to schools through guidelines, because the disability standards for education creates a blind spot for both schools and families. Schools and families don't typically associate the disability standards with the context that we're talking about. Maybe for some students in that context. For students with medical conditions, it is a real gap. And for students who don't have a diagnosis, a disability, label, if we like, those students may be not obtaining those provisions. And so there's at least 7 provisions in the standards that I'm confident cover the students that we're referring to here. What do the standards provide? It provides access to the school facilities. It provides access to the curriculum. It provides learning alongside peers. This is all about equal opportunities to achieve and attain and attend. It provides for adjustments. It provides for assistive technology to assist these students, and it provides for school support. So as soon as schools make this association, they already have a policy framework and understanding of what to do. But if you can't see the students and you make the assumption that when students aren't in the classroom, the physical classroom, inside the school gate, then the provisions won't be applied. The disability standards, though, does not limit the application of the standards to students who are only within the school grounds. I've read it a number of times. There's nothing that says the standards can't apply to a student who's not on the school grounds. So I think what would be beneficial is for, at the Commonwealth level, is to work with the states and territories through the standards, because all states and territories have representatives at the Commonwealth level for those processes. Given that the standards apply to every school in Australia, regardless of state or territory or school system. So this national regulation we have can provide a policy environment, and with more guidelines and better and clearer advice to schools and training and operational procedures, including to do with use of telepresence, it can already start to work for these students. But there's a gap in guidelines, I would say, is the critical thing, and then, of course, the data.
Okay, thank you. In relation to continuity of education, your submission on page 5 highlights that one critical step to establishing standard operating procedure between education and health. Should the Department of Education be the lead coordinator in this?
Yes, through the standards, through the disability standards for education, because that is the Commonwealth lever that will engage the states and territories, given that we have this complex education system where states and territories implement education and health. I'll just be blunt. If I talk to a state government about this, they'll say you need to talk to the Commonwealth. If I talk to the Commonwealth in the past, and I'd like to share some more information on Commonwealth support, but in the past, the Commonwealth would indicate that this is a state responsibility. And it is at implementation level. But this, I can't emphasise enough the power in this regulation, and our practice pathways that have opened up to us as we talk to schools, as we learned about the power of the disability standards. We would see schools who were reluctant or didn't know how to support families in these school can't circumstances. As soon as we align the school with the disability standards for education and align them with the support that they can provide through that, the school will already start to act, because there's a whole framework of understanding there about what the school can action and all the levers that are there. Whereas, if you don't have that lever, I think the role of the Commonwealth Government would be more difficult to implement at a school level.
And what about across the independent school sector?
The standards apply to all independent schools as well.
So apply equally.
So it's actually regulation under the Anti-Discrimination Act at the Commonwealth level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. If I've got time, I'll come back for more, but I'll go to Senator Allman-Payne.
So just to clarify around this particular issue and the disability standards, because I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying, because we had some evidence earlier, for example, that there's one schooling sector and a diocese essentially within that sector who is utilising components of NCCD funding to help provide assistance in relation to this. So are you saying that there's something that needs to happen beyond? Are you saying there's a policy gap, or there's actually an information gap in schools not realising that they can use, for example, reasonable adjustments that they're having to make for students under particularly the social emotional category, which is often where I think a school can't child fits?
Yeah.
Just want to clarify whether you're saying there's a gap in the policy, or it's more an education exercise amongst schools on how they can utilise what's there.
I think, and please keep asking me questions on this so I don't sort of lose my pathway as I try to answer what is probably can be quite a technical area. I think the regulation, we have the legislation and we have the regulation. What is missing are explicit policy guidelines and then, therefore, an information gap where schools and families may not be associating the disability standards in order to apply it. When it is applied, I think the gap that would remain is that it will mainly be being applied in the school environment, but not when the student is not there. And what we're here to talk about is when the student is not at school. So, and it would be no surprise that schools find this challenging. I'm sure the representatives you're meeting with will be sharing that with you. What we find is that there's an enormous amount of goodwill in schools and through teachers who are already having a hard time as well. Those individuals, once we engage with them, in this case through the provision of a telepresence technology, they know exactly what to do. We're not teachers, we're not going into schools, we're not creating a school substitution. All we're doing is providing the opportunity to activate an adjustment through the standards, but that's not being activated. The offer of telepresence technology, just as one example, is not being systematically activated. And to elaborate on that, in pandemic lockdowns, many of these students in a school can't situation were actually reconnected to school for the first time. When schools returned to face-to-face classes, education systems turned that off, and those students that couldn't return to face-to-face classes were once again left out. I don't think it was anyone's intention to leave them out. It's just that, again, they're not visible, and they're not visible because the data's not there. And so we also see the breaking down of relationships between families and schools when the student's not there, because the parents and carers' pathway to the conversation with the school is about the student being there. So when you connect the student back to the classroom, even digitally, you see engagement between the family and the school increase as well. Sometimes that's problematic, but the problem's being worked on then, even through that conflict or that difficulty, that young person is not simply forgotten. And, you know, we know schools are busy places, so if you're not in the classroom, it's very hard for teachers and schools to activate their capacities. Even putting a student in a classroom through a robot will activate all the things that happen in school when the student's present. So this is what we've observed.
Can I ask around that? And so you've said, you know, in a not insignificant part of the problem is a lack of awareness of those the legislation and the requirements under that. Are you seeing a difference across sectors or states in your experience in relation to that level of awareness? I guess I say that because I come from a sector that I would say is pretty aware, and it's previously I was a teacher, so in the sector that I was involved in, it was made pretty clear to us fairly regularly what those standards were and whether we were meeting them or not, and I'm just wondering if you're seeing...
We see the same issues occurring across all states and territories and across all school systems, and regardless of where the school is located. So it depends, therefore, very much on the school and the school culture as well. Yeah, we don't see any particular differences, if that is what you're asking. And I think most teachers are are very aware of what they need to do when the student is at school. And you know, I don't know what your experience was, but what schools and teachers tend to do when a student is at home is help by sending schoolwork, which would not tick the boxes in our disability standards as I listed them, nor our wellbeing frameworks that are now being rolled out in all states and territories in school settings. So if we cross those two over, we can get a fairly clear audit of whether actions taken by schools meet the standards and wellbeing frameworks. And you know, that's not about any one individual. It's simply about what we say should happen as a country.
Thanks. I'm interested in exploring what you're talking about in terms of telepresence and robots. So if you could explain for us precisely what you mean by that. And then I guess I'd like to explore the implications then for what's required, for example, at the student end. Because maybe to give you a bit of context, you know, in the context I was in during COVID, we had to go to paper-based resources because more than 50% of the students we had no internet connection and no device at home. So I'm just interested in the resourcing that's required around that.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point. So I'll lead in with that. Once we start systematically addressing this through technology, we will also start to be able to solve aspects of inequity, like you just noted. So they shouldn't prevent us. We should actually, you know, that's a pathway. So the robot stands in the classroom for the student who can't be there, who can't physically attend, and that student will dial in from hospital or home or from wherever they are, and they will be able to, in this case, with this particular technology, move that technology around the classroom, exercising their agency. They may or may not turn on their screen. In Owen's case, he didn't turn on his screen, but he'd use the robot to nod and he'd hold up his work. So the robot provides two-way audio-visual communication between the class, the teacher and the student who's not there. In some cases, that technology can be used simply to connect to teachers or to learning assistants, and to have, I suppose to put it this way, there was a time when we didn't provide access via wheelchair ramps or ramps in schools. We see technology, and I'm not specifically talking about robots, though that's what we've used. We see technology as the on-ramp to provide access to the classroom in that circumstance where that student can't physically attend. So, you know, again, that's coming back to the standards. That's an assistive device providing access to the curriculum. I think one state has poured millions of dollars into online tutoring, but probably shut off two-way digital connection to a home environment. And that online tutoring would be being delivered by a private sector organisation. We, as I said, support the concept that to provide equity to all students and access to the curriculum, that it's far better for schools to be able to use those resources to not create a school substitution. One of the main reasons for that is also to help that student stay socially connected. We've coded over 6,000 data points on this now, and by far the biggest result of that connection is the social connection aspect. Whether that causes, it definitely causes attendance, whether it causes academic improvements or continuity in, you know, a way that would be expected by education systems, it's too soon to tell. So, yeah.
I guess just one final question, because I'm interested in this idea of the robot technology. I was talking to a parent last week who has a child who's been a school can't for over a year and a half and has now just joined essentially and it's a private provider, and I think that in itself has issues around equity, but it's essentially an online school, and they are really enjoying it, and they're building relationships with the teacher and other students who are part of that online school. So just interested in whether it's a case of, you know, are you seeing advantages with this robot in a classroom, for example, versus students who are attending in a different setting?
Yeah, well, if those things are going to happen, I'd love to see them evaluated by education systems, because all of the attention on evaluation in our education systems, but when things go outside of them, they don't get evaluated, they become school substitutions. So evaluation, so we know what works and what doesn't work, so we're not masking the problem by doing things that look like they're working. But I would love to let my creativity run wild on this and say, why couldn't principals bring in teachers through digital means to connect to a cohort of students in that school? If there's resourcing to fund outside providers, you know, what would it look like if there were small group tutoring sessions that were under the principal's direction, or governance, you know, within the governance system of a school setting? Another point I want to make here, because I don't want to forget it, is in a situation of school can't, we also, as adults and community leaders, have an obligation to child safety as well. All of the funding that's going into mental health support, and I know the Commonwealth Government has just announced a $200 million investment in schools to run wellbeing and mental health programs. Charities are getting millions of dollars to do this in school, many. So is any of that working? Who's evaluating that? That's another point. But if the students aren't there, the ones we're talking about, are they benefiting from any of that? And let's also remember, those students are also enrolled. They are funded by the Commonwealth to states. Are they getting their school service for that investment? Are there health investments? And this committee will be being asked to work for, you know, greater investments in mental health provisions and services. How do we measure that? How does that investment pay off if we're not seeing it in dividends to that individual student in terms of their attainment and attendance at school, their future career, their health and well-being? Because we know that school isolation causes, you know, we can send more information on this, but causes a whole host of issues that are problematic and that can persist into adulthood. There's a lot of evidence on it, including peer-reviewed research produced in this country.
Yep.
So I think also you asked a question about the NCCD as well, and one of the things I would like to understand more about from my own experience is when schools are funded through the NCCD, does that funding that has been obtained through the adjustment given to an individual student actually go directly to them? Because what we hear, and what my experience was a long time ago, 10, 11 years ago, was it goes into a pool and that's dispersed for any number of students who need that support. I'm not undermining the support that those students might need, but at that time my son really needed support and help and on direct issues. So
I think there's a whole other conversation to have about NCCD, because we also know there's that large cohort of kids who actually get collected in the data and don't get funding at all. So you're right, it's a whole other thing. But look, thanks very much. You've really given me some interesting things to think about, and the committee, so thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Ms Gilmore. We'll finish there. I thank you very much for your evidence today. The committee has set the 8th of March as the due date for any questions that you took on notice. I don't believe you did, but in case you did and I missed it, if you come back to us by the 8th of March. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
I'll now welcome representatives from the Australian Parents Council. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome representatives from the Australian Parents Council. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Jennifer Rickard, CEO of the Australian Parents Council. Lynn Gale, parent.
Terrific. Thank you. I'll invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll be inviting members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here to speak with you today. The Australian Parents Council has been having conversations with parents about school anxiety, refusal, can't as early as 2019. Speaking to parents who are responsible for children who are refusing to go to school has been daunting. One thing is very clear, parents are beside themselves and have exhausted themselves trying to find solutions for their child. The parents we spoke to have thrown every available resource to support their child. They are feeling abandoned by their child's schools. Parents and the services they employ to support them express that interventions and school support they were requesting from schools or government departments were not onerous. However, they directly experienced the pressure the education system is under. We acknowledge that teachers are increasingly being called upon to be knowledgeable and responsible to the mental health of the young people that they work with. Teachers want to be responsive to the social and emotional needs of the children they care for, but they need to be supported to achieve this. Despite our best efforts, schools are not safe spaces for all students, and a greater effort must be made to understand the requirements of diverse students to ensure a safe environment for all students. One aspect we heard loud and clear from the parents who engaged with us was that they felt they only needed little adjustments from the school to achieve this, but the school was unwilling to meet these requests. Because whilst only small, they fell outside the normal policy areas and school leadership were unwilling to bend the rules. During our consultation to prepare for this submission, we heard from professional and academics alike that there is a huge need to better understand school-induced emotional distress. Speaking to people from overseas who had success in returning students to school showed the importance of schools conducting outreach activities like home visits and genuinely valuing the capacity of parents and meeting them where they are, not adding to the stigma, stress or embarrassment of not being able to achieve something as simple as going to school every day. Once again, we thank you for this opportunity to assist in making a change to ensure that all children thrive in Australia's education system.
Thank you very much. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks very much for being here today. Ms Gale, are you here because you're a parent of a young person who has experienced school refusal or school can't?
Yep.
Would you be okay with sharing that experience with us?
The classroom environment, right from kindergarten, was really confronting.
Would you like to take a minute? I don't want to put you in a situation that you don't want to be in.
We'll just suspend for just a moment, and then so we're no longer broadcasting now. Thank you, Ms Gold. Appreciate you being here. We'll hand back to you, Senator Payne. Allman-Payne, sorry.
It's just been right from kindergarten. That whole classroom environment was very confronting, and there was he had a really good teacher who noticed this and helped trying to understand what was going on. And so throughout primary school, we sort of managed to get through with support of the school, we went through a diagnosis journey, I suppose, to get funding to help through school in the classroom, and that did help throughout. But also, my son had social supportive friends around, which was key to getting. He had that enjoyment and interaction and everything through in the playground, not in the classroom, that helped get through the classroom issues. And then moving into high school, he moved into an inclusive ed situation, which was also very confronting because it's a mixture of everybody, and at differing levels of disabilities and ways that they interact and everything. And it was very confronting for him because there was a lot of unpredictability and volatility within that environment.
Can I just clarify, when you say an inclusive ed situation, are you meaning
A unit.
a main? Oh, okay, so it was
Yeah.
actually a segregated unit rather than
unit.
an inclusion mainstreamed.
Yeah,
okay.
it was a section where the idea was to integrate into
Yeah.
the mainstream as much as possible.
Yeah.
And I think that worked with varying degrees for different students. My son didn't, he doesn't, his whole issue is around the structure, the everything that is mainstream schooling. Socially, he was not at the same level of some of the other children within this inclusive unit. So he couldn't relate to anyone there, and so that he felt apart from that. And then the pressures within that of the volatility of the other students who could just erupt at any time made that not a safe space for him. So he withdrew from the classroom there, and within Year 7 still received a lot of support with work and all of that sort of stuff, and staying within the area but not in the classroom. But then throughout the years, with COVID completely mucked him around everything. Within Year 7 he also had extracurricular activities that got him through the schoolwork. He was doing circus, he was doing trains, he was doing farm stuff, he was doing, they had all of these things that helped manage what was, the stress involved with the actual learning. And then with COVID, that all stopped. The withdrawal from school, trying to get back then after the first lockdown, with everything changing, it's just, it wrecked him. He just withdrew so much.
Were you in a state that had fairly significant extended periods of lockdown, or just trying to get a sense of how much time it actually took to really break everything?
We're in ACT, so it wasn't the continuous ones that I think happened in Victoria, but it was enough.
Yeah.
The first one was enough, and the directorate changed the settings on their Chromebooks, so he had a dark screen, and he couldn't have that because they turned everything off. Anything outside, sort of whatever was approved and all that sort of stuff. So then he's like, well, I can't use it, which has made it really difficult when they're going, everything's on your Google Classroom. It's like, well, what if he can't access the Google Classroom because it's just, it's a block now. So it was really difficult, and going back into Year 9, and was really difficult. I took off the whole of second term to get him to classroom. Would go to school, walk him to, he did agriculture, walk him to the agriculture classroom to make sure that he got there, because that was the one class that he was really connected with. And the students within that class he'd formed a friendship with as well. So by the end of term 2, he was going by himself. I didn't need to go. He was moving around the school a lot more. He was back in with his social group. And then the lockdown happened again in term 3, and it was just all gone.
Yeah.
And even more changes happened then when went back to school. Anything that was left was completely gone. So he had no social supports around him. And then going into the last year, any sort of school supports, like LSA supports or anything like that, just dropped away as well. And it was just really difficult to even... I could get him to school, but then it got to the point where he was doing more work at home anyway, so I'm like, well, we'll just do that. The supports that I was getting from the school dropped away completely in last year as well.
I'm just interested to know, is that because there was a reduction in funding that he was receiving? Did the school give you any explanation for why that support was withdrawn?
No, the most contact I had with the school over the last year was with the attendance officer. It was, and I was trying to get, to work out a plan to get him back to school, and just not getting anywhere for the last 6 months. So I just gave up because I'd done it for so many years. I couldn't keep going.
So where are you at now in terms of...
Well, he's enrolled in Year 11.
Yeah.
Has managed to get to the campus a few times, but hasn't actually made it to a class yet.
Yeah.
And it's... Yeah, he wants to.
Yeah.
He gets really upset with himself when he can't.
Yeah.
And this is a different school, so the supports are being offered, but we just need to get there and get a relationship going, which has been the difficult part.
Yeah. And you mentioned that you had to take a whole term off work earlier on. Has this had an impact on you in terms of, your work and the things that you're able to do, and has it had an impact on your family more broadly?
Yeah, there's stuff I'd like to do with work, which I'm like, I can't. I don't have the energy.
Yeah.
Because I need to get him through.
Yeah.
To be able to, find what's going to get him a productive member of society and make him feel good about himself. So that's my focus.
Yeah. As a parent, if you were able to say, this is what I'd really like you to be able to do to help me and my child in this circumstance, what would those things be?
Just, I guess the whole structure of classrooms and things like that, it's where you go in and you sit down and you look at the teacher and everyone's there. It's just, then it needs to be a bit more fluid. I think like the whole preschool environment where it's all a lot less structured works for someone like my son, that sort of thing. I did try and get him into an independent school which was more along those lines, but he was deemed to need more support than what they could give because they didn't have funding that the public school gets. But then he wasn't getting the support through the public school funding to actually help him learn the way he needs to learn. So I suppose it's also looking at the way people do learn. People learn differently. We know that through working, the different ways of picking up information. And that starts as kids, we don't change the way we learn. But there's just one way, it seems, within the school structure at the moment. This is what you do, and if you can't do this, then sorry, you get left behind.
Yeah.
And that's not fair.
So would it be fair to say that you would like to see additional resourcing across our education sector to better meet the needs of young people who have a real diversity and complexity of need?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to leave my questions there for now and let the other senators have their go, but thank you. I really appreciate you bringing that insight today. I think it's really important that we hear from people who are actually experiencing this, so thanks.
Thank you. Senator Payman.
Chair, and thank you, Ms. Gull, for sharing that. We can only imagine how difficult it must be, and for you to have the courage to share that with the committee, we really appreciate it. Mrs. Rickard, I would like to ask if you could step it through to the committee in terms of just, aside from what we've heard from Ms. Gull, are there anything else that you're hearing from parents out there that you'd like to highlight to the committee?
Sure. What I hear from parents is that they're in it for the long haul. So a parent has no opportunity to walk away, is that they will keep getting back up even when they've been knocked down. And I think we've seen a great example of someone who's been knocked down today and keeps getting back up. We would like to have people that walk alongside families in this. Too many families are feeling abandoned because they're in it for the long haul, and schools may only be in it for a year or 4 years, but it is the parents that are dealing with it on a daily basis. So I would also like to see the stigma of this issue addressed, is that there's no real understanding of what school can't or school refusal is. There's this idea that getting your child to go to school is easy, and as a parent you should be able to do it every day, and why can't you do it? It is a very, very complex issue that I think our school system needs more support to unpack and understand. And the busyness of the school environment just is making that really, really difficult. And I know from conversations that I've had with teachers is they know that the social emotional growth of students is important. They want their students to be psychologically healthy, but there's not a real great understanding of the damage that the environment does, and the understanding why a student may feel unsafe, because it looks safe to teachers, it looks safe to neurotypical students, but to someone who is not neurotypical, it may not be a safe environment, and there's a real lack of understanding of what it takes to make that environment safe.
Thank you, and just following on from that, we've heard from multiple witnesses earlier this morning talk about, not being able to quantify the level of school refusal or school can't. What are some support systems or mechanisms that you think should be implemented to mitigate school can't?
I think the most important one is walking alongside parents, and those outreach activities. The way the school system is set up is that it's on the onus of the parent to report that the child is not attending school. And Lynn will attest to that ringing up every day to make that phone call is daunting. It should be a reciprocal relationship, that the school is also reaching out and not saying, why isn't your child attending, but we've noticed this. What can we do to help? There are some really great examples of schools that are setting this up already. Evatt Primary School here in Canberra has a great support structure and a great principal that's dedicated to doing outreach activities to support parents, even if it's something as simple as doing an outreach activity to go into the family home to assist in getting the children ready for school. And not making the parents and the family feel bad about that. I believe Launton in Queensland is another school that conducts outreach activities into family homes to assist with that. And one of the big things that Debbie Pusher from Canada writes about is that then it's creating a real understanding for school teachers and people that work in the school system, and to gain an understanding of the outlying issues, because it's not just education that's been affected, it's social issues as well, it's issues in society, it's poverty. All of those things tend to feed into these issues that are affecting families and a family's ability to get their child to school.
Thank you, Mrs. Rickard. That's all from me, Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Also, thank you very much, Ms. Gull, for coming in and sharing your very personal story. And I know, as a parent myself, and it's always a challenge, and going through what you're going through. to come before this committee in this sort of environment as well. I'd rather just be sitting there right next to you and have you tell your story. But that's such as broadcasting and everything else that we deal with. But so it is actually really, really powerful and helpful to us in our deliberations. I just want to go to your submission. And recommendation 3 is it speaks about the need for authentic methods of parent engagement. Can you give us some examples of authentic methods and what that actually means?
Yeah, absolutely. So parent engagement has been a policy platform for education in Australia for a really long time now. And if you go and have a look at every school website in the country, it will say parents are important, parents are the number one educator of their children, and we support parent engagement. But those policies are really hit and miss when it comes to being put in practice in school communities. It's all well and good to say that we engage with parents and then have the idea that that engagement is that a parent will attend a parent-teacher interview, a parent will call in when their child is sick, a parent will join the parent body, and that's how they are represented. So we have a very narrow expectation for what parent engagement is. But what parent engagement actually is all the stuff that schools may not necessarily see happening in the home. And it may not be a child sitting down with their parent doing their take-home reader. It might be a parent or a child and a parent cooking their dinner together to, cook for the family of 10. It happens in a multitude of different ways. And when we say we're asking for authentic methods of parent engagement, it's actually going to parents and asking the parent community, how would you like to engage with school? Parent-led parent engagement does not happen in education systems. Educations are set up to be authoritative, is that we're going to tell you what to do. You're going to do your take-home readers, you're going to do homework, and you're going to show up from 9 to 3 every day, and you can't be late. So it's very narrow in its focus, but we know that education is so much broader than that. So parent engagement is about understanding and valuing all of those things that happen in not only the school community, the wider community and the family unit. So things like home visits, which is a fantastic opportunity for school communities to understand what their school community's home life looks like. So better understand the things that they're up against and better understand how they can support that in the educational setting. So it's about that two-way understanding. We have a real setup that schools are going to tell the school community how things are going to be and you must comply with that, whereas I'd advocate that we need to flip it around the other way. Get out and get to know your school community, ask them what they think is going to work, and then work together, genuinely collaborate to put together what's going to work for that school community. And I think that would look different in every school across the country.
And we heard from Ms Gold that there was some sort of a breakdown there and the lack of ability to be able to deliver the kind of support and services that are required. So how important is that home-school partnership in facilitating successful
incredibly important. It's incredibly important. And I think the thing that's critical is that we have a very regulated school system, as we should, but it means moving out of that policy space or bending the rules will not happen. You've got your principal standing there going, but this is the rule, this is what I've been given by the directorate or the department, I must comply with this. But do you know what? We're all human. We all need to be going, what can I do to help this child? And I think we forget that and we don't put that first, and I think that's to the detriment of our education system.
Thank you. In recommendation 4 of your submission, it discusses embedding trauma-informed practices in schools. What do you mean by trauma-informed practice, and why is it important for schools to embed this in their practice?
Trauma-informed practice is about understanding the things that have impacted children and their families. probably the simplest way that I can put it is that all teachers are university educated. That allows them a level of privilege, but the families that they're working with, some families may not have even had the opportunity to go to school in the country, so they don't understand the system. I personally do not understand what it would be like to grow up in a war-torn country, yet that is what our education system is dealing with. And there's different levels of trauma. Lynn's son has experienced trauma that has been acquired in the school environment. And I think it's really difficult for a school education system to understand that it causes trauma. Right or wrong, and no one intentionally meant for that to happen, but it has occurred. So understanding that, yes, it has occurred, yes, we have some responsibility for it, how do we make it better, I think is a huge step that we need to take.
And teachers obviously have a significant responsibility, a significant workload. They're sticking to the curriculum and needing to achieve outcomes there for the entire class that they're dealing with. So how can teachers balance the demand of the curriculum with meeting the emotional needs of students? And should it be just on individual teachers, or does there need to be greater support from other areas of the school community to
Yeah, absolutely. So during our consultation, we spoke to Dr. Kristen Eccleston from America, from Magruber High School, that developed a special unit within the school to assist kids experiencing school can't. They provided a complete wraparound service. It included home visits, it included youth support workers, it included therapists. So it was a wraparound care, and what they did first is they addressed the emotional need. So academics were second. What came first was, what did that child need from a basic life perspective, as in meeting the hierarchy of needs. What did they need first? And the school helped in addressing that before they then extended into education. Kids can't learn if they're not having their basic needs met, or if they're in a heightened stress response just by going to school. So we need to address the need first before extending it out. And that's not the responsibility of teachers. That's the responsibility of the education system to be resourced. A teacher is an academic specialist. They're there to impart knowledge to students. They are there to support their social and emotional health, but they're not the experts in that. And I really believe that we need to make sure that school systems have experts delivering that, and not expecting teachers to be quasi-experts.
And has teacher training, initial teacher training, contributed to a lack of focus on building relationships with students in the classrooms? And if so, can you explain why?
Yeah, so I think I made a comment in the submission about this, is that it's taken a very theoretical perspective. If you think back to the old days, is that on-the-job learning was a really important part of teacher training. And we now have university systems that are, giving teachers wonderful academic knowledge as to the theory behind teaching and all of the sorts of things that they need to expect in the classroom, but it's very different to the practical application. And we've read that when it comes to initial teacher education, they get a great education, but then they go out into the workforce and it's different to what they expected. And that is contributing to teachers' dissatisfaction. So I think the way that we are training teachers definitely contributes. And also the real push for academics in school, right from the kindy, children are there to be academic. Whereas, is that the purpose of education? And does that make an education that's fit for purpose for all children? It needs to be more well-rounded to support their not only their learning needs, but their need to become a fully functioning member of society.
And so what would the fix in initial teacher education look like?
Sorry?
What needs to be fixed, and what would it actually look like?
I'm not sure I have the qualifications to comment on that, having not gone to university to study teaching myself. So I would leave that up to the experts to research and answer that question for you.
Yeah. I'm sure we do. Thank you. Ms. Gould, did you have anything to add?
I thought of something, but I can't remember what it was.
That's okay.
But no, thank you for listening.
Well, we've got time for one quick follow-up if you've...
I have a follow-up, but I don't think it's quick, so
Okay.
I guess I'd just make the observation that a recurring theme I think that is coming through today, particularly from parent advocacy orgs, is that parents really give priority to their young person's well-being. And as a teacher who has regularly sat in meetings at the end of every term being asked to justify the number of A's, B's, C's and D's in my class, knowing that I have kids with serious wellbeing issues, I'm certainly hearing you loud and clear.
Thank you. We really appreciate that, and we know that we need that to make change in the education system.
Terrific. All right, well, thank you very much indeed for your time today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll just suspend for a moment while we connect up video conferencing. Thank you. I now welcome representatives from Parents for Change. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving of evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Melissa Gaylor as co-leader of Parents for Change and lived experience. Mihaela O'Malley and another co-leader of Parents for Change and also a parent with lived experience.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll be inviting members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Get out of bed, I beg you. We ask quietly, we ask nicely, we scream, we yell. We end up crying. We drag them out of bed, even attempt to dress them. We drive them to school, late for work again. Am I going to lose my job? We sit at the school just hoping that they will stay until lunch, maybe recess. Okay, just one lesson. Sunday night dread followed by Monday morning, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, week in, week out, month in, month out, year in, year out. Every strategy known, attempted, researched, tried with little or no success. Many, many tears, meltdowns, anxiety attacks, isolation from friends, family breakdowns, financial strains just for starters. We're stay-at-home mums, dads, lawyers, marketers, labourers, nurses, teachers, doctors from all walks of life. Why can't we just get them to cooperate? We're called helicopter parents, codependent, too soft. Give me your child and I'll sort them out. We've heard it all. So what is the answer? If only it was so simple. But every child is unique and has different challenges and needs. Teachers are already overloaded with the demands of 21st century education. There are too many barriers in the system which create chaos for all involved. We need flexibility in accessing services, creativity in funding across federal and state departments, NDIS and the Department of Education working hand in hand to provide in-school supports where needed. Let's add wellness ratings of schools along NAPLAN results. Create satellite or hub campuses attached to the main school to accommodate children with autism, ADHD and anxiety who require sensory-friendly environments. Employ peer support workers, carers, counsellors, mentors in schools. We need to teach emotional literacy, implement early intervention programs in kindy and primary school. Having access to assessments should not be dependent on parents who cannot afford it. Too many are missed until it reaches a crisis point, which is often too late. Lastly, we need to accept that some children just simply can't attend full-time school due to their disabilities and difficulties, no matter what we do. Having connection to the school and its community should be the priority, not attendance records. These kids are our future and we need to act.
Thank you very much indeed. Just go to sorry, did you want to, someone else? No? Sorry, I thought someone else was speaking. On page 5 of your submission refers to the alternative school model, SASSY, which is Specialised Assistance School for Youth. Can you please elaborate a little on this program?
SASSY is one of a few different alternative models in the state, and they provide a lot of different flow alternatives or access to and a guide to that. It's also seems to be heavily made up of young people with autism or other developmental disabilities, so it can be a challenge to create a calm and quiet environment in there, but it is good to see more alternatives popping up and delivering a different model with an avenue to flow options as well.
And do programs like SASSY lead to a flexible learning option method rather than a conventional classroom approach?
Yeah, it definitely does. So it gives the children more opportunities. I don't think they're stuck in that particular year level. So we have that model of if you're a certain age, therefore you have to be learning at a certain rate. They have it so that some children even are age 21, 22, who are still in that model, still learning, still connected and getting the supports that they need. So the barriers and the boundaries are a hell of a lot more flexible.
On page 11, you refer to the walk-in centre model. Would school refusal support and information be included in this model?
I think the walk-in centre is really largely connected to urgent mental health in South Australia. So we support people who have children with major mental health crises.
Right.
So I think it's in relation to the urgent mental health care centre that's opened up in the past year or two,
yeah.
And having that accessible for over 16-year-olds in our state at the moment currently, and just supporting a walk-in centre model specifically to target mental health for not just 16 and up, but being more inclusive to children of any age in a crisis, a mental health crisis more specifically. That was something that we've spoken to a number of parents who have felt that children under 16 should also have the opportunity to have access to a facility like that.
So the concept there is being able to just literally walk in without an appointment and be able to access that urgent care that you would need.
Yeah, so if you have a child who has suicidal ideation, we have parents who've had situations where they've physically had to restrain their children for several hours. This would give them the opportunity to be able to take their child to a centre, not to the ED. The ED are already completely overloaded and they don't really have the...
It provides an alternative pathway
Yeah.
to the ED, and given that we've spoken to a number of parents as well who would appreciate more privacy and separation from children who are there for a physical emergency, as opposed to children who might be there in very, very emotional, very sensitive circumstances, and to be, in a different, more maybe discreet, private, quiet, calm environment, given the state of crisis they can be in at that time.
A lot of the submissions have gone to the fact that there is a lack of mental health support across the system. And of course there are workforce shortages in this area. How would you see that would affect the delivery and interventions of support?
Well, look, we know from a number of families who have tried to access CAMHS as well that they've certainly felt the staff shortages over the past couple of years, and funding shortages as too. That there are a number of families and children who are trying to access support systems that could be absolutely essential to that family. And unfortunately, if that particular service is short-staffed or under-resourced, how does that go to enabling families to access those services? And when you look at system gaps where different services might only support children up to the age of 12 or might only be able to support them up to the age of 16, or so on and so forth, then you're limiting the amount of services that can act in that particular situation. So if you are 6 months too young to access one service, what are your alternatives, and do they have the adequate staffing and resources to take you on board? Just because they might be the only one or only one of two services who can support you doesn't necessarily mean that they have the staff or the resources to do so either. So I think that needs to be taken into account, that just because you have a service there doesn't mean that they're actually adequately staffed to take on the overwhelming amount of requests. And also then you look at those families being triaged. When they're requesting access, whether or not they're able to appropriately or adequately articulate just how desperate they are, or whether they're able to, as parents, assess exactly how dire their child's needs are. So to then put that across and request support from that service. So that could lead to families falling through the cracks again.
And I think we need to look at alternative options like upskilling youth workers and mentors, and we have an amazing NDIS team, but they can't come into the schools to help support. So whilst we're working out what the long-term solutions are, we need to be creative in looking at some short-term solutions. We have an amazing grey army out there of volunteers, who maybe we could look at bringing some people in who've got that skill set to support.
And also in the Urgent Mental Health Care Centre here in South Australia, they have recognised the value of the lived experience peer support workforce as well. People who are qualified but can also approach cases with that empathy and understanding.
Thank you. Often teachers and schools are kind of, many ways, many respects, the hub of a community, and there is a demand on teachers here to be that first port of call, that first place where students and parents will go to seeking help. What better support services do you think can be made available to teachers to equip them when facing these challenges?
I think a basic flowchart. It's something that I would have loved to have had access to, and I know many parents would love, is what the step-by-step process is when you do have a child that's starting to present with issues, and what services are there outside of the school that the school can recommend or access.
Excuse me. I think there's been a great initiative put forward by our new Assisting Minister for Autism, Emily Burke, who has put in place a bit of a training program for teachers on different neurodiversities, in particular autism, and training up staff members in each school on a rotation as well, hopefully, where those teachers will be provided additional training with a neurodiverse focus, which is excellent. But we have heard from parents and staff with concerns about the overwhelming increase of mental health crises in schools, and keeping in mind that there might be teachers out there that simply don't also know where to turn either, and we need to ensure that those in this situation, frontline staff, have adequate training and insight into what programs and supports are out there to link children with, but also to educate families on where they can take their child if they are presenting and emerging in crisis, and looking at those early interventions as well, and understanding some of the early signs to hopefully link children and families before they are in that absolute crisis state. Yeah,
terrific. All right, I'll just hand over to Senator Payman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your submission. I'd like to hear what your hearing from the community, from parents about the issue of school refusal. Anything that you'd add onto what Senator O'Sullivan asked?
I think it's removing a lot of the barriers. I think a lot of the schools have their hands tied in that you can't be at the school whilst accessing another service. And in our particular case, we couldn't, being in a private school, we couldn't access a particular service, and were told that we needed to leave and go to a public school. But then when we went to try to get to the public school, we were told, oh no, sorry, we're full. You can't, you need to, go an hour away. So it's removing those barriers to make it easier and more flexible, bringing in access to vet courses. It's just, I don't know, some creative thinking.
And in terms of removing, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. Look, I think the overwhelming dread that Melissa mentioned in her opening statement has been echoed by the parents that we've spoken to about how the day's going to go. Will I be able to get to work today? Will I be able to get my child to school today? Will they be okay at school? Or will I get dozens of text messages within the first half an hour begging to be picked up? Or will my child simply walk off campus and potentially abscond, putting themselves in a harmful situation? So, there's a number of just families out there that are, imagine going to sleep unsure of what the next day and the next morning's gonna hold, and if the child will be, if your child, your child will be in tears, pleading not to go to school. That's a really challenging position to be put in. So
it's the stereotypical view that the general public have, and the teachers, that, the parents are the problem. We want our kids to have an education and to go out into the world and be whatever it is that they want to be. It's not to our benefit at all to have our kids at home, to watch them slowly have their soul destroyed, because that's what you see. And to then come to school and be told, oh no, there's nothing really wrong. So I think it's changing the mindset so that people understand that this is a real thing. We live in a very different world to when I grew up, and we need to accept that. Technology plays a very big role in all of this. There's very little downtime for them. They're using technology in the classroom, then they come home, it's homework, on devices again, but we expect them also to not be looking at social media. And
if I might also add, some of the things that we've heard echoed as well around the financial strain put on families. And in particular, it's very much felt by single parent households, but even in, in couples, it's going to be putting so much strain on one particular person to be supporting the whole household financially, while the other one is emotionally dealing with the fallout of supporting a child in crisis. And then that can put further strain on that marriage, which then further impacts the child as well. So the financial strain looks very different for every family. But it is something also to consider. How do you hold down a job when you don't know if your child's going to go to school that day, and what alternatives are there inside of school hours at such short notice? So that's something to consider as well. Also, we're hearing from families that they just don't know where to go. And that's where Melissa's mentioned the flow chart as well, is that families just simply don't seem to know where to turn to get that support. There are services that we hear about on the radio or on TV and things like that, but when you're in crisis, understanding and maybe getting some additional support and guidance.
Some case management.
Yeah,
you're worn out. You're really, really worn out.
Yeah. But then also providing that to the schools. That's so key, is to ensure that teachers who are on the front line understand that better than anyone, hopefully, to provide that guidance, not to put all of the world on their shoulders either. And then looking at the sensory overwhelm in some of those environments too has been affecting a number of families, whether they are parents of neurodiverse or non-neurodiverse. Those sensory environments in the classroom quite often are not conducive for any a lot of kids that we've been speaking to the parents of, and then also looking at building emotional literacy in children too, within the school environment, and hopefully completely erasing that word resilience, that horrific word, to just be more resilient. No, it's more than that. And to understand that, especially in the past few years, where we've seen so many changes, affecting so many families in different ways, whether that be work or financial strain, or just building anxiety from what is a global pandemic. How has that affected kids, and the conversation amongst kids as well, and the what's put on their shoulders to support their peers, and building that support and emotional literacy in children to handle those conversations too. Sorry.
Yeah, that's very comprehensive. Appreciate it. And I think earlier you guys were talking about, the effective collaboration between the school environment and parents and what that would look like, especially in an environment where, there is that lack of mental health support due to worker shortages and all that's been mentioned. But I'm curious to know if you've got any anecdotal evidence on trauma within the CALD communities, culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, in terms of, integrating into a new environment, especially having gone through, I'm talking about migrants or those who have recently arrived. Have you consulted or talked to any parents who are struggling in that regard?
Unfortunately, given that we are still quite a new lived experience volunteer group,
Yes.
We haven't had we have the people that are just simply reaching out to us, so we haven't been able to tap into that community as well as we would like to in the future, for sure.
Yeah. We had over 12, we ran a petition and had over 12,000 signatures, so it's definitely impacting a very large portion. This is in South Australia,
and this was around Mental Health Act at the time.
So we don't have anything specific though, sorry.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
Oh, no, that's totally fine. I mean, there's always room for that demographic to be included as well. And finally,
Sorry, just so that you are aware, so we are open to anybody communicating and reaching out to us for support. All backgrounds.
Given that we're a very small volunteer group,
Yes.
We're dependent on people finding us at the moment, as opposed to us being able to find them. We haven't gotten to the point of we're literally running it off of our own backs with no funding. We're just parents that are caring. So hopefully we will get the support to reach more people. That would be nice.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I appreciate the evidence you've provided. I'm sure it's going to assist in our deliberation. But yeah, that's all from me. Thank you so much, Ms. Gaylor and Soma Ellie.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Payman. Senator Orman-Payne.
Thanks very much for appearing before us today, and really appreciated your submission. As someone who's been a secondary school teacher for a very long time before coming into this building, and is still very well connected into family members and colleagues who still work in teaching, I have to say to you that I found myself nodding a lot when I read your submission, and I think that so much of what you say is the things that teachers have been talking about for quite a while, because we've seen the changes that are happening in our schools. We see the different nature and the complexities of students that are coming before us. And I guess I just want to thank you for your advocacy, encourage you to keep going, because we clearly need more than just teachers for governments to make changes, and I think we need a really activist and vocal parent cohort to help do that. So thank you very much, and I really hope you continue. I'm really interested in hearing from you in relation to barriers that you see existing in relation to some of the things that you're advocating for, because you've got some really interesting and great solutions, I think, in your submission, but there's clearly barriers to that happening, and I'm interested to know from a parent perspective what you think those barriers are.
Do you want to start? I'll do my best. Look, I think there's clearly a number. I'll start with some of the areas that I'm particularly interested in as well. Look, the crossover, I guess, between NDIS and schools, looking at the federal state communication, how those two work together. And I understand this is a very complicated issue, but looking at families who perhaps have an NDIS team that are very experienced with that child and supporting that child over a long term. I've done a lot of investigation, a lot of assessment, and could be very useful for teachers and SSOs to looking at maybe very simple even modifications to the classroom environment that could provide, immense success, as opposed to, with all due respect, as opposed to departmental assessors who might only have a very limited time with that family and that child to make those assessments. And as much as I understand there's difficulties at present with bringing any of the NDIS team into school environments, now that's not across the board necessarily, but in many I've heard it is the case. But I feel like if you've got a team there that are qualified, that are experienced, that can provide wonderful insight, why not use that? And would that not save funding if they're already, on board, so to speak? And looking at that communication between the two groups to find the best solutions. I think it would be silly not to use that.
So I might interject there in that a lot of these kids who are struggling are neurodiverse and have exec functioning disorder. But under the NDIS model, you can't actually get educational support. But at school, you can't get the support that you need either, because not everyone understands exec functioning disorder. I mean, the barriers are, COVID was actually for us a blessing, because we had been begging for years for access for our kids to be able to do part of their learning from home remotely. And no, we can't do that. Well, the technology exists and it's been proven to work because we've had to do it for 2 years. So having that flexibility of saying, okay, we've got a kid with a high level of anxiety, we need to focus on what lessons can we get them to engage and come into the school. But for the other lessons, what can we do with getting them to do their work so that they're not falling behind and they're not, back on the 8 ball. We need to be flexible where if they do need a support person, like I literally paid for a student who was doing education with psychology major to come into the school and to sit with my child for 6 weeks to try and keep them there, because I was emotionally spent. I couldn't continue to sit at the school just to keep them there. So it's looking at the barriers. I was very lucky, by the way, that the school allowed that, but I know in majority of schools that's not allowed. It's looking at the individual child, placing them in the centre and going, okay, what do we need to do to try and help this child continue to engage, to be part of the community? Because frankly, hearing that parents have been told that their child needs to leave school because they're only at 10% attendance, that stopped the social engagement. And we all know that relationships are incredibly important to people's self-esteem. So if you remove that and you isolate them, then how are they ever going to learn, or how are they ever going to see themselves as being worthwhile? Because I can tell you they don't. They just don't.
If I might add as well, some additional training built into the university. Yes. Built into the university model around neurodiversity and other accompanying things too. I understand that teachers already have such an overwhelming amount of things that they have to focus on, and I'm sorry to suggest adding to that, I really am. But I think that it's really key to understanding that the classroom is going to be incredibly diverse in itself, and looking at identifying areas for particular students who might just need some simple adjustments that could go a long way. And in the interim, as I said, making the most of that NDIS team could be a useful bridge in the meantime. Also, particularly for SSOs, which is a wonderful support that's necessary for a lot of students, but comparing with, no disrespect here, but comparing their qualification to that of a qualified teacher, given that these SSOs are quite often, they are the main support for some of the most complex of our students, and they have less
specialised training.
Yeah, less training, and might not be as specialised as it could be. And so I think improving that could also provide a really stable, insightful, mindful support for that child. Not to say that they're not already that either, but just trying to look at ways to improve. And then also, of course, the immense amount of pressure put on teachers in applying for funding, particularly in the public system.
Yeah, the paperwork.
Yes, and looking at schools that are literally hiring a sole person on their staff to just full-time fill in these applications for further funding for these students. And even in those schools who have that full-time person, it can be 6 months, it could be the entire year just about before that child gets their individual learning plan completed and additional funding if needed. Now, unfortunately, I understand that there's going to be administrative things behind that, but we need to be mindful of supporting the child first and putting the bureaucratic timeline behind that, making sure that this child gets the support that they need from day dot. Otherwise, it could present as more barriers to accessing that education too. And of course, in the meantime, the strain on teachers to be scrambling to fill out all of these requests and how much that's impacting on them and their ability to do their job.
Thank you. They're all really useful suggestions, and I guess one of my observations is that there was a move on for inclusive education, and so there should be, but certainly my experience has been that inclusion hasn't been backed up by resourcing to make it happen to an adequate extent. Would that be your experience?
Yeah, I would say that's a fair statement. We call it the Band-Aid effect. It exists in the mental health field, and it certainly exists in education. People don't have the knowledge, they don't have the resources, but everyone says, oh yes, but we've got a policy, and it's like, well, then implement your policy. We shouldn't have to have a situation where a parent is saying, look, I believe my child's ADHD, they're on a wait list for 12 months.
Or 24 or 36.
Yeah, well, actually, yes, more like that. We can't do anything until you get that report.
Yeah.
Sorry, we can't help you. So, yeah.
And that's it, putting diagnoses before early intervention. And obviously we understand that a number of mental health conditions are not diagnosed until much later in life, and quite often rightly so, because these children are still developing. But then also in terms of where does that leave early intervention and any opportunity for, if you are waiting on a diagnosis before acting, and you can't act until there is a diagnosis, then it kind of makes the early intervention space counterintuitive in that regard, or inaccessible, frankly. I've also seen models where schools are, and to their credit, trying to be creative perhaps, but where they are trying to, excuse my phrasing here, but lump as many children as possible into single classrooms to be able to pull their SSO funding. Now, I'm not sure how common this model is, but I've heard how detrimental it can be, as opposed to spreading out. But then that way they're able to create additional full-time teacher roles. And so you go from having a classroom of one teacher to 2 or 3, but with a potentially even more sensory overwhelming class of, 35, 40 students, with, as many children as they can possibly fit into that class to justify the additional role. But then they're not getting their one-on-one time, and instead they're being put in an even more overwhelming environment with, yes, more teachers in the room, but those teachers are not specifically just giving them the amount of time that their funding has suggested is required. So,
yeah, thank you. And I guess one of my observations too is that there's pretty much nothing that you can't do in an inclusive education setting that benefits a child with a particular need that actually doesn't benefit every child in the classroom. So this idea that we should only be doing this for kids who have a specific identifiable need is probably overlooking the fact that this benefits all students if we do it well.
Absolutely, and I think sort of the flip side of that is a lot of people go, oh, well, if you're making allowances for all these kids or you're doing all these special things for them, then everybody else is going to feel left out and they're going to want to do it. It's like, well, no, it actually enriches everybody by helping, because you learn so much from other people's experiences and levels of challenges that they have. We see that all the time. Other kids who maybe didn't have a huge amount of empathy all of a sudden realise, well, Johnny in the class is actually a really decent kid. He just needs us not to look at him straight in the eye or to, you know, talk about a subject that he's not interested in, you know.
That goes towards education.
It does.
And
Emotional
literacy.
literacy.
Exactly. If I might say as well, just to add in, because I'll kick myself in the foot later if I don't mention it, but the behavioural side of things as well, where you might have children who have pathological demand avoidance, for example, too, and other other diagnoses, or maybe even not diagnoses, that they tend to kick off when demands are put on them, or if they're feeling overwhelmed, or they're not coping in that environment too, and quite often the old school disciplinary system, which I understand we need to put children and staff safety first at the forefront too. I do understand that, but then when we're sending children home, I'm concerned about these take homes not necessarily being logged and tracked. Because they do impact, and I know that suspensions and exclusions are, but I think that the take-homes also need to be taken into account, because every time we're asking parents to come and pick up, poor Johnny, because he's not coping today, and he's getting quite triggered for whatever reason, then how is that going to him feeling like he'll be welcome to return to school the following day or the following week, and then also it begins to teach. Some of these children begin to learn that, well, if I do kick off, I get to go home, and so then that's kind of further incentivizing that poor behaviour, and that's what I found is dangerous, to be incentivizing that, and how are the parents able to work? How are they able to get the time that they need? Perhaps they are carers, and that this is their only moment to breathe in between of kind of school respite, in a sense, whether that's to work or to just take sanctuary for yourself, and then you're called to pick up poor Johnny, and it's how is he meant to go to school the next day? But then how are you meant to get that time to breathe in between for what you might face that night afterwards? And we have to remember that these parents who are dealing with quite complex children as well, that this might be their only moment to breathe too. And I know that that's not the purpose of school and education, but just to keep in mind as well that it is kind of a natural respite too for parents. But yeah, these behavioural disciplinary structures as well are not particularly useful for children, particularly who have behavioural problems, in terms of incentivising them to continue at school. Sorry.
Thank you very much for your insights. I'm just conscious of time, so really appreciate them. And we've heard a lot about early intervention is really key today to prevent students getting in a situation where we are seeing school refusal. And I think a lot of the things that you raise are those things that do need to be addressed, so that students with the types of needs you're talking about don't find themselves in that situation where they're unable to go to school. So yeah, thanks very much for your insight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, yes, thank you very much, Ms Gaylor and Ms O'Malley. We very much appreciate your time today. Your submission and your evidence today has been very helpful to the committee, and we thank you very much indeed. Please go and enjoy your lunch as we do ours. So we'll broadcast, we'll suspend there. Sorry, in case you took any questions on notice, the committee has resolved the 8th of March as the due date for answers to questions on notice. I don't believe you did, but in case you did, please have them back to us by the 8th of March. Thank you. We'll suspend there and come back at 1:30.
Thank you. Thank you. One thing.
Good to go, Penny?
Yeah, but if you make me third,
Yep.
because I might have to step out and have another go round.
Yeah, okay. That's fine. I've got you third anyway. That's all good. Thanks for joining us. We'll get going in just a moment. Get my right page up. Okay, thank you. I now welcome representatives from Carers ACT. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name's Kamala Brisbane. I manage the policy and advocacy area at Carers ACT.
My name is Catherine Joseph. I am the Mental Health Carers Policy Officer at Carers ACT.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of your remarks, senators will be asked to ask questions.
Carers ACT thanks the committee for the opportunity to appear today to discuss our submission. Carers can be family members, friends or neighbours who provide assistance with the task of daily living to people with disability, mental health conditions, have chronic ill health or are frail aged, and they often do this without pay or recognition. Carers ACT provides direct services which support these carers here in the ACT. While we are the provider of the federally funded Carer Gateway program, a significant part of our work has long been focused on advocating for carers to receive the recognition, supports and services to support them in their caring role. Our advocacy includes seeking changes in relevant policies and systems that bring about improvements that benefit the care relationship. Carers ACT advocates for the full range of carers, including, I've just restated that, people with disability and mental health carers. We are the ACT's peak body for mental health carers. Additionally, for several years we have also provided individual advocacy services to foster and kinship carers. These services are funded by the ACT government. Our submission is centred around carer experiences that people have shared anonymously with us. Being a federal inquiry and only being a small organisation ourselves, we would most often feed our views into the national peak, which is Carers Australia. However, we were specifically asked by a carer to look at this topic, and when we sought views from other carers, they provided lots of input and urged us to provide a submission. The feedback from this request for consultation was added to what we have heard from carers over a number of years. In fact, carers want us to be clear that they don't see this as a COVID-driven issue, but rather one that has had a light shone on it due to the pandemic. It has been an ongoing battle for many people. As stated in our submission, our interest in consultation with carers has been focused on the particular terms of reference that relates to the impacts of school refusal or school can't on carers and families. When carers and families are experiencing school refusal, they are often dealing with the various financial and emotional consequences that come with adjusting schedules, facing stigma and navigating limited options, simultaneously struggling to understand the situation they are in. We hope our submission and the discussion that follows will deepen the committee's understanding of the issue and provide some useful suggestions for managing and alleviating these types of experiences for students and their carers in the future.
Thank you very much. And I'll hand over to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms Brisbane and Ms Joseph, for being here this afternoon. It's morning for me in WA. I would like to begin by acknowledging how important the work you do, how important it is, and thank you for that. In terms of school can't, what has been the experiences of carers that you've heard of or dealing with school refusal or school can't?
I guess if we start at the start of an experience using a carer as an example, there's the issues that it's first realising that this is what's actually happening. Then it's trying to work out for carers how they navigate that, either with the school, with the student, and it's then finding out what the options are, how to communicate and who to in the school system, finding supports within the school system and without the school system to deal with whether it's the behaviour or the condition that's causing the behaviour, and also actually explaining it to the outside world, and including their employer, their families and friends and the community. Stigma is actually a big part of the issue for carers. They feel a lot of guilt in terms of that something they thought was going to happen naturally is not happening. So does that give you a little bit? We can talk a little bit more about wellbeing and etc.
Yeah, because we've heard from teachers' point of view, we've heard from parents' point of view. So I was just curious to hear the experiences of carers. And like, I understand the stigma that's come up and the efficacy of collaborating and having parents and teachers and carers work together. In individual cases of school can't, has there been anything that stood out for carers that has been particularly helpful in navigating this issue or helping the student in a particular way?
Flexible learning options. I think you're looking for solutions in your question.
Yes.
Flexible learning, understanding, in early intervention. That's what carers say. If we can understand what's happening and how to solve it early, that helps. I think we mentioned in our submission about some different schooling options we have in the ACT. They're limited but have been helpful. Any others that you would?
I would say that the most successful stories in the school can't experience have been from carers that have very flexible and lenient managers and workplaces. Because it is quite a difficult juggling job when you have that going on and your financial well-being, your family life, everything else going on at the same time.
Yep, absolutely. And in your submission, you mentioned something in terms of a uniform method of data collection, and we've heard from witnesses earlier this morning about how it's so difficult to quantify the level of school can't across the board in various schools and how people manage it. But yeah, could you elaborate on what that method of data collection looks like to you?
Well, at the moment, the data collection is about a medical. Everything falls under sort of a one category. So what we'd be interested in knowing is breaking down that category a little bit more and having schools identify or parents identify when that's happening, so that we do have some understanding of all the anecdotal evidence that's there. Further to that, not being data experts and not understanding how the process of why the current system asks it in the way it does, I'm not sure, but I think that would inform and back up the experiences that we know are happening.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I've got a few other questions, but we can rotate the call and come back to me if there's time. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Joseph and Ms. Brisbane.
Yeah, thank you. I'll echo Senator Payman's appreciation for you being here today, for your submission and your opening statements and your answers you've already given. I just wanted to go to something you've said in your submission. You mentioned that there's been notable levels of consultations with carers. Some of the feedback received indicate a level of frustration with the inadequate support given to parents and carers, and that this inadequate level of support is the main cause of school refusal behaviour. Is the frustration that the current level of support is not sufficient to cover the growing needs that exist, or is there an unfilled gap in support provided to parents and carers?
I think it's probably a little bit of both. In terms of the experience of carers, in one aspect it's the timely support and enough support, and then for the carer, and then on the other side of it, it is what's been able to be provided. So that's knowledge and support for carers. This is what's happening, what's out there, how can we deal with it? And then it's actually the resources for the students themselves and for the teachers, so that sometimes carers feel that it's really that the school either environment or staffing resources are not there to manage what's happening, and so it falls back on the carer to step in, and that means the outcome of that is that the child is not attending school, which therefore means the outcome is that
parent is not attending work. And in fact, I think we mentioned that we know of carers who've left their jobs to manage that. So it's both. It's what's offered to the carer at the right time. This is something that happens. These are the options you've got. These are the supports that are available. And then it's also making sure that those are actually there, known about, but there and available.
And where do you think the primary support should be provided from? Is it Department of Education, Health, or a third party, or is it the school itself?
That's a good question, and I'd probably prefer to put it to carers, that particular question. But I think that their interface, the people that they're communicating with, are the school at the first stage, and they're the people who know the child as well. I think it gets a little bit more difficult through high school and college, as the student has a number of relationships rather than just a class, not just, but only a classroom teacher or a couple of teachers. So that becomes, you need a central point, and where that works, where that has worked, it works really well. There are roles in schools where there is a person to connect to in the high school and college system here in the ACT, and where that works well, it's great. But yeah, so I guess it's really, if people have to go through too much bureaucracy to get to the information that they need, that can be off-putting, and you don't know what you don't know. I think we say that more and more all the time.
That's the story of our lives, I think.
The navigation is actually
It's
a huge...
it's a huge thing.
Yeah, okay. And we've heard from a lot of witnesses, a lot of the submissions that have come in speak to the need for better data collection. Have you got a view on that as well?
Well, we know from anecdotal stories. So as I was saying to the Senator, our view is that it would be great to have better data collection. I think that there's got to be some care around the language in that area so that carers recognise what's happening and can feed that in. Because at the moment it's sort of under one category of illness, unable to... I'm not sure of the exact language, but it's very general. But there'd need to be some care that teased that out in a way that did not increase stigma as well.
Yeah. And in your view, would the implementation of the unique student identifier, the USI, better enable a uniform method of data collection on school refusal?
Sorry, I missed the first part of that question. Did you?
Yeah, I guess it would. Depends on what data they are collecting with the USI. Is it just that they are attending for the entire day, or are they, how many days, like what data would be attached to the USI?
The quest or the data inputs are actually more important.
I guess we aren't really the data collection experts to answer that question.
I'm not quite sure how the USI works in terms of that data that's collected.
But I do know that from the carers that we've talked to, that they've raised that there's a huge gap, especially in our region, with the children between New South Wales and ACT that aren't getting recorded in ACT's data or in New South Wales data. So that's a very region-specific issue, I guess, that we have. That was raised, and something to flag as well.
I'll just to another topic. From the feedback that you've received, do you think there is a willingness from schools to want to support students with diverse needs, but maybe they're unable to because of they're hampered by a lack of resources? Or is there a lack of understanding from schools about the best approach to take?
From what we hear, I would say there's a growing understanding. I think that it's still growing. And I think, in recent years there's been some great work being done here in the ACT about inclusion and sensory friendly spaces. I think all that's still developing and coming along. There was the second part of that question and comment I was going to make.
The resourcing.
Resourcing.
Yeah,
I think that's an issue.
It's a huge one. Yeah.
Not going to be surprising you there. Yeah, I think that is a huge issue.
Yeah.
Okay. And is there a sufficient understanding from schools as to how to approach the support that's needed?
Well, I think our carers would say, and that's why they've flagged with us, that they don't feel that there is. I think, well, I can sit here and say it's growing, and I can see that there's lots of effort being made. I think the carers who gave up their jobs last year would say, well, no, that isn't happening. The evidence isn't there for them.
Again, a theme through a lot of the submissions has been there needs to be a greater level of flexibility in how school and programs are delivered. In your view, did the experience from COVID-19 pandemic produce a more flexible learning environment, or has there been no change? Like, was there anything positive that actually came out of the need to be more flexible that's persistent?
I think what came out of it was that there could be flexibility. That was really what came out of it, that there was more flexibility than was previously thought. But we have had carers who have talked about looking outside of our region for more flexible options. They're not widely available now. So I think that, again, that's something that was highlighted, but perhaps carers would like to see continue. There's challenges in that space too. So,
especially with schools kind of realising, well, there are carers at home that can. There's a child with a disability. It's a bit difficult with our resourcing at the moment for us to look after this child. So, oh well, they've done it before during COVID. Why not just we'll call up the carer. Yeah. They can take the child home. So that's a frequent problem that we hear, or issue that we hear quite frequently. So that's not a positive of the COVID, but it is something that's occurring more frequently.
To your knowledge, has much research been done to investigate flexible learning environments?
Look, I don't think I could comment on that. We just haven't dug into.
Just a couple more. On page 7 of your submission, it highlights how one carer noted that it was only after numerous unsuccessful attempts at school return before they heard about an interstate distance education setting. What better information portals can be introduced so that parents and carers are able to find these alternative settings?
I think those points of contacts that I mentioned earlier in the school, whether it be a classroom teacher or a teacher who specialises in this area, a wellbeing teacher, and we've sort of flagged that in that there's teams within the schools that we think could be educated about all that and share that knowledge with carers. So I think, and it's probably going to be quite a skilled task to work out when the right time is to talk about those options.
How do you mean?
I guess to talk about that with carers when the problem might be starting to occur. I think that it could also be seen as well, if we're giving options of what's available everywhere else. Look, I'm just thinking that through as we're talking, that it's quite a nuanced conversation to have with a carer. Here's the options of what's available, not at our school. I think that there's a fine balance between making sure all the information's provided without actually saying, well, actually, we want you to go somewhere else. It kind of sits in that space that Catherine was just saying, that yes, we've got flexible learning and we've got online, but we still want to be doing what we can in your community, and near your home and with your friends, and where your parents can drop you off and pick you up, and be members of the community. So, so I think that's quite a. It should be available, but it's a difficult conversation.
Yeah. I'll have to make this my last question. You mentioned that that there's a need for a team of people within the school, presumably that have different skill sets to be able to provide that holistic support to the student and family. Could you envisage that being more of a shared resource across a district, a region, rather than each school needing to have that capability in and of itself? Like, could there be a pooled and shared resource across an area? Or do you think it needs to be quite localised?
I can see why practically that would be a good solution, and having not done any research on this or had a specific conversation about whether we think this would be a good view, I'm thinking about it from a carer's point of view. Am I going to have to make a time, write up a paper, get a report? I'm just thinking about what work might be involved in going to external people who don't know my child, don't know me. I can see how that practically what might be a good solution in terms of resourcing, but it makes it a more bureaucratic process when carers generally already are in the midst of a bureaucratic process. They're dealing with NDIS, they're dealing with all the specialists or the therapists. So I'd be just a little bit nervous that that's actually going to add another layer for carers of admin.
But we have heard, based on the research that we made for the submission, the Navigator program, which I believe is run by the Victorian state, is quite successful. The biggest problem that the carers or parents had with that was that they were on the wait list. So if it's like a centralised, the wait list, it wasn't widely available. Just as Kamala said, having someone in the school, like a liaison, like kind of a holding, like a warm hold, kind of having a person at the school that can liaise with a state or federal team. Given the resourcing issues, based on what I've read on the Navigator program, I think that would be a good halfway. But as we say at the end of everything, it's always up to the carers. Recommend asking the carers what would suit them the best.
Thank you. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks, Chair. And thank you so much for coming along and giving evidence today, and thanks very much for your submission and the time that you've put into providing it. I'm really interested in particular around this notion of flexibility and flexible options. It seems to me that a lot of the conversation, and not in your submission, I'm speaking more broadly, is this idea that, well, if a child can't be at school, then we'll just go online. And in many cases, and as a teacher, I know that there's been a lot of discussion. The first thing that is the go-to is often, well, distance ed, will that suit your child? And I note that you've spoken about earlier in the other questions that, it's really important for a child to stay connected to their community, to their school, and ultimately I think for most children, the ideal would be that parents and carers want them to be able to come to school, noting that that's not going to be suitable for everybody. So I'm really interested in exploring a bit more what parents and carers are telling you around what sort of flexibility they would like to see and what that potentially looks like either in or out of school.
I think in terms of in school, it is a little bit about the types of learning environments in terms of spaces and in terms of the type of work that schoolwork, in terms of group programs, speeches. So it's a little bit, it's about flexibility of around some of those tasks because there's certain conditions that make that some of those things, public speaking, group work, quite challenging. So that in terms of flexibility in the school, and it's the sensory spaces, it's access to, it's the accessibility things as well that can be normalised, so that again we come back to stigma, and then you had some conversations in terms of the other types of flexibility in online.
Well, from the carers that we consulted with, we noticed that different things work for different people. So it really shows that the school or the directorate has to have that conversation with the carer and the child to see what works for a child best. So a sensory room might work really well for 6 children, but then there will be those 2 children that don't want to be seen as different. They don't want to, and that sense of failure or being seen as different could be a reason that the child doesn't go to school. So yeah, it really is having that conversation with the carers and the parents and the child and seeing what works.
And I think that there's the Galilee school,
Galilee, yeah.
some different sort of schooling
models
options that have worked, that carers have talked about. There's one in the ACT that has worked quite well for a small group. It's just quite a small school, I believe, for students at certain times in their education. It's just more informal, more smaller classes, more individualised support for a range of different students, actually. So I think there's a whole, there's within the school and then there's within the education environment that we probably could look at, and agree online for a variety of reasons can be fantastic, but it's one tool.
I note in part of your recommendations, you were talking about encouraging parent and carer awareness and skills to help in the early diagnosis of mental health disorders and to connect with trained clinical support. I guess I'm interested to know, in your experience, who you feel is best placed to provide that building of awareness and support. Maybe to be a bit more clear, that's quite an obtuse question. You know, do you see it as the role of teachers needing to be skilled up? Is there a need actually for more allied health professionals connected in with schools? Yeah, how do you see that all fitting together in a way that works best?
Yeah, well, I mean, from what I've heard, when school psychologists are in place, that works quite well. When they're in place and available and, you know, it's an optimum relationship, that's actually working quite well. Sometimes, I think sometimes there's that, the therapist out, the private therapist and then the school, it's 2 silos that it becomes the carer or parent's role to try and merge those 2 messages into a positive experience. So I think that's what you're sort of getting at, that allied health, but somehow having it integrated within the school it works well for carers. Would you?
Yeah, and I would also just add that, you know, teachers being the first point of contact for children definitely need to be more aware of well, not more, but they need to be aware of these early warning signs, because they are, as I said, first point of contact. It's really everyone should, in an ideal world, everyone should be able to access the training at some point, easily, flexibly. And yeah, to provide that training, like more clinical or experienced peak bodies, whoever is the expert in that area would probably be best suited to deliver that kind of training option, I would say.
I think the other challenge, if I can just sort of elaborate and perhaps go on a slight tangent, the other challenge that we have is that children are developing, the diagnosis is happening in the moment as well. And so you do need some level of expertise on the ground that's saying, hey, let's flag this. It's not just about we need a report, we need you to sign up to the NDIS, we need you to get a psychologist. It's actually about saying to the carer, okay, well, here's some other things that you can do. This might happen. If it does, that's okay. We've got these things in place or these options as well, rather than every day waking up and thinking, is my child going to school and what do I do about it? So I think that it's also an acknowledgement that in what the carer is dealing with is not a known thing necessarily. You don't know whether it's all going to be better in a week or this is going to be 5 years out of your life and out of your child's life as well.
Thanks, Chair. I've happy if Senator Payman, did she say she had some extra questions?
Senator Payman, did you want to ask?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
You've asked what I was going to ask, Senator Allman-Payne.
You got another 2 minutes, Penny, if you Senator Allman-Payne.
I guess if I could be very pithy, you know, if there was one thing that we should prioritise changing, and as a teacher of a very long time, before I came into here, I know that there are so many things, but if you wanted us to prioritise something that we need to address sooner rather than later, what would that be?
Yeah, it would be... Yeah, we actually tried to do that before we came and got 3 things.
Please tell us your top 3 priorities.
Well, look, I'd start with an acknowledgement of the impact on carers, their wellbeing and their finances in this situation. It really jeopardises their careers, their self-esteem, their self-worth and their community engagement. So from that, we'd have to start with carers. And work flexibility, community understanding of what's happening, all of that would support them. The other 2, well, it comes back to flexibility and carers leave, underpinning that.
Thanks very much. Really appreciate you taking the time out to come and speak with us.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Brisbane, Ms Joseph. Appreciate your time. Your evidence has been really, really helpful to us in understanding the issue and will inform our final report. We thank you very much indeed. And we'll bring on our next witnesses. Thank you. Thank you, Ms Hudson. We'll just check the microphone first. You're all good?
Yes, here I am.
Terrific.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. All right, we'll get underway. Thank you. I now welcome representative from the Black Dog Institute, information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Professor Jenny Hudson. I am the Deputy Director and Director of Research at the Black Dog Institute.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Over to you.
Great. Thank you, Senators. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be able to present today representing the Black Dog Institute. It's Australia's only medical research institute that is focused on mental health across the lifespan. So for us, this issue of school refusal that you are talking about in the inquiry, it causes a really core concern of what we do. I'm a parent and a clinical child psychologist and a researcher, and I am really concerned that mental health problems, specifically anxiety disorders and depression, are depriving a significant number of Australian children and young people what is a fundamental right, fundamental human right to education. There's a misconception, I think, that has kind of perpetuated some of the issues that we're seeing today, that students that are unable to attend school actually do so because they're misbehaving or they're naughty. Another misconception is this kind of a parent blaming one, that parents just aren't strong enough to get their kids to school and they've just got to make their kids go. But what we know is that most students who do not attend school do so not because they won't, but because they can't, and often because of elevated anxiety and depression. And this link between school refusal and mental health problems like anxiety and depression is really well documented, and to me I think needs to be a core focus of any government response to this issue. In a recent study of both primary and high school students, emotional health problems were actually the strongest predictors of school absences the following year. And our research, along with others around the world, have also shown that the COVID pandemic, anxiety and depression are being experienced at higher rates. And although we don't really have nationally representative Australian data on whether or not school refusal is increasing, we do know that absences have increased, school connectedness has decreased, and anxiety and depression symptoms are increasing. So I just want to talk for a minute about depression. We have nationally representative data that shows that major depression actually has the greatest impact of all the measured mental disorders on school attendance. So students with depression on average miss 4 weeks of school a year, and that's a lot of education that they're missing out on. Depression is episodic, which means it's kind of on and off. Young people with depression withdraw from activities that they used to enjoy, and it has a cumulative effect as well. The longer a child is away from school in a single episode, the more difficult it is for them to catch up both academically and socially. And kids with depression have this unfounded belief that they're inadequate and incompetent. And then when they miss school, they can't keep up with the schoolwork, can't keep up with their peers on return to school. And this kind of reinforces and maintains these beliefs. When it comes to anxiety disorders, a key symptom of anxiety is avoidance of situations that they find scary. And different children will experience different things that they worry about. But for many children and teenagers with anxiety, school just represents so many of them, an overwhelming number of scary situations, separating from caregivers, reading or speaking in front of others, worry about their school performance, their grades, getting into trouble, anything that they could possibly worry about. Another kind of factor that's, I think, important to consider is the relationship between anxiety and depression, that anxiety and depression are more likely to co-occur. And for those students with major depression, over half of them also meet criteria for anxiety. But it's not all bad news. There is overwhelming evidence that early access to good quality care allows young people's mental health problems to be addressed quickly and avoids prolonged disruption to education and social development. So for me, a kind of collaborative approach is key when school refusal occurs because of mental health. We need a multi-pronged, coordinated approach, and the previous witnesses here were talking about that as well. The parents, the students, the school, the mental health professionals coordinating to allow the child to have a successful return to school. But our current system, in complete contrast to that, is very fragmented, and it's set up to respond to students who are absent because of behavioural problems, not because of anxiety or depression. So you would have seen in our submission, we had 6 recommendations that focus on improving the mental health of school-aged young people as a key driver of school refusal. We wanted to acknowledge and address the significant impact of mental disorders like anxiety and depression on school refusal, and deliver system reform in both mental health and education using a collaborative model of care that supports children's return to school. There's no national or sector-wide strategy to mental health and wellbeing in our schools, and actually that's where I'm calling from today, a national public education summit on wellbeing. But you know what's clear is that there is no consistency in how wellbeing and mental health is addressed in schools and within curriculums. We also wanted to focus on improving national data collection on school absences and school refusal, because we actually don't have good data on why kids are not attending school. We want to include First Nations voices in understanding and developing solutions and using culturally appropriate methodologies, because that is currently impacting on First Nations young people. And finally, improving mental health training and support for schools, teachers and parents. We heard from the previous speakers how important this training was. So I look forward to discussing these recommendations in further detail and welcome your questions. Thank you, Senators.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms Hudson. I'll hand over to Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks so much for being with us this afternoon. Really appreciate your submission and input. You've talked about a collaborative model of care or reforms in relation to mental health and education. I'm just wondering if you could expand a little bit on that and sort of give us an idea of what you think that should look like.
Yeah, I think that needs to come from a national strategy first. I think at the moment, it's depending on where you go to school, what type of school, where you are in Australia, you will get widely different approaches. And there isn't this guiding national strategy. I'm not suggesting that collaborative care model would be the same for every community, every state, every territory, because there needs to be that flexibility. But having a national approach to the way we respond to wellbeing and mental health is really key, so that then these models of the way that we respond to specific things like school refusal is consistent. But the idea of collaborative care is that we have quite a fragmented approach, both in kind of education and health, that those parts of Australia don't talk to each other. And the idea of a collaborative, multidisciplinary approach is that when a child stops going to school, that the parents are involved, the school is involved, the psychologist is involved, the GP is involved, whoever's involved in the child's care works together to help the child get back to school as quickly as possible and in a way that meets the child's and that family's needs. So,
certainly my experience in the public education sector, I've been a secondary school teacher for about 30 years before I came into the Senate, is that, it's really common to see guidance officers, guidance counsellors, whatever your jurisdiction refers to that role as. It's certainly not a common thing in a public school in Queensland to see a psychologist in a school. And I'm wondering whether you have a view on whether we should be embedding more psychologists in schools in addition to guidance officers and counsellors.
Yeah, I think there is major inequity across Australia in terms of access to evidence-based care. And if you attend a private school, you might have access to 5 clinical psychologists, whereas if you are in a public school, particularly in primary schools, you would have 1 psychologist, not necessarily somebody that's actually been trained in mental health, who's there half a day a week. And there is no way that that person can meet the needs of young people in being able to return to school. So I do think there is a need to reduce that equity. And it's not so much the profession, it is around the training that the person receives in being able to support young people and their mental health needs. That there isn't training for many psychologists even, and this is, it'll be probably a shock to hear this, but many psychologists actually don't have any training in mental health in children, depending on the way that they came through the system. And teachers definitely don't get training in mental health. A lot of GPs don't get training in specialised mental health for children and young people. So there is this massive gap in knowledge. So I think there needs to be skilled people in schools more than there currently is, and in a way that is equitable across the sector.
Interested in the idea too of, more training for school staff and including teachers. And if I think about my own experiences, across a number of schools, as both a teacher and a head of department, I come from a family where we have significant numbers of people who've had mental health issues. I'm one of those, and have been able to identify, when there's an interaction that's going wrong with a teacher and a student, and in fact, the first thing you think is actually, I think this child is anxious or depressed. I don't actually think they're misbehaving. And that certainly helped in being able to address and help teachers with those situations. Just wondering then what you think that should look like. Like, is it a mental health first aid course is compulsory for all teachers, or is it, what sorts of things do we need to be doing to make sure that people have that skill set? Noting that we don't want to encroach into, teachers aren't psychologists and they definitely don't want to be, but as you said, at least being able to identify and pick up on things is really useful.
So now you raised a really important point, that because of your background, you were able to identify it as a teacher, but it is really dependent on, on the individual teacher as to what they can recognise, and that training is going to be a critical part. And we are really mindful of role creep for teachers, and that they're being asked to do so much, and already their wellbeing is under pressure, and a burnout is a significant issue for many teachers. They are asked to do so many things, but that training, I think, is still really important because they are the first people that kids will go to, parents will go to, and they don't have the understanding of anxiety and what maintains it and being able to recognise it. As an example, so at Black Dog, I've just finished developing a training program specifically for primary school teachers that's aimed specifically at anxiety, because I see this as a really critical issue that is overlooked in those kind of general first aid courses that many teachers do, or the kind of one-off training programs that teachers are given around mental health, is that they miss this critical point of anxiety, which is, and I mentioned in the report that when you're anxious about something, you want to avoid it, whatever situation it is, and so you want to stay away from it. And what we know is that when you stay away from situations that you find scary, like refusing school or not answering questions, that helps to maintain the anxiety, because you never learn actually what you thought was going to happen. Often kids will think, I'm going to completely mess up, everyone's going to laugh at me, and everyone's going to remember it forever. They don't actually get to test out those beliefs because they're avoiding it. And what happens is teachers who are well-meaning and wanting to do the best by the young person actually remove the child from the situation, and that, okay, you're getting anxious, you don't have to do the school speech today, or it's all right, I won't ask you any questions. And I've seen teachers actually given students cards, or school counsellors even giving cards to students to say, I'm anxious, I have an anxiety disorder, don't ask me any questions. And to me, the way that our current system is set up in being able to respond to anxiety is helping to maintain it in a systematic way. And when we've been running we've done the first pilot of this program of training teachers, and they've become aware of the processes that they've been involved in that actually help to maintain the child's anxiety. And it's kind of this aha moment where they go, I've been actually contributing to the student's anxiety by letting them leave the classroom, or letting them call mum in the recess break, or getting mum to come up and bring the school bag that they've forgotten, or whatever it is that the child's worried about. But while they're well-meaning, actually helping to maintain anxiety on an ongoing basis. And it's kind of training teachers and school staff, not just teachers, because the child interacts with so many different people throughout the day, to understand the role that anxiety has and the role that avoidance has, and the maintenance of anxiety in kind of maintaining those avoidance behaviours. What we want to be doing is encouraging children to gradually face those situations that they're fearful of, not avoiding the classroom entirely, but doing a slow return to school in a way that they're comfortable with, that is they're ready for, not pushing them to go back to school full-time, answering questions every day, but doing it in a more gradual way that the child's ready for, but not avoiding, which is critical.
Thank you. I'll stop there because I'm conscious of time and other questions, Chair.
You sure? Okay.
I have more, but I'll give everyone else a
You
go.
had a few more minutes, but that's all right. We've got time. We'll come back. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your submission, Professor Hudson. I would like to know what from your experience and the research, what was the impact of COVID-19 on students' experience on school generally?
We witnessed a continued reduction in that school connectedness and school belonging, and that definitely there was this increase in anxiety and depression when they came back to school. COVID impacted on all of the things that we know impact on mental health. It exponentially exaggerated all of those things, social connectedness, financial stress, family stress, isolation, loneliness, all of the things, reduced activity, increased screen time, poorer diet, poorer sleep, all of these things impacted on young people. And then returning back to school, a lot of children did not return to their pre-COVID levels of activity, sleep, nutrition, and all of those things that we know impact on mental health are continuing to impact on a lot of young people.
And would you say that, or is there evidence that show that COVID-19 has affected the occurrence of school refusal or school can't?
We don't have good data on why children are not going to school. We know that there's increased absences, at least from the data that I've been able to look at, nationally available data. We know that there's more school absences, but because we don't know why children are not attending school. Is it because they've got more cold symptoms? They're trying to be careful? Or is it because of mental health? What we do know is that there's more absences. Children are feeling less connected to schools than they were, than their school kind of overall, and they're experiencing more anxiety and depression. So when you put those pieces of evidence together, to me, that would indicate that the number of absences we are getting are not because of cold and flu, COVID-like symptoms. It's because of mental health problems. But that's a hypothesis at this point. We don't have the data to show that because we don't ask children, and nor should we specifically. I think this needs to be done in a different way to understand this, because children and families should have the right to report why they're not at school. It doesn't have to. They don't have to say that I'm not coming to school today because I've got a mental health problem. That's up to the parent and the child to disclose that information. So we can't keep track of that from a national perspective or state territory perspective, but we could do research that looks at why children are refusing school or not able to come to school.
Yeah, and would you say that there are evidence-based practices or research in evidence-based practices that can address how parents and teachers can work together to mitigate school refusal?
Yes, there have been some really great new programs actually that have been developed in the last few years that do have this collaborative care approach, that have been tested and do increase school attendance by targeting, helping the child work with the school, with the parent, with the therapists, with the carers to get the child back to school. When they use this collaborative approach, it has been shown to work effectively.
In your submission, you mentioned the culturally appropriate methodologies that could be implemented, knowing that, the diversity of students from all demographics and all backgrounds. What would that look like? Do you step through for us what you see that to be?
Well, at the moment, the measures that we often use to assess mental health and wellbeing in Australians use a very white European approach, that it is based on studies from methods items that come from white science and haven't necessarily been tested in First Nations communities or in migrant populations or other populations in Australia. So particularly when thinking about First Nations, which is what we focused on in the submission, the measures aren't culturally validated and they don't fit for the way that First Nations peoples experience and explain their social and emotional wellbeing. So the measures that we currently have actually don't fit for them, and the way that they might experience sadness, the way they might experience anxiety, doesn't match up with the way that we're currently measuring it. So if we go out and use this nationwide approach to wellbeing and mental health or school refusal, we don't necessarily know whether it's going to fit. So there needs to be research with First Nations peoples, with other groups in Australia, to allow a measure that would be appropriate, an assessment that would be appropriate for all Australians, not just a small selection.
Absolutely. That's all from me, Chair. Thank you so much, Professor Hudson, for the evidence you've
Thank you very much. I've actually, a lot of the questions that I was going to ask have been covered already. I guess what I'd maybe like to explore with you is what are some of the real practical things that we could do that the system, if you like, needs to adopt. You proposed in recommendation 1 that acknowledging and addressing the significant impact of anxiety and depression have on school refusal is needs to be dealt with. So can you just give us something I can hang? Well, I don't have a hat on, but hang my hat on.
It'd be training, Senator. It'd be having conversations like this so that teachers, school staff, people across Australia understand why children and young people aren't going to school. Because, you know, I was even having a conversation last night at dinner with some very well-respected researchers, and, you know, it's this kind of approach of, you know, just get them back to school or just pull their socks up or, you know, it's kind of not understanding what anxiety is like. And, you know, I think if you think about situations that you're terrified of, that you don't do because of anxiety. Everybody has anxiety. It's really normal. There are some things you probably don't do, or saying you, but across across the panel of senators. What is it that you don't do because of anxiety? Is it bungee jumping, jumping out of a plane, whatever it is? It's not speaking in front of large groups, because you do that, I'm sure, on a regular basis. But if you think about what it is that terrifies you, I'm sure. What it is that terrifies you, if you are forced to do that, or if somebody was punitive in their response to you and making you bungee jump, forcing you to jump, what that would be like. And it's kind of not understanding the level of fear that children and young people have going to school. And it's this thought that, oh, well, the parents just aren't being strong enough to get their child to school, or you know, it's the child just being naughty. But it's not really understanding what it's like for that young person. And I think anxiety in particular is this really difficult one, because anxiety and sadness, they're all really natural experiences. Everybody has them. But when you say depression, we know the difference between sadness and depression, but we don't really understand the difference between natural, normal anxiety and what it's like for these kids who experience such intense fear that it's stopping them from being able to go to school. And that understanding of what it's like, and if you kind of think about that, and you know, you've got a whole team of people forcing you to bungee jump, and you know, saying that you're not going to succeed if you don't do this, when it's terrifying, you know, it would be a really hard thing to do, and you'd probably act out and, you know, be painful if you were being forced to do that. So it's kind of this, you know, the understanding through training, and I think that's important, and public conversations about it.
And is the training, does it need to go beyond just theoretical? Like does there need to be some sort of experiential element to it so that people can? I mean, we're expecting a lot of teachers, right? They've got to teach the curriculum, get students to master the particular issues that they're teaching, but then, you know, be the counsellor, the psychologist, you know, so how do we equip teachers to best have that understanding, as you've put it?
Well, I think it needs to be part of their training for new teachers, but you know, it is difficult because teachers already have so much, but having that time away from the classroom to attend training, whether it be part of the days that the student-free days. You know, at the moment, that's kind of haphazard in terms of the training that schools use. But the training program that we have developed at Black Dog for primary school teachers that focuses specifically on anxiety has been developed very much as experiential, because, you know, we know that you hear information, and I'm sure teachers will, you know, and what we've experienced in our training programs so far is that, you know, they hear the information and go, yeah, that makes sense. And then we actually get them to practice it, and it kind of hits home about how hard it is to actually do that, how hard it is to speak to a child in a way that helps them to understand their own experience a little bit more, rather than trying to solve it for them, trying to encourage the child to approach a difficult situation rather than being punitive. It is a really hard thing to do that does require practice. But if we are, you know, asking teachers to do this, we can't make them do it on top of what they're doing already. There has to be some support for them to be able to attend training like this. But I think it is part of their undergraduate training as well, as kind of ongoing for current teachers who are already in practice.
Yeah, and then I presume there needs to also be readily available resources and support that the teachers can quickly refer people to. Would you agree with that?
Yes, yeah. So we're working on
I'm not asking the teacher to be the counsellor, right? Or the
No. Yeah.
But
It
just
is
being
really
able to
important.
identify and then point them in the right direction.
Yeah. And, I mentioned before, schools are really disconnected from their community in terms of what services are available. And so it's having that capacity to triage. So that's something we're working on at Black Dog Institute at the moment, is a tool, an online mental health kind of voluntary check that parents can use, where they check in, how their child's going with mental health, but then also being able to triage them to the right care. At the moment, there's waiting lists in the community, very long waiting lists, and we're trying to look at how we can capitalise on digital care, digital supports, resources for parents, and kind of blended care options, which might be face-to-face, might be telehealth, but a lot of digital tools as well for families, so they don't have to wait. And we've got this significant workforce shortage, both for psychologists, psychiatrists, specialised GPs. There is and allied mental health professionals as well. We've got a significant workforce shortage. This blended care option could be a solution for families while they're getting connected to care.
And there's obviously tremendous pressure on parents as well that are dealing with, that have a child with school can't. What steps can be taken, do you think, to remove the stigma and the shame on, as parents? I know even in my own household, you sometimes feel incredibly guilty about certain things, and how do we help parents to not feel that shame?
Yeah, and I think it's acknowledging how hard it is sometimes to get your child to school when they don't want to go, when they're so scared to go, and it is really difficult. And I think acknowledging that for parents and the distress that brings, and we know anxiety and depression run in families as well. So if you have a child that has anxiety, it's much more likely that parents also experience that, and then that adds to the complexity of it, that it's you're feeling guilty about passing on your anxiety or your depression to your child, and what should I have done differently, and if only I'd done this. And it is really a big impact. It has a really big impact on parents. And then when they turn around and hear the teachers in a punitive way, or the school in a punitive way, that it reinforces that feeling of, I've really messed up and I'm not doing right by my child. And it's not acknowledging how difficult it is. And we heard before, and I've heard actually a number of parents who they can't go to work because they just, from day to day, they can't predict whether their child is going to be going to school or not, and that has impacts on their own capacity to work. And I think that's often under-recognised. But it's kind of shifting that stigma through understanding. And I think one of the really effective ways of changing people's views, particularly stigma around mental health, is hearing from people. So understanding what it is like for a parent. And kind of once you've gone through it yourself, that you kind of have that understanding. But until you do, we need to rely on hearing other people's stories about what it's like, and being able to understand it at a deeper level, rather than kind of in that judgmental, critical way, you should have done things differently. But we do have this culture of blaming parents for the child's issues, rather than thinking about it from a community perspective. How can we support parents? How can we support schools, teachers, children and young people, and practitioners in being able to get the best out of a young person, and for that young person to have the best outcomes? But it's being connected to their community. And our First Nations people actually have a really wonderful approach to social and emotional wellbeing, where it is about connectedness. It is about your connection to your country, connection to your family, and kind of broader well-being, to nature, that this more socialist community approach, as opposed to this individualistic approach, which we really have switched to in our culture. And the more individualistic we become, the more disconnected our young people are becoming from, disconnected they are from school, from society. And I think those two things are related, and our current education system is set up to focus on the individual rather than on the community. And we have a lot to learn from our First Nations communities and peoples, that this approach to social and emotional wellbeing could be applicable to all Australians.
Yeah, and it's having that information for parents and teachers is critical. I mean, we all sort of live through this society, and I know sometimes, even in myself and my own family, we sometimes fall into the Instagram version of life, where you're putting your student awards and your children's awards and all the highlights, but we're not often sharing with each other how we deal with the difficult points in our lives. So we could get better at that.
We could.
It was probably more of a comment than a question, but Senator Ong-Pang, yes.
This might seem frivolous, but I really mean it sincerely. Do labels matter? Like, the name of this inquiry is school refusal, and yet we're talking about the stigma that young people feel, the stigma that parents feel. Do we really need to reshape the language around it as well? I know that a lot of parent groups prefer the term school can't, because it really does indicate that this is not something that a child has control over and they really do want to be there. Does that matter?
Yeah, I think it does. I think it is really critical. Language is so important. At the moment, the label that is used is one that indicates, well, it's consistent with the way that our current education system responds to absences. It assumes that it's because they're refusing, because they're naughty or misbehaving. And for some kids who are refusing going to school or absent from school, that is the reason. But for the majority, what we know from data now is that we've had this increase in anxiety and depression symptoms and an increase in absences. And the bulk of the reason why children and young people are refusing school is because of anxiety and depression, and our current system doesn't reflect that. So I think language is really important, and the acknowledgement of mental health as a critical part of that. Mental health, specifically anxiety and depression.
Thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you. Well, that will conclude it. Thank you very much, Professor Hudson. Your submission and your time today has been very valuable to the committee, and I appreciate it very much on behalf of the committee. And so we'll move on to our next witness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senators.
We'll just suspend for just one moment while we organise ourselves. Both of you for coming. We'll rebroadcast. Thank you. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Association for the Education of the Gifted and Talented. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Melinda Ginty, President of the Australian Association for the Education of Gifted and Talented.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Singer, Vice President of the Australian Association for the Education of the Gifted and Talented.
Terrific. I'll now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members of the Senate Standing Committee on Education and the Secretary. The Australian Association for the Education of the Gifted and Talented sincerely appreciates this opportunity to bear witness to you today on behalf of the students, families, educators and the community which we serve. We respect and honour Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander elders, both past, present and future. We acknowledge their stories, traditions and living cultures and commit to building a brighter future together. The AAGT is comprised of members from all states and territories in Australia. They include university researchers and academics, educational consultants, schools, principals, teachers, parents and students. Furthermore, members represent a diverse population incorporating a variety of cultural backgrounds and geographical locations, including metropolitan, rural, regional and remote members. Gifted students come from all walks of life. Students with natural advanced abilities are found across all demographic groups. Giftedness is not bound to a singular cultural group, geographical location, family structure, or socioeconomic status. Some gifted students are diagnosed with and they experience disability. You can find gifted students in the wealthiest suburbs in our capital cities, equally in the most remote communities in outback Australia. When we look at school refusal and school disconnect, we must remember that it can and it has impacted gifted students right throughout our land. The AAGT believes that the COVID-19 pandemic and associated remote learning periods highlighted and exacerbated the already dire situation for gifted learners. Disconnection from school is a complex issue which we acknowledge will require complex intervention. This government needs to take active steps to reduce school refusal, disconnect and underachievement in our gifted population. Our core message is equity, where federal leadership and policies need to prioritise supporting teachers, psychologists, support staff and schools through appropriate and relevant professional learning and resourcing. This will contribute to fairer education for all students, including gifted students.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll kick off. Appreciate your submission. It's actually really insightful and it's really interesting to read about the field of work that you're in. Do you have any statistics on the number of gifted students experiencing school refusal?
So in terms of the research around school refusal and gifted students, the research is really lacking broadly in that particular field. However, we've got some information about research that was conducted just before the pandemic in terms of homeschooling. And so colleagues in Western Australia, I'll just grab out that statistic. So colleagues in Western Australia, Slater, Burden and MacKillop, in 2020 they published that 20% of their homeschooling sample size, and their sample size was over 600 students, identified as gifted, and this is twice as high as the percentage of gifted students in the population, according to the identification model found in most Australian jurisdictions. So even prior to the pandemic, we were concerned that the gifted population was really overrepresented in the homeschooling group, and that was often a case of because there was a disconnect with schooling. As we knew it, was not able to provide for their educational needs, and so families needed to result or refer back to homeschooling in that scenario.
And is there a school refusal issue in homeschooling, or is it in many ways helped by homeschooling a student that is struggling with school refusal?
Can you ask the question again?
Is a student assisted with their school refusal issues by homeschooling? Is that actually a way of actually helping a student, in your opinion?
Yeah, so often within the homeschooling environment, and this was replicated to some degree when we were in remote learning and students were learning from home, is that when we have gifted students who, for the curriculum matched to their age level is inappropriate actually to their ability level, they are able to engage in learning that is based on their readiness to learn. So an environment built up that's individualised quite to the child, which can often be replicated and found in homeschooling, enables that child to feel safe, to connect in virtual platforms with others that are at their same cognitive level as opposed to their same age level, which is what our typical classrooms look like. And they're able to be challenged and engage in learning that is really founded towards their readiness to learn. We do find the research shows us that neurotypical students often require 5 to 6 repetitions of learned knowledge, or to learn and embed knowledge after explicit instruction, where the research also shows us that for gifted and talented students, they often require 1 to 2. So in a typical classroom, they would often spend time, I guess, biding their time, waiting for their class peers to actually embed their learning and then being able to move on. So whereas in a homeschooling situation, a number of students are able to, well, I've done that work by 10 a.m. in the morning, and now I can pursue my passions of building a website or any other sort of passion that they wish to follow.
Yeah, fascinating.
And homeschooling also takes away, if we have students that are developing a school can't because they don't want to go to the school environment, is causing anxiety because they're going there with the idea, even kindergarten gifted students, they're going there going, oh, school, I'm going to learn everything, I'm going to be able to ask the teacher all these questions, the teacher's going to know lots of information. But in a kindergarten classroom, teachers are very busy and often don't have time to attend to all their questions, which can be continuous. And so it builds up an anxiety in the child. The child's asking a question and the teacher goes, no, we're not talking about that today, or we're not going into it in that much detail. And then they come back to the school the next day and they ask the same thing, and the same thing happens. So you get this
repression,
this progression that leads to this anxiety, this school can't, this school refusal, this idea that the environment isn't for them, they don't fit, they notice they're different to their other peers. The things that they thought they would get in school have just sort of disappeared. They can become selective consumers of the school product, which is, for some gifted students, the way they start school refusal, they'll go, we'll do this bit because we don't know it, but we're not going to do that bit. And that can grow if the teacher isn't aware it's happening. And for some of our gifted families, they manage to get in to see a psychologist, maybe, or another professional in that area, and they get a report for schools. But our schools are overwhelmed with things that are going on, and they are under-knowledged, like teachers don't have training in gifted ed. So they're not able to implement the strategies that the psychologist is recommending for the child. So we kind of get this build-up of this anxiety, and we kind of have a split population. Homeschooling is great for families that can take that step, that can be home with their child, that can provide that. But we have this area of the population that can't be home, that have to be at work, and they can't offer that. So we've kind of got, homeschooling is a great window to look at in terms of school refusal, because we see where some of the children go and what proportions they are. If you have a look at the Slater report, I've got a copy here, but what proportions of children there were in this sample who have homeschooling, but you've got the same reflection of families that aren't able to afford the option of homeschooling, that need to be at work. that have a child that is in the same place, but the breaks that homeschooling provides, to have the curriculum, to find a better school or a different school rather than a better school, to find the right social and emotional environment for the child. It's just a really good example. But we've got the groups that can afford
Thank
it
you.
and the groups that can't.
I might get you to, if it's all right, to table that report so the committee can, we'll grab that off you in a minute, the committee can have that. Just got time for one question. One of your recommendations for the government was to establish standards for gifted education documents similar to the Disability Standards for Education, which was published in 2005. If this could be done today or tomorrow, what should it include?
So I think this would be the dream for our Australian community that really it's now up to this government to realise. To be able to include the standards for education really means that what we're doing is we're taking ownership of the research, the plethora of research that's out there in the gifted education field, and we're providing leadership federally for our schools to give them guidance from that top-down approach in terms of best practice for gifted education. So the AAGT proposes that a collaborative approach be taken place. There are a number of gifted education experts around the state, and those that particularly have taken that research into practice in terms of how is this modelled in our school? How are we being culturally responsive in our school to the gifted population that we have? The Disability Standards for Education provides a direction. It is legislation for us to not only follow legally in schools, but also morally and ethically, so that we have some guidance and that top-down approach for schools. But despite parliamentary inquiries into gifted education, two decades ago, we're really as yet to see the ownership of that being established in Australia. And I think that actually impacts, if we look down, it's really a core point from a root cause analysis perspective when we talk about school refusal and school disconnect. And the reason why that is because we don't have something that is consistent across our country and provides guidance. That means a family living in one community who needs to attend their local school is likely to receive for their child something very different to a next suburb away. And our families are saying that if they have to, and they do, they move suburbs, they move whole states because they don't have another choice. They need to find something that works for their child, and a school and teachers that are resourced to both their professional learning, in professional learning communities, so they have that ongoing embedded practice, but also with toolkits to be able to offer that right across Australia. And I think we could really do a lot as a nation to be able to guide that and set that model in our country.
Thank you. I'll hand over to Senator Payman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. Gindey and Ms. Singer. Appreciate the submission and your reporting, tabling the report. I was just going to go back to what you've mentioned in your opening statement, and knowing that there is a significant range of ability even within the population we might term gifted. Does school can't impact different parts of the gifted population in different ways? And if so, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, it does. We know that there's a saying amongst the community, when you've met a gifted child, you've met one. And so what we recognise is that the needs, as we look at education in our country, we're looking at what does this individual need to be successful? What do they need to flourish? And we know that a child brings with them a whole range of experiences, demographic challenges, and learning needs based on where their intellectual ability is. So as you've alluded to, Senator, a child at the 90th percentile in IQ is very different to a child at the 99th percentile, and the interventions that would suit their learning needs and engage them would vary as well. Even from an acceleration point, there are 23 forms of acceleration that a child might need. And so when we consider the plethora of items that a child or experiences that a child brings, to be able to bring them to a point of learning and then be able to design, well, what of the range of gifted education provisions that we know are effective in the literature, what is going to work for this child? There is going to be a range of avenues and supports that schools will put in place to be able to support that child. And we think there is some new research happening in Australia at the moment around multi-tiered systems of support. And the MTSS system is often applied to students with disability as schools sort of work out, well, where are the systems of support, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3? And that's been now applied as we consider the broad range of student needs that students who are gifted experience.
Thank you. And in terms of, you mentioned earlier about factors that lead to gifted students experiencing school can't, but what have you seen that works when it comes to addressing school can't for gifted and talented students?
Mm-hmm. I think one of the things is a team approach in that the schools are willing to work with the child's psychologist if they've been able to get one, and that often we find that there's a need for some sort of support for the parents because the parents feel that they're in this overwhelming system too, and if you go to school, you can't get the child out of the car in the car park. All the parents that are doing the drop-off see it, and you can understand over time how that has a negative impact on them. So schools that actually have these team-based meetings that go a little bit further than the school staff, that generally have a support for the parents, is really good, because when you're solving it, then you're solving a problem with all the different bits moving together. Just trying to solve it from a teaching perspective doesn't always create the solution because the parent doesn't have the skill set that they need. So we find that you need to balance that. And then there's a lot of depth of knowledge that our psychologists have, particularly our educational and development ones, in this area, that they can input so much information and so much information about the type of gifted student that they can really narrow into areas to engage. And there's other things that help gifted students but also would help other students with school refusal, which is putting the strategy in so the parent arrives at school in a car and the member of staff that's going to greet that student comes out with a therapy dog. And that gives the child a reason to get out of the car and go into school. Now, often we find initially that they don't go back into their classroom. They have to go to another area with another teacher to kind of set up their day and work out their learning and work out their mood level or their anxiety level, if you like, and before they can then go and engage in their classroom and their learning. And we've known some schools to put, and families to put in an effort over 1 year or 2 years. We've known students to have to try 3 or 4 schools before they can get a school that has the teachers that either have the knowledge or that will go and learn the knowledge to have the flexibility that the students need. Yeah, there's an example on the back of our submission of one that's taken from the research literature. But it's a matter of having a really good team and a school that sees itself as part of a team. Often in society we go, oh, it's school and the school teachers, or it's parents and the parents, but it needs to be everybody together with people outside of the school as well, helping, because schools just don't have everything. Schools have stuff set up for education, but they don't have everything for most of these kids to get them re-engaged. And we find if we don't re-engage them, then it has an impact for the rest of their learning and them going to uni and being successful at uni and stuff like that. So.
No, I appreciate that the collaborative approach has been mentioned by a few other witnesses prior, and that's been a recurring theme. I'd like to ask whether you think having to deal with gifted students who are from a culturally and linguistically diverse background, does that add to the complexity of School Can't?
So it feeds into the complexity of the school needs. It shouldn't add to the complexity of School Can't, because if we are a society that embraces diversity, then the skills that we have in our education system would be in place to recognise and include that as well. If I think even from simply an ITE perspective, so when we're looking at our teachers that go into the classroom, that go into practice, so out of the approximately 40 universities in Australia that offer pre-service education degrees, less than 10% of those have a standalone unit in gifted education. They're all in the same state. And so even within that, the complexities of a student's profile, acknowledging their cultural and acknowledging their language background is complicated, is further exacerbated because there is really a severe lack of training in the area, and that's what our teachers tell us time and time again. One of our contacts is. Our common email is, can you recommend a course? Because they're there, they're in practice, and they're struggling because they don't have the necessary resources and tools that they need. Similarly, and this is what there's a growing awareness of this within the gifted community, is that assessments that are conducted, and we do like to gather a broad range of data for giftedness, because it does manifest in a multitude of ways across multiple domains and across multiple strengths. But when we are assessing assessments, we need to ensure that assessments are not restricted by language barriers or by where the child has grown up. Because if we're looking at that only, then we're not open. So to that. So specifically, we do, like in Australia, we have the Coolabah model of identification for Indigenous potentially gifted students, and that is one example of a formal assessment that is actually really receptive and inclusive of diversity for our First Nation peoples.
Thank you very much. I'll share the call now. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Payment.
Thank
Senator
you.
Norman Payne.
Thanks so much for being here today to give evidence to the committee, and thank you very much for your submission. I guess one of the questions that I'd like to investigate a little further is, you've talked in your submission about, the industrial model of education, And you've also noted in some of your recommendations that schools and classrooms need to be much more flexible. I'm wondering if you could elaborate some more on what you think, you know, a much more flexible, child-friendly school environment looks like. You know, if I said to you tomorrow, you can make any changes you want to the way we do education, what would you suggest?
So one of the core ones is how we deliver, and then how we assess our curriculum. Yeah. So when the new Australian curriculum was designed and implemented, I had a then conversation with the CEO, and we were excited because we had an Australian curriculum that no longer was designed to be lockstep. And when we reference back to the industrial model, and I actually received an email from a 15-year-old last night referencing this and recognising in the industrial model, it was about how do we best educate the population? How do we best educate children? And it was decided then, well, it makes sense to put them in based on their age. When we look at giftedness, we need to consider cognitive age. And we need to create opportunities, to create learning, to design what our day at school looks like, where students are not locked into, you are in year 3, officially you will stay with your year 3 class for all day. Because we have a curriculum that enables educators to be able to tap into, well, this child is really cognitively and their readiness to learn is at this level. Here's what they can work on. Similarly, the elaborations allows them to dig deeper, and then we can look at depth and complexity for gifted students. It's not just about vertical extension, it's about that horizontal, because we want a society that has critical creative thinking at the core. And it doesn't necessarily mean going faster really quickly, although a number of students do need that, and we've seen that. And where acceleration practices are put into place and properly supported, we have amazing results. But it's developing, like enabling those opportunities for embedding the research into gifted learners, where gifted learners learn most strongly, most connected, and they can feel themselves when they're with like minds. And so Elizabeth mentioned that kindergarten child that starts at school and they're all really excited, but all of a sudden they can't understand why their peers aren't quite interested in whatever their hot topic of the moment is, which is often in advance of their peers. Not always. They might want to talk about age-appropriate topics, and that's perfectly fine as well, but that's when they start to realise that they are different. And the thing is that their learning needs are different. They're not more special. The gifted population are not more special than any other of our neurotypical or diverse students. But they do have learning needs that render their education and their social emotional well-being needs to be supported different. But if they start kindergarten and all of a sudden they realise they are different and they don't understand why, they're not able to explain it at that cognitive age, that's the disengagement starts right then, and then they disconnect. So the learning day we should be able to embed practices that are researched thoroughly in gifted education, acceleration-based practices, readiness to learn-based practices, tiered learning, so that students are able to differentiate to a higher level, extension level. They don't have to get through the easy work first to then do the work that's appropriate for their cognitive level, because they don't want to do extra work half the time. Those practices, a lot of them are cost effective and the outcomes are huge, because you have a child that is engaged in school. They love school. They want to get out of that car every day. They want to come to school because they know that they're valued. They know that there's other students like them. Doesn't matter what age they are, but there are other people that think like them, they connect like them, and that they're going to learn and be encouraged.
So it sounds to me you're certainly advocating for example, more flexibility around vertical timetabling rather than our straight horizontal timetable that we function to at the moment. Interested to know to what you see as the resources that are lacking. I note that in your recommendations, you say more time and support for teachers. What does that look like to you?
So time and support for teachers starts back right at that ITE stage, initial teacher education, which I've mentioned already, so I won't go into a lot. And there is that recognition, of course, that, the ITE, the degree might be full. Do we extend it? Do we shorten it? But, we know that the numbers and the stakes are high, and that needs to be embedded back there. Within schools, the schools that we see that flourish in terms of gifted education provision, and the different platforms you might read and people might recommend schools, are where there are educators that are trained in gifted education, and where there is explicit time put into the timetable to enable opportunities to occur. And that there's appropriate support for that for teachers. So even when we look at our enrichment programs within schools are often outside of the curriculum, co or extracurricular. Enrichment programs are often across multiple years where students might meet their tribe. So it might be the chess club on Friday lunchtime, or the debating club after school on Tuesdays. And often teachers, passionate, committed teachers, and we have so many amongst, in Australia here, often they give of their own time. Where I've seen a huge paradigm shift is where teachers are valued so much, and the effort they put into taking that debating team to debates and etc. are where explicitly timetabling allocations are made within their FTE, within their day, to accommodate and enable that. And that takes some long-range planning. I don't think this is something that won't happen overnight, but I've been involved very closely with changing that paradigm shift in one particular school, and it's been amazing. And because also when you've got happy students who are engaging at chess club on Friday lunchtimes, you've got happy teachers that are seeing their students grow and be passionate and find their tribe, and just embrace something that's outside the standard everyday curriculum that they're bound by.
Thank you. I have many more questions, but time is against us.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed for your time today. If you've taken any questions on notice, the committee has resolved the 8th of March as the due date for answers to questions taken on notice. I don't believe you did, but in case you did, that's the date. Thank you very much indeed for your time today. We'll call on our next witnesses.
Thank you. We really appreciate it, and we're more than happy to work further.
Terrific. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just suspend for a couple of minutes while our next witnesses come up. Thank you. I now welcome representatives from the Department of Education. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a Department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matter of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers appearing today also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to the Senate committees has been provided to you. For the record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Senator. I'm Julie Birmingham. I'm the Acting Deputy Secretary of Schools in the Department of Education.
And I'm Rachel O'Connor, Assistant Secretary of the Student Engagement, Wellbeing and Closing the Gap branch.
Thank you. Do you have an opening statement?
No, we don't, Senator.
Okay. I'll ask senators to ask their questions then. So I'll go to you first, Senator Payne.
Thank you so much for being here today. We've heard some really interesting evidence from the witnesses who've come before you, so possibly going to try and sort of dig into some of the things they've told us and try and find out what the department's doing. One of the things that's really come through loud and clear, I think, from virtually everyone that we've heard from, is that there's a lack of consistent data collection around school can't. And I'm now going to use that language because one of our witnesses also said that language does matter, and this, for most kids, is a case of not being able to get themselves through the door. So really keen to understand what the department is doing, whether you're in conversation with, obviously, state departments who are largely responsible for education as well as the independent sectors. Is there work underway to have a look at how we address this issue of a lack of data collection on this issue?
Thanks for the question, Senator. I think absolutely that is probably the key problem we have here, is that there's a real lack of data to understand the scale and scope of the problem. So we've got, collections through ACARA around attendance, for example, that probably serve as a bit of a proxy. If you think of attendance as a proxy for this issue, we certainly know that attendance has been declining for quite a number of years, and particularly through the COVID period. There's also data like attainment rates and retention rates. All of those things point in a direction, but of themselves don't give you the reasons why people aren't turning up to school. So there's definitely more work to be done. I would go so far as to say I'm not aware of states and territories having that data either. I probably can't state that categorically, but I think it's a gap for the system as a whole. So you would have seen the recent Productivity Commission report into the National School Reform Agreement. It's pointed to a fair few areas that are relevant to this as well, in terms of needing better data to understand progress and change in school systems, and particularly to focus on wellbeing, which is a big matter that sits behind this issue.
I guess the reason I ask, and I appreciate that attendance data gives us an indication of a trend, and as you said, we do know that students are attending less than we would like them to. I guess what I'm thinking is that understanding why those students aren't attending, and particularly with this cohort of students who are experiencing school can't, is really important, because, and us being able to differentiate, because the question will obviously arise, what is this school doing, or this system or sector doing to improve student outcomes? And one of the things that I think we've also heard pretty comprehensively today is that it really takes a multidisciplinary approach to address the issue of school can't. Like, teachers and schools cannot solve it on their own. They need additional support from psychologists and a whole range of other potentially allied health professionals. So I guess my thinking is, if we're not actually collecting the data that is much more specific and tells us of those students who aren't attending, which ones literally can't get themselves through the door versus the ones who maybe just, for whatever reason, can't be bothered, or their parents don't value them coming to school. There's a whole range of factors, poverty, not being able to get the equipment they need, whatever. It seems to me that it's pretty crucial that if we're going to understand the scale of the support that's required, then we really do need to understand and have a good handle on just how prevalent it is. So is there work in train to look at how we do that, both at the federal and the state level?
I would say not specifically on the school refusal issue at the moment, but I do think in the process of working towards the next National School Reform Agreement, there'll be plenty of opportunity to explore. This is one dimension of a broader data problem, really. So I think, so within that, I think, there's things like outcomes for students with disability and their engagement. I think that's pretty important to resolve. So I think there's scope over the next little while to be really, trying to put a kind of a bound around that issue and identify what is the work we'll do together with the states and territories to improve the data.
I think another theme that's come through fairly strongly in the evidence that we've heard today is the complexity of the issue, the complexity of the responses that are required. Many of the witnesses who we've heard from have talked about the fact that, teachers need additional training. Some of them have talked about ITE, others have talked about, post-registration, ongoing professional development. But there's certainly been, I think, a strong push for teachers to have a more in-depth and broader skill set around a number of things. One is being able to address, and this all comes back to inclusion really,
Yes.
but better being able to address the needs of gifted and talented, better able to address the needs of neurodiverse students. We've also heard from the Black Dog Institute who've talked about there's a real need for teachers to have a much better understanding of adolescent and young person mental health, flags, ways that they can assist, things they can do in their practice. Noting that we're in the middle of a teacher shortage problem, and and more teachers are leaving in droves, as the media's reporting just recently. One of the things that's been proposed to address that is shortening the amount of training that someone requires to walk into a classroom, and in some cases halving it, 2-year masters back to a 1-year masters. Is the department concerned that if we reduce the level of training of the people who are coming in front of our students, the skills that are needed to deal with a complex issue like this, which is largely stemming particularly from kids not having their needs met in school, is going to be exacerbated by that?
I think, as you've indicated, there's a teacher shortage, and as we talked about it last week at Estimates, there's a body of work underway around the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan to address that. I think, the important thing is to get the teacher training bit right. So that's not taking quick decisions to reduce the length of time, but thinking more deeply about, in the modern context too, with this sort of issue on the table, what do teachers in this modern context need to do to be able to do their job effectively? So there's a expert panel having a look at that at the moment, chaired by Professor Mark Scott, with a reporting deadline, I think, of the middle of the year to government on really what is needed in an ITE context now, what sort of training should be provided in ITE. This follows on from work done last year through the Quality Initial Teacher Education Review. So basically to do a deeper dive into what does that look like. So we've got current accreditation requirements for ITE. Are they specific enough? Do they need to be more prescriptive just around things like this?
Thank you. Maybe a question that's probably more relevant to you, Ms O'Connor. Another thing I think that's come through from a number of witnesses, and particularly parents or parent representative orgs and advocacy groups, is, real concern by parents that their children really need to feel comfortable and confident and have a high level of wellbeing before they can engage in their learning. And to the extent that there was one, I think it's the Parramatta Diocese that we heard from, they have an entire team, I think it's 115 people, servicing 80 schools, whose only job is to look at wellbeing and the various issues that impact on young people's wellbeing. I know that we've had some money directed towards student wellbeing, which is welcome, but I also did my sums and kind of went, $20,000, that'll hire you a psychologist for a day. I'm interested to know what other strategies the department is looking at around student wellbeing. And I guess the other thing, and sorry, this isn't a fully formed thought, I'll say it and see if it turns into a proper question. I'm thinking through the notion that, you know, a lot of schools, there's a real focus on data, right? How many kids have you got passing? How many kids are doing well in NAPLAN? And I guess the concern for me as an educator is I often feel like when you're in a school, there's high stakes pressure to get that stuff right, and it's coming at the expense of really being able to focus on a student's wellbeing first to make sure they're able and ready to learn. So I'm interested to know what work you're doing in the wellbeing space, and is there potentially an acknowledgement that we actually need to get that right first before we start sort of hitting everyone around the head with a stick to say your data doesn't look good enough? Because I think that's a real tension for many educators.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I think the discussions we have both within the department and with our state and territory and non-government sector colleagues really emphasises that recognising the value and importance of wellbeing, both in terms of the way in which it directly contributes to student outcomes, but also as an important outcome in its own right. And there's a number of initiatives in addition to the Student Wellbeing Boost, which I think you were referring to, which we acknowledge is one-off and in response to the impacts of COVID. We would consider that builds upon the Commonwealth's investment and the investment from states and territories in terms of the ongoing mental health and wellbeing programs. So in both education and health from the Commonwealth, we contribute through the BU program. So the BU program provides professional development and support to teachers. It's delivered by Beyond Blue in partnership with Headspace and Early Childhood Australia. So it's a really significant way in which the Commonwealth tries to provide that support. And I know from my engagement with health that BU is entering into partnership agreements with states and territories to ensure that the support that they're offering is more directly targeted to the needs that are emerging within each state and territory. So we think that's a really positive step forward. That's about $23 million per year, and that's an ongoing investment. And that's in addition to the National Student Wellbeing Program, formerly the National School Chaplaincy Program, and that commitment $64 million per year. And as you'd be aware, we're working closely with states and territories in terms of the future of that program and the inclusion of student wellbeing officers. Again, we recognise that those complement the significant investments that states and territories make. In the work we have done, what we've tried to do is better understand what that looks like across states and territories. It's clear that there are different approaches being adopted in each jurisdiction, and that's both, as we understand, in response to the need, but also the workforce that is available. So there are, different approaches from psychologists, counsellors in schools to, nurses. And our sense is that that's best delivered by states and territories in the non-government sector who are at a more direct level to be able to make those sorts of decisions, and then we work really closely to work out what's needed in addition to that. Through that work, what we would say is that there is a need for greater evidence and more data in terms of what the outcomes are in terms of wellbeing of students. And there's been a really positive agreement towards that across states and territories and with the non-government sector. There's actually a Student Wellbeing Summit being held in Adelaide, in Barossa Valley as we speak. And that has really come about through that collective commitment to improving the way in which we measure and we respond to the mental health and wellbeing needs of our students, and how to share those learnings from different jurisdictions and sectors to inform others.
Thanks very much. And will there be something coming out of that summit, like a summary or papers or anything like that?
I would envisage there'll be some sort of communique. It's being led by South Australia, but I'm in pretty regular contact with them, and I'll be attending the summit tomorrow, so I'm certainly happy to check in and follow up in terms of any outcomes from the summit.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your, well, not the submission, but being here and helping answer questions that will help in our deliberation as a committee. I was just wondering if you could walk us through what the impact we've seen on mental health and wellbeing of students post the COVID-19 disruptions to their learning.
So thank you for your question, Senator. It's I suppose something we don't have a lot of data on ourselves. So I guess what we'll be reporting here, if I can find the right section, is some material that's been produced by others. So for example, we've got data from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, which talks about the mental health of young people declining between 2012 and 2020. So that was early COVID research, I suppose, but looking back over to 2012, which showed that the proportion of young people aged 15 to 19 who felt positive about their future fell from 71% to 56%. We've also got evidence that there's a strong relationship between wellbeing and learning, and that students with mental health concerns fall further behind. And by year 9, they're on average 1.5 to 2.8 years behind their peers. That's a very long list of authors I could provide on notice if you're interested in having a look at that particular research piece led by Goodsall. Is that the sort of information you're looking for, Senator? That could just
Yes, no, that definitely helps. I mean, because it's been evident with other witnesses providing evidence on the actual impact of COVID-19 on students' experiences in school in general, but then obviously students experiencing school can't, having that additional barrier essentially that was impacted by COVID-19 or exacerbated by COVID-19. Can you step us through what the student wellbeing boost that was announced by Minister for Education in February 2023, how could that be addressing the issue of school can't?
So I'll respond to that. So the Student Wellbeing Boost has two key elements. One is what we've called the Boost, which is additional funds to schools to support them to be able to respond flexibly to what needs have emerged post-COVID in terms of the mental health and wellbeing of students. It is seen, as I've said earlier, as a one-off versus an ongoing, but it's really to recognise that COVID has had further impacts on the decline of mental health and wellbeing. And I would say, in addition to what Ms Birmingham has shared, is that whilst we know COVID-19 has absolutely had an impact on their mental health and wellbeing, it is not the reason solely for the decline of mental health and wellbeing. We do know that there's been a much longer term decline based on the evidence and statistics that have been presented to us. So I think there's a collective awareness that it's been occurring over a longer period, but COVID has further impacted. So the boost is really to provide additional support to schools to be able to respond. There's been a range of suggestions in terms of how they could respond, but there is flexibility to ensure that schools are able to use that in a way that best serves the needs of their school community. In addition to the boost, there is also funding to support the development of a mental health check tool. This tool will be developed in partnership with experts who will essentially work with states, territories and the non-government sector to develop a tool that, again, best meets the needs of schools. The idea of the tool is to try and support schools in their planning and responsiveness, so to give them more live data, if you like, in terms of knowing what the issues are that their students are confronting to support them in terms of their planning and delivery. We also anticipate that it can be used to identify students at risk, so we would think that would have some sort of red flag, so that if a student who is completing the tool identified that they were struggling, that there was some form of red flag that would support them to get further support as needed. But as it's not yet developed, we can't say conclusively what it will include, and it will need to go through, we anticipate, ethics clearances in each state and territory before it's available for use in schools.
And no, definitely, because a lot of witnesses have raised the fact that there is lacking evidence and research and data out there. So I think this will be a very important tool. And just finally, as you alluded earlier, I do have the understanding that there's a shared responsibility between federal, state and territory governments. Can you perhaps help the committee understand how the department is navigating through that?
So, Senator, I suppose that really goes to the heart of how we work with the states and territories, and our real lever, I guess, if you like, is through funding, which is provided under the Australian Education Act and through, with partnership with the National School Reform Agreement. So that's our main avenue for negotiating policy change and reform with the states and territories, which then also flows into the non-government sector as well. And we're right at that point in the cycle where we're about to move into a new agreement space. So it's a real opportunity now, and Minister Clare's been, pretty clear about his priorities for the next reform agreement and the pathway forward. So we will be using that as our main vehicle for change, if you like.
Great, thank you so much. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Payman. Firstly, thank you for coming today. Very much appreciate it. Unfortunately, we haven't had as much luck in getting the state and territory governments to agree to either appear or even put in a submission. So appreciate the Commonwealth Department responding to the committee's request to do that. Will you be putting in a submission? Is that... With the due date's not for another month or so?
We hadn't proposed to, mainly because, as we've outlined today, we don't hold a lot of data or evidence ourselves, and so, for example, all of those things I was talking about in terms of attendance, we would, a CARA would be a better source, but if there's anything in particular you think we could help with or round up the states and territories on, we'd be happy to help.
Well, maybe you could encourage them to put in a submission in your engagement with them, because it is a very important subject. And what we're hearing today and throughout the submissions that we've received, we can see that it is, this could quickly become a much bigger issue than it is now. It's a big issue now, but it could become a lot bigger, particularly off the back of COVID, and without early intervention, those attendance patterns could really be set in and set in stone in some cases. So it is emerging as quite an important issue.
Actually, can I add one more thing there? Sorry, Senator. Minister Clare has also indicated that he'll be talking to state and territory ministers next week at the next Education Ministers meeting about school attendance and student attendance. So he's really bringing that topic to discussion with the ministers.
Yeah. Terrific. Yeah, well, if he could also encourage the states, but it's very interesting in getting the grassroots or gets their direct experience as well, appreciating the role that the Commonwealth Department has. I want to ask you firstly about, can you provide us an update on the implementation of the National Unique Student Identifier?
Yes, certainly, Senator. So that one's had a bit of a long gestation. It was agreed by COAG in about 2009, I believe, that we would have a unique student identifier for schools. 2009.
Oh, I thought it was 19. Okay.
Well. It goes back a long way, and I can't account for a lot of those early years. But under the current school reform agreement, there was agreement that we would move towards implementing a unique student identifier. And I think, to be fair, COVID did impact on progress a little bit, but that's not the only issue. So there were differences of opinions about how that that new system should be rolled out and what would be the right approach, which led to a pilot of a preferred approach, which has now been run and been proven that it's effective and a way forward. So at the recent Education Ministers meeting in December, ministers have agreed that that is the way forward, so we'll now be getting on in earnest to implement that and working with the student number registrar, what's it called? USR registrar, to student identifier registrar, I think, to implement that in the next little while. So it will take some time. We need Commonwealth legislation to be enacted to bring that into effect, to be changes to the Student Identifiers Act. State and territories need to implement legislative change as well. We need to do a privacy impact assessment. So there's still a little bit of water to go under the bridge, but we're on a good path now and confident that we'll be able to get numbers to students. And yes, I think that will be really key in the future to being able to do a better job of looking for kids who fall through the cracks, basically.
Yeah, and I'll get this document tabled, but it's just off your website, describing the National Unique Student Identifier, and it says that the purpose of the USI is to support better understanding of student progression, improve the national evidence base. And so we've been talking a lot about the need for greater evidence, and so it does seem that it's an important body of work. So it would. I get that the states, they're often protective of their own data and territories and even independent schools. So it would be, in terms of being able to use it as a tool to research, it would be de-identified, is that right? So you wouldn't actually see particular student
That's right.
names
So
and details?
that would be a step beyond what we've agreed now. So the arrangements we've agreed to will make sure that every student has an identifier, but then there's a body of work on the other side of that to work out how that identifier can be used. So in that circumstance, you would use it as a linkage key,
As an index or
effectively. So
something,
you could join data sets together. You'd want it to be de-identified, absolutely.
But it wouldn't reveal Matt O'Sullivan, it would...
No, that's right, and that is a sensitivity from a lot of points of view, not only school systems and states and territories, but obviously individuals who the data relates to. So, so that's another reason for the privacy impact assessments at each stage of this development.
Okay. This document also says the view to having it available in 2023. So you're telling us that that's been revised, has been pushed out?
I don't think there's been a formal revision, but there's definitely acknowledgement that it will take longer than originally envisaged. So it was originally intended to be in place by the end of the current school reform agreement. The current agreement's going to be extended by 12 months, so we would hope that it's in place by the end of that.
Okay. Good. I think it's going to be really important. Does the department have, or are they looking to set a national target as part of the new national school reform agreement? Is attendance part of that?
So attendance is part of the current national school reform agreement. I don't have the information to hand to be able to tell you how that's articulated in the agreement, but I can provide that on notice. I think targets and measures for the new agreement would be subject to negotiation and quite a body of work to go before we know what that will look like. I suspect it will look a bit different than we have at the moment, because at the moment I think there's 8 measures that are related to NAPLAN, for example. We might have a different range of measures, but I would be surprised if attendance isn't still among them.
And has there been any consideration to disaggregating attendance into those different categories?
It's a good question, and I think given the focus on equity, we've heard about in the Productivity Commission report and in the Minister's pronouncements about the next reform agreement, I think we would be expecting to see some disaggregations in the next agreement as well.
I think just the bit, though, that's missing, as we understand it, in terms of what is collected, is that what isn't currently collected are the reasons.
Yep.
So we couldn't currently disaggregate because we don't actually have information on the reasons why students aren't attending.
Do you mean equity cohorts and that sort of thing though too?
Well, yeah, that I was actually meaning, but yes, that's a good point. But I was actually meaning it. You know, there's different categories of truancy or non-attendance.
Right.
You know, school refusal. Just Senator Owen Payne will help me with the different
which
categories.
Is
but
what's not currently captured.
Yeah, there's students that are attending without their parents' knowledge, and so there's different categories of attendance. And what about international benchmarks? Does that feed into our agreements, like where we stand and trying to?
Not in terms of attendance. So there are, we participate in PISA, the OECD's assessment, and that's part of our national assessment program under the current arrangements, but not in terms of targets around attendance, and that's not something that PISA would collect anyway. It's about achievements at the Year 10 level in particular domains. So no, I think the answer is.
Okay. What does the department see as the barriers that need to be addressed to lift school attendance more generally, but also specifically in terms of school refusal, and ultimately improve school performance and attainment outcomes for students?
The barriers are many really and quite complex, and I'm sure you would have heard a lot of evidence to that effect. And so they go to things like bullying and anxiety for students. I mean, that's really how we characterise this school refusal issue compared to like general lack of engagement or wagging or truancy. It's much deeper than that. So there are many and complex reasons, I guess. But again, without, evidence that gives puts a fine line on that, it's hard to pinpoint the reasons per se.
And some of those, I'd say, also extend beyond, we call the school gates in terms of considering, different family circumstances as well. And we also understand classroom environments as well could be a factor. But it's difficult to say when we don't have the reasons to be able to clearly identify what those barriers and challenges are.
Yep, I understand the issue. I guess good to see some. It would be good to see a real focus on it. What was school attendance discussed at the last education ministers' meetings?
Not to my recollection, Senator.
Really?
Other things.
It has been on the agenda previously, but not necessarily the last meeting, if that's what you are
Because what we're
asking.
seeing, and earlier Evan say, that there's a trend following COVID. Attendance is going down, like attendance in generally, not just among school refusal. So is it not something that education ministers across the country are focused on addressing?
Certainly has been over the COVID period, particularly, every education ministers meeting has, had discussions about matters related to COVID. So not specifically about attendance, and I suppose, Minister Clare's indicated that he would like to have that conversation at the next meeting. And I, anticipate that he's got something in his mind about doing some further work beyond that.
Because we've only had a quarter or two where there hasn't been the level of disruption from COVID like we saw in previous years, but the data coming through already demonstrates that while there was a dip in attendance naturally because of, kids couldn't even go to school, let alone any attendance issue, but it does seem to be. There seems to be a bit of a pattern that's baked in, and we're going to have to quickly address that. So, be very interested in understanding, and I realise that maybe you can't answer it now, but it'll be questions for maybe further estimates and that sort of thing to actually understand what steps government and governments across the country are taking to quickly address this issue, because it could quite easily become much bigger.
Yes,
One of the things we haven't touched on that I know has come up in conversations with states and territories and others, though, is also that what we expect is there's also become a hypervigilance, if you like, in schools and by parents. So going to that earlier point about the importance of the reason, more children staying home when they're sick than perhaps they would have done in the past, and that's also impacting on that kind of continued.
Yeah.
Obviously, we would have expected in the height of COVID, but now we see children are more likely to stay home if they've got cough and different symptoms that could be COVID-like than they may have done in the past.
Yeah, and that I'm sure that's right. But we heard evidence from the Catholic independent schools in New South Wales saying that, and they showed a table that actually showed that their attendance is because of the work they do in wellbeing, and actually they've got teams, as Senator Orman Payne was talking about, that are out there engaging with students and families, and they've been able to buck that trend and been able to improve or 10 or 11 points higher in attendance. So, it might need some redoubling of efforts to make sure it doesn't lock in a pattern of attendance, which is a comment, I guess, but urge the government to look at that. So in the Education Ministers meeting, was there any discussion specifically about school refusal? Has it ever been a topic that's come up as an issue?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator, but I could take that on notice.
Please,
to have a look.
yeah. Okay. We have heard from a number of witnesses, and either today or in their submissions, about this issue of a lack of coordination between agencies, across levels of government, and we've been discussing that a bit now. But are there particular things that through the reform agreements that can be done to accelerate some of this work, and how do we get things moving quicker? Like the USI has taken a long time, 2009 I think you said. Like how do we... I realise that the wheels of change can be slow moving when it comes to bureaucracies and government, so I'm not directing it just you two. But
yeah, that's right. I think it can be slow, and I'm of the view that we really just need to get our house in order, our education house in order. As we work within our own sphere, and if we haven't even got that right, then can we at least start there? But that's not to say that there can't be it's the nature of agreements and the way we work in governments that we have these, portfolio areas that, solve problems within themselves. But that doesn't mean we can't work together. And certainly there is a lot of cooperation. It's a shame you haven't got state and territory government representatives speaking to you about the cooperation that goes on.
Still got time, we're hoping
we can work on that. Between, for example, community services and education departments and others at the jurisdiction level. I guess, we have a different role in the Commonwealth, so we can do that facilitative, connecting kind of leadership dialogue bit, and I think that will come out of the next reform agreement. But again, I think going to Senator Orman Payne's point, there's something about schools not being the whole solution here. So how do we try and think of this as a joined up solution in the context of a one sector reform agreement is tricky. So that is something we'll need to grapple with. It's something that the Productivity Commission also raised in their report in terms of wellbeing, and it comes up in conversations with stakeholders too, for us from time to time about getting that extra support for teachers to reduce the burden on them so they can do the teaching and the students get the support they need in other ways. Those sorts of conversations come up. But, that's a big, broad problem. So trying to navigate our way through, that's what we'll be trying to do.
Okay.
in,
sorry.
Just in addition to that, there is another whole of government process that we're involved in that relates, and that's the support for the implementation of the National Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Agreement. So Prime Minister and Cabinet from the Commonwealth perspective lead that work, and there is a schedule as an attachment to that which references education and specifically the importance of the future National School Reform Agreement in the way that it responds to mental health and wellbeing. And we've got an upcoming meeting of that group that's focusing on education, mental health and wellbeing within education. And so I would see that's another mechanism that certainly is bringing together health and education across jurisdictions as a way to look at, what's working, what's not working, what do we do differently. And certainly the upcoming meeting, we're going through getting some examples from Victoria on what the approach they've taken around evidence-based approaches to the delivery of mental health and wellbeing services within school, as well as what they're seeing in terms of measurement of wellbeing within schools. So another example of how we can, try and support a more joined-up response.
Thank you. And my final question, and there might be time for a quick follow-up from my colleagues. Does the department believe that matters like school refusal, and we have another inquiry on at the moment into classroom disruption, does the department believe that matters like school refusal and student behaviour, that they should be included in initial teacher training, that there should be equipped? Yes. They should be equipped, yeah.
Yes, I think the short answer there is yes, and there's already a commitment, and try and find the data. We've got a budget commitment to develop professional learning for teachers on some of those things, and through the work I've talked about earlier with Mark Scott, I think that will go to some of those issues as well, and thinking, not just about the issues about how to teach students how to read and write, but the broader toolkit for teachers, if you like, and what they need to graduate with to be able to do their job well. So I think the answer, is just yes.
Yeah, I thought it would be. But, yeah. But are there steps being taken then to do that, to include it?
Yes, so just so there's work underway to develop some professional learning resources for teachers, so they'll be available once they're developed.
So that's for existing
for existing teachers and new teachers. So there's that, and then, as I say, there's work underway to look at ITE more broadly in terms of how to prepare students and what changes we might need to be making there.
Okay. I'll just give my colleagues a quick chance for a follow-up question. Otherwise, we'll...
No, I think, thank you for appearing today. I think there's more questions, but there'll be other opportunities to ask them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. If you did take any questions on notice, the committee has set 8th of March as the due date for answers to questions taken on notice.
Thank you
very much indeed. That concludes today's hearing. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank all those that have made submissions to the inquiry and made representatives available today. I'd also like to thank Broadcasting, Hansard and Secretariat for their assistance today. The committee now stands adjourned.